Hey guys, welcome to Hexagon Digital Services. We have one exciting announcement before giving you a tour of our website. Hexagon Digital Services is launching its MERN Stack training batch starting from 1st October. This is a 92 days complete program designed to make you job ready as a full stack developer. Now tell me, do you want to build real world applications, master both front end and back end, and have one strong project to showcase in your portfolio? If yes, then this program is exactly for you. In this first phase, we focus on strong fundamentals, HTML in 2 days, building the structure of web pages, CSS in 4 days, selectors, layouts, responsive design, ending with a mini project, responsive website design. JavaScript in 10 days, mastering DOM, events, and async programming, followed by a mini project, interactive web app. Tailwind CSS in 4 days, utility first design, components, and responsiveness with a mini project, modern UI components. Next comes React.js. In 12 days, you will learn components, hooks, routing, and state management. This phase concludes with a mini project, a complete React application. In phase 3, we have backend development. In 8 days of Node.js and Express, you will learn servers, APIs, and middleware. In 2 days of MongoDB, you will learn how to store and query data, plus REST APIs and Git and GitHub for collaboration. This phase wrap up with a mini project building your own API with Node.js and MongoDB. In phase 4, we have major projects. A full stack expense tracker with authentication, filters, charts, and deployment. And a teacher booking platform with tutor profiles, search and filter, bookings, Stripe payment, and an admin panel. And also, there is a special announcement. Here's something even more exciting. At the end of the program, the top 5 best performing students will be offered a paid internship with Hexagon Digital Services. That means you won't just learn, you will get the opportunity to work on real client projects and kickstart your career. So, are you ready to learn, code, and deploy with us? You can enroll right now using the Google Form link in the description box and check the complete course curriculum PDF also linked below. Remember, classes begin on 1st October. Don't miss this golden chance to transform your career with Hexagon Digital Services.
So now let me show you the demo of this application. As in this video, we will be creating a car rental website using MERN stack. Now, as you can see, Navbar on top having navigations. Once click on it, it will take us to that particular page. Then comes our banner having image in background and text in center. After this comes our premium car section having 6 cars and a book now button. These cars are coming from the server side. Then comes our testimonial section having card and text. Then comes our photo having a sleek design. Now on cars page, here we have multiple cars coming from the backend. On contact us page, when we fill the details, it will take us to our web WhatsApp. You must log in to access the book now button or the my booking page. Let's create an account. As the account is created, it will redirect us to the home page. Let me book a car here. Let me fill the details here and hit confirm booking. A Stripe checkout page will open. After payment is successful, it will redirect us to my bookings page. Here we have multiple filter option too. If you want, you can cancel booking here and also can see the order detail. Now on the admin panel, Here we can add car. Let me show you that. On manage car page, here you can see the car. Also here you can add, edit or delete the car. Let me show you that. On booking dashboard, here you can see all orders that you have placed with the details and also update status directly. On new Chrome, you can see the car becomes unavailable and it shows the time when it will become available. Let me log in with the new ID here. As you can see on my bookings page, there is no order as the particular user can see his or her order only. So this site is fully responsive for all devices like mobile, laptop or tablet view. Both for the front end as well as the admin panel. So let's get started. Now open your VS Code and now go to your Chrome and search for white React and click on this first link. Then scroll down and copy this command and now paste it in your terminal. Now give project name as frontend, then select framework as React and variant as JavaScript. Then let's install the node packages here. So let's copy this command and now paste it here. After this, let's go and install the Tailwind CSS. So search for tailwindcss.com and click on get started. Select using white and copy this command and now paste it in your terminal. Now after this, let's copy this import statement here and here in your front end, in your src, we don't need this app.css, remove it, and now in your white.config.js, paste it here. Then after this, let's copy this plugin and now put a comma inside this plugin and after this paste it here. Then after this, let's copy this import statement and in your index.css, let's paste it here. Then after this, let's copy this h1 tag here and now in your app.jsx, remove this whole code and type here RAFCE and inside this div, let's paste it here. Change class to class name and now in your terminal, let's type here npm run dev. Now type O and enter to open it in your Chrome. So it is working fine here. So the Tailwind CSS is working. So after this, let's go to your index.html and here let's give the title as car zone. And now after this, let's go to your Chrome and search for GitHub. This link is already given in the description box. You can go to this directly from the given link below. So here in your front end, go to your index.html and just copy this link tag. And now after this, let's paste it here. Then let's close this index.html and now after this, let's go to now here in your assets folder. Here we have multiple assets as you can see, and we also have this dummy styles. Here we have all the styles that we are gonna use for this project. So let me just close it and now these are the images we are gonna use and this is our logo. Then after this, let's create a components folder and now after this, in src, let's create another folder that is pages. Now, after this, in src, in your components, let's create our first component, that is navbar.jsx. And now here type here RAFCE. Now here in your pages, let's create a component, that file, that is home.jsx, and type here RAFCE. Now in your app.jsx, first let's install the React router DOM. So let's search for React router DOM. Then click on this link and copy this command, and now paste it in your terminal. Now after this, let me just install the another package, that is React icons. And now here click on this link and copy this command, and now again in your terminal paste it here. Then after this, let me just close it here. And now here first let's remove this div, and now open this bracket. Then after this, type here routes tag. Then after this, inside this routes, create a route tag. The path will be slash and element. Here it will show us the home page here. So let me just close this route tag. To access this route, let me just remove this strict mode in your main.jsx, and let's wrap our app component into our browser router. So type here browser router, and let me just cut this app here and paste the app inside this browser router. Now our app has the browser router inside it. So now after this, let's run again from the terminal our server. So after this, refresh. Now in your home, let's import the navbar here, and now inside this navbar, let's create our navbar. So first let's type here import. Now here let me just type here navbar styles as styles, that is coming from assets/dummy styles. So here for this navbar, we are going to use this navbar styles for this component. So now after this, let me just remove this div and let me open a nav tag here. And now inside this nav tag, give class name. Here it will be backtick. It will be styles.nav.base. Then after this, type a $, and type here scrolled. Then for this scrolled state, let's create a state, that is const scroll comma set scrolled is equals to, let me put a equal to here, and is equals to a use state hook, and the initial value will be false. Now after this, type a const is open comma set is open. So this is for the mobile view responsiveness. So type a use state hook, and the value will be false for the initial. Then after this, let's go to your GitHub, and here in your src folder, go to your components folder, and then in your navbar.jsx, let's just copy this nav links, and now let me just paste it here. Then after this, just type here, if it is scrolled, then it will show styles.navbar.scrolled. In else case, it will show styles.nav.not scrolled. Now type here area label, it will be main navigation. Now after this, inside your nav tag, let's create a div tag, and inside this give class name. Max width will be 7xl, mx will be auto, then padding from x-axis will be 4, for a smaller screen it will be 6, and for larger screen it will be 8. Then another div tag, give class name. Here it will be flex, justify center. Then after this, another div tag, and give class name, it will be backtick, and type a styles.floatingNav.base. Then after this, type here scrolled. If it is, then it will show styles.floatingNav.scrolled. Else it will show styles.floatingNav. And type here not scrolled. Then after this, role let's define the role will be region, and area role description will be navigation. Now inside this div, let's create another div tag, give class name, it will be flex, item center, justify between, and gap will be of 4. Then let's create a link tag and give two property, it will be on slash, give class name, it will be flex. Then after this type here item center, and now let's close this link tag, and inside this link give div, give class name styles dot logo container, then give a image tag and src, type here logo, and in alt here it will be logo. Then after this let's give the image a class name, that is height will be 1 em, width will be auto, it will be block. Then styles here will be display will be here, let me just type here block, and put a comma and type here object fit, here it will be contains. So now let's define our logo. So here let's type here import logo from, give me asset slash, now type here logo car.png. So here we are gonna use this logo of this car. Then after this, now let me just check. So here we have our logo here present on the UI. Now after this give a span tag and give class name, here type here styles dot, now type here logo text, and let me give the name as car zone. Now after this link tag create another div, give class name to this div tag, that is styles dot nav link container. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot nav link inner. Then inside this let's pass here navlinks dot map method, and we will be mapping our link comma index and create an arrow function. And now inside this type here react.fragment, and inside this react.fragment tag give key will be link.to. Then after this give, let's pass here link tag, and inside this link tag give two property, it will be link.to. Then after this give class name to the link tag, that is backtick styles dot navlink dot base. Then after this type here is active. So for this active, let me just define a function here. So type here const is active is equals to, now let's pass here the path here, and now create an arrow function and type here if path is equals to slash, then in that case it will return location. So here for this location dot path name is equals to slash, then type here return location dot path name dot starts with, so it will start with path. So it will show you the active tag here. So for this location type here const location is equals to use location hook, that is coming from the React router DOM. Then after this type here const navigate is equals to use navigate hook. Then after this let's me define another state, that is const is logged in comma set logged in, then is equals to a use state hook, create an arrow function and type here is not equals to local storage dot get item, and we will be getting that item, that is auth token, from our local storage. Now type here is active, then inside this type here link dot to. If it is, then it will show the styles dot nav link dot active, else it will show styles dot nav link dot inactive. Now after this let's pass here the link dot label. So now on our UI the labels are present here, and when clicked it will take us to that page. Now after this let's type here index is less than navlinks dot length -1 and inside this let's create a div tag, and here give class name to this div, that is styles dot separator. Then type here area hidden, then is equals to true. Then after this, let me just remove this div here and let me just close this div tag here. Now after this div, create another div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot user actions. Then inside this, type here is logged in. If it is logged in, then it will show a button tag, and inside this button tag, type here on click property, it will be handle logout, and give class name, it will be styles dot auth button. Then type here area label here, it will be logout. Then inside this button, type here a icon that is FA sign out. Give class name to this icon that is test base. Then let's create a span tag, give class name. Here it will be styles dot auth text. Now inside this span, give logout here. Then else case, let's type here another button tag here, and inside this button tag, give two property. The true property will be slash login. Then give class name to this, it will be styles dot auth button. Then type here area label here, it will be login. Then give an icon that is FA user. Give class name to this icon that is styles dot auth text. And now let me just close this icon here and create a span tag. Give class name to this span tag that is styles dot auth text, and let's type here login. So let me just remove this class name and give here class name at test base. So now let's define our handle logout function here. So here let me just type here const, paste it here, is equals to use callback hook, and inside this create an arrow function, and now type here local storage dot remove item. So it will remove our auth token that is present inside our local storage. And now after this, type here set. So here we have to change the spelling, that is set is logged in. So here type here set is logged in will become false here. After the token is removed, it will become false here. Then after this, once it become false, it will navigate us to slash, that is our home page, and it will replace will become true here. Now type here set is open will become false here, and now it will be done for the navigate here. Now here as you can see, it is logout, then it is login here. So now after this, let's go and create another div tag, give class name to this div, that is for medium screen, it will be hidden, and it will be a flex, then item center. Then create a button tag here, give reference property here, it will be button ref. So let's define this button ref here. So now after this, type here const button ref is equals to use ref hook, and inside this the value will be null. Then type here const menu ref is equals to use ref hook, and the property here it will be null again. So now after this, inside this button, let me just give a property that is on click functionality, and it will create an arrow function, and type here set is open will become a P and create an arrow function and not P. So here type here area label will be is open. If it is, then it will show close menu, else it will be open menu. Now after this, let's type here area expand is equals to is open. Then type here area controls, and inside this control just type here mobile menu. Then give class name to this button tag, it will be styles dot mobile auth button. And now inside this button, let's type here is open. If it is, then it will show you this icon that is FA times. Give class name to the icon, height will be 5 and width will be 5. Else it will show you the icon that is FA bars and give class name to this icon, that is height will be 5 and width will be 5. Let me close this here. And now for the smaller screen, now let me refresh it, and for smaller screen, as you can see, this icon is working fine. Now after these divs, let's create another div tag here, give class name to this div, it will be backtick, and here we will be typing as styles dot mobile menu dot container. Then after this, type here is open. If it is open, then it will show styles dot mobile menu dot open, else it will show styles dot mobile menu dot closed. Now after this, type here id, and for id it will be mobile menu. Then after this, type here reference will be mobile menu ref. Then type here area hidden is equals to, it will be not is open. Now after this, create another div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot mobile menu inner. And now create another div tag, give class name, it will be padding from x-axis will be 4, padding from top will be 3, padding from bottom will be 4, and space from y-axis will be 2. Another div tag, give class name here, it will be styles dot mobile grid. Now inside this, let's type here navlinks dot map function, and we are gonna map here the link and create an arrow function, and inside this create a link tag, and key property here it will be link dot to, then to property here it will be link dot to, then give on click property here and create an arrow function, and type here set is open will become false once it is clicked. Then give class name, it will be backtick styles dot mobile link dot base. Then type here is active, then inside this type here link dot to. If it is active, then it will show that is styles dot mobile link dot active, else it will show styles dot mobile link dot inactive. Now after this, let's close this link tag, and now after this link tag, let's pass the link dot label here. Now let's see, the labels are present here. Once click, it's take here. So now after this div tag, let me just close this div tag right here, then give class name to this div, it will be styles dot divider. Let me close it here. Now after this, create another div tag, give class name, it will be padding from top will be 1, then inside this type here is logged in. If it is, then it will show you a button tag. Let me create a button tag here, and inside this button tag, give on click property, it will be handle logout, and give class name to it, that is styles dot mobile auth button. Then inside this type here fa sign out icon, and give class name, margin from right will be 3 and text space. Now type here logout. Now after this, in else case, it will be a link tag, and inside this link tag, give to property, it will be on /login route, give class name to this link tag, it will be styles dot mobile auth button, and give on click property here, it will be an arrow function. Now type here set is open will becomes false here. So once click, it will become false here. Now give the icon here fa user, give class name to it, that is margin from right will be 3 and text base. Then let's type here login. So now a button is present here, and now after this, let's go to your GitHub, and here let's copy these states. So for this use state here, we have this scroll functionality. It will handle the scrolling, or it will add a scroll, that is a smooth scroll here will be add when it will add a scroll listener here. So import the use state hook here. So after this, let's copy these use states again, and let me just paste it here. Now in this use state, here in first use state, we are defining the auth token. So here it will get the auth token from our local storage. So it will get the auth token from this local storage each time we refresh the page. And in second use state, it will set our login. So it will maintain the login for all the pages. So if we get the auth token, it will maintain our state for the all routes. Now after this, let's copy this use states here, and now inside this, after this, let's paste it here. So here for this use state, if we click outside the box, it will close our toggle menu. Then if we click on escape key, it will close our toggle menu again. And this is for the resize. So let me show you this resize here. So now for once we resize it, it's not going down here. So this use state helps in this also. Now as you can see, for smaller screen, it's getting closed by clicking on escape key. So this is working all fine. So now in components, let's create another component, that is home banner.jsx, and here type here RAFCE. So let's import our home banner in our home. So type here home banner, and now after this, let's create our home banner. So for creating this home banner, go to your home banner.jsx file, and let's just copy this whole code and now paste it here. So this is the whole banner code, and we have used the SVG here. So here, let me just correct the path here. And here we are gonna use this hero PNG. Now, and here we are gonna use this for this hero styles. We are gonna use this CSS here. So after this, in your refined glass CTA card, let's see, it is present here, the banner. Then after this, let's create here a div tag, give class name property, and it will be styles.cta container. Then after this, another div tag, give class name, it will be styles.cta card. Then after this, create another div tag, and inside this a paragraph tag, give class name, it will be styles.subtitle. And now just type here car zone. Now after this, create a h3 tag, give class name, it will be styles.title. And now inside this, just pass here the next gen fleet. Then inside this, type here instant drive. Now another paragraph tag, give class name, it will be styles.description. And now inside this, let's give the description, that is rent your dream car, transparent pricing, and book in seconds. Now after this, anchor tag, and give in href, it will be /cars, give class name, it will be flex, item center, gap will be 3. Now give a button tag here, and inside this button tag, give class name, it will be styles.cta button. And now inside this button, let's create a span tag, give class name, here it will be styles.button text, and now give the text as C fleet. Now after this anchor, give another span tag, and let's close this span tag here. And now just type here area hidden, then give class name, it will be styles.outline. Now here the box is present here, and this will take us to this route here. Now after this, we have completed our home banner. Now let's create another component, that is home cars.jsx component. Now type here RAFCE, and now let's import this home car in home page. So type here home cars and let's close this here. Now in your home cars, let's create this. So type here first import. So we are gonna import the home car styles as styles from the dummy styles. So here we are gonna use this CSS property for this home styles component. Now after this, let me just close this here, and now inside this, let's first import our car data from, it will be coming from assets/cars data. So here we have this data present here. Here we have 3 files of this data here. So this is the second, and this is the testimonial file here. And now these links are given below. So just now give class name to this div and give styles.container. Then after this, let's create our header. Then after this, create a div tag, give class name. It will be styles.header container. Then another div tag, give class name. It will be styles.premium batch. Now inside this, let's give an icon that is Zap. To get this Zap, let's go to Chrome and search for Lucidity React and click on this second link and copy this command. And now in your terminal, just paste it here. Now after this, go back to the Lucidity React and here go to icons. In icon, just search for Zap icon and expand this and select React and copy this import statement and now paste it here. Now after this, let's again npm run dev in your terminal and let me just close it. Now after this, in Zap, give class name to this icon. It will be width will be 4, height will be 4, and text will be ember 400. Now margin right will be 2. Then create a span tag, give class name. It will be styles.premium text, and let's give our text that is premium fleet selection. Now after this, create a h1 tag. Now inside this, let's give a class name, and class name will be styles.title. Now let's give a title that is luxury car collection. Now after this, create a paragraph tag, give class name. It will be styles.subtitle. Now here let's give the paragraph that is discover premium vehicles with exceptional performance and comfort for your next journey. Now after this, on your page, you can see this is present here. Now after this, let's create our section that is cars section. That is, it will have 6 cars here. Now create a div tag, give class name. It will be styles.grid. Then inside this, let's type here. So first we have to import it here. So type here const visible cars is equals to cars data dot slice method, and it will show only 6 cars here. Then after this, inside this, let's type here visible cars dot map function, and inside this type here car comma idx, that is index, and create an arrow function. Inside this, first here we need to go to home cars, and here in home cars we have to copy these lines here and paste it here. Now after this, type here return, and inside this return create a div tag, and inside this div tag, first again go to your GitHub and copy this div, and now here paste it here. Now after this, here first let's type a const navigate is equals to use navigate hook, and let's import this use navigate. So type here use navigate will be coming from our React router DOM package. Then after this, let's type here const animate cards comma set animate cards is equals to a use state hook, and the value will be false. Then after this, type here const hover card comma set hover card is equals to again a use effect hook, and the value will be null. Now after this, create a use effect hook, and inside this create an arrow function and type here const timer is equals to set timeout, and inside this create another arrow function and now type here set animate cards will be true and it will be for 300 seconds. Then type here return and create an arrow function, type here clear timeout will be timer. Now it will be done on the page refresh. So now here let's just copy this handle image error and paste it here. Here we are gonna handle our image here if in case of any error. Now after this, inside this div create another div tag and let's close this div tag right here, and now give class name to this div, that is styles dot book border overlay. Then after this create a div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot premium price badge. Then create a span tag, give class name, it will be styles dot price text, and let's give the price here, type here car dot price now slash per day. Then after this div create another div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot image container. Then inside this create a image tag, and in source just type here car dot image, and in alternate just type here car dot name. Now give on error here, it will be handle image error. Now after this give class name to this image tag, width will be full, height will be full, then object will be cover, then type here transition transform, and duration will be 500. Now give styles to this image tag, it will be transform, so it will be transform from hover card is equals to car dot id. If it is car dot id, then it will rotate 0.5 degree, else it will be scale to 1.1 and it will rotate then to 0 or 0 only. Okay, we are getting the card, but we have imported the wrong data. So just type here h cars data. So now here we will be able to see the black cars here. Now after this let's go back here, and now after this div create another div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot content. Then inside this another div tag, give class name, it will be flex justify between, then item will be from start, then margin bottom will be 3. Then inside this another div tag and a h3 tag, give class name to this heading tag, that is styles dot car name, and let's pass here car dot name here. Now after this create a paragraph tag, give class name, it will be styles dot car info container, then a span tag, and in span tag give class name, that is styles dot car type batch. Then inside this just type here car dot type will be passed here. Then another span tag, give class name, it will be styles dot car year, and now just type here car dot year will be passed here. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot special grid. Then inside this let's go to our GitHub again and let's just copy this data here. Now go back here and here just paste it here. Now here let's import these icon. So fuel will be imported, then gauze, then after this the check circle. Now after this here type here dot map function, and here we will be gonna map our specials comma index, or it is the specifications. Then create a div tag here after the arrow function, then type here key will be index, then give class name to this div, it will be styles dot specifications item. Then after this create div, give styles, give class name, that is styles dot special icon container, and it will be hover card is equals to car dot id. Then give a specification.id or just type here specification.icon. And now let's just close this here, give class name to this tag. It will be styles.specifications icon and pass here hover card is equals to car.id. Now after this, let me just close this here, right? Then after this, create a span tag, give class name. It will be styles.special value. Now inside this, let's pass here car.value. Now change this card to special or specification.value. Then after this, another span tag, give class name. It will be styles.specification label. And let's type here specification dot label will be passed here. Now on your UI, you can see the specifications and the label are present here for each. Now after this, let's go back and create a button tag after this div and give on click property. It will be an arrow function. Just type here navigate and it will navigate us to /cars/ that particular car ID. Now let's make it a backtick here. Now after this, put a comma and type here state. Here it will be car. Now after this, let's give a class name to this button tag. It will be styles.bookButton. And now inside this button, create a span tag, give class name to this span. It will be styles.buttonText. And let's type here book now. Now after this, give an icon that is arrow right and give class name to this icon that is margin from left will be 2, width will be 4, height will be 4, group hover, text will translate from x-axis will be 1 and transition transform. So now after this div, create a div and let's close this div right here. Give class name to this div. It will be styles.accent blur. Now after this, a button is present here. Now to get this UI, first go to your GitHub again and here go to your index.css and let's just copy this CSS property here and now go to your index.css and after this paste it here. Now after this, let's go and check. So here it is moving here and now you can see that the button is present here. Now after this, go back and now in your components, let's create another component and the component name will be testimonial.jsx and now type here RAFCE. Now go to your home.jsx and inside this, let's import this testimonial here. Now after this, let's just close this home and now let's create our testimonial here. So first let's type here import, type here testimonial styles as styles from dummy styles. So here we are gonna use this testimonial styles for this component. So now after this, inside this, let's first import the dummy data. So type here testimonials from our assets/testimonials data. So here we are gonna use these 3 data that is coming here. Now after this, here inside this div, give class name. It will be styles.container. Then after this, create another div, give class name to this div. It will be styles.innerContainer. Then after this, let's create our header. Create another div tag, give class name. It will be styles.headerContainer. Then another div tag, here give class name. It will be styles.patch. Now inside this, give a icon that is FA_car. Give class name to this icon that is, it will be backtick styles.quote icon. And now margin from right will be 2 and let's close this icon. Now after this, a span tag, give class name to this span. It will be styles.batchText and let's give a text that is customer experiences. Now after this, here as you can see it is present here. Now let's go back here and type here. Now create a h1 tag, give class name, it will be styles.title. Now inside this let's give a title that is premium. Then create a span tag, give class name, it will be styles.accent text. Then type here drive. Then after this span type here experiences. Now after this h1 tag, create a div tag, give class name to this div, it will be styles.divider container. Then after this create a div and let's close this div right here. And now give class name to this div, it will be styles.divider line. Let's close this here. Now after this give an icon that is GI steering wheel. Now give class name to this icon, it will be backtick, type as styles.accent text and margin from x-axis will be 4 and let's type here size, here it will be 24 and let's close this icon here. So let's import this icon here. So type here import. Now pass this icon and from it will be imported from React icon /gi. Now after this let's go back and here the icon is present here. Now after this let's just copy this div and now after this icon paste it here. So now it is present here. Now after this div create a paragraph tag and give class name to this paragraph, it will be styles.subtitle. Now after this give the title here, that is hear from our valued customer about their journey with our premium fleet. Now after this div create our testimonial section. So let's create a div, give class name, here it will be styles.grid. Then after this let's type here testimonials.map function and here we are gonna map our T, that is testimonial, and index, create an arrow function. And now inside this let's go back here and here in your testimonial.jsx let's copy these two lines here and paste it here. Now after this type a return and here create a div tag and inside this div again let's copy this div here and paste it here. Now after this div, inside this div let's create a div tag, give class name, here it will be styles.car content. Then after this another div tag, give class name, it will be flex justify between, then item will be from start, then margin bottom will be 6. Then after this let's give an icon that is fa quote left and class name to this icon, it will be styles.quote icon. Let's type here size of this icon, it will be 28. Let's close this and now let's create our rating section here. So create another div tag, give class name, it will be styles.rating container. Then after this let's type here array and array will contain 5. Then type here map function and here we will be gonna map underscore comma I and create an arrow function. Now give a icon that is fa star, give class name to this icon and first we need to give the key and key will be here I. Now here in class name just type a backtick, type here I is less than t dot rating, then in that case it will show styles.accent text, else it will show text gray 700. Then after this type here styles.stars, let me just close this icon here. Then the size of this icon here it will be 18. So here the ratings are present here. Now after this let's create a paragraph tag, here give class name, it will be styles.comment. Now inside this let's just type here t.comment will be passed here. Now after this create a div tag, give class name, Here it will be styles dot car info. Now after this, let's give the icon here, that is GI steering wheels. Give class name to this icon, that is styles dot car icon, and the size of this icon will be 20. Let's close this here and now create a span tag. Give class name to this span, it will be styles dot car text. Now after this, pass here t dot car. So here we are gonna see the text and the t dot car will be passed here. Now after this div, create another div tag. Here give class name, it will be styles dot author container. Then another div tag, give here class name to this div, it will be styles dot avatar. Now let's pass here t dot name dot char at 0. So here it will show you this character at the 0th place. Then give class name to this another div and give styles dot author info. Now let's create a h3 tag. Give class name, it will be styles dot author name, and let's pass here t dot name. Now after this, let's create a paragraph tag. Give class name, it will be styles dot author role, and now let's pass here the t dot role here. So after passing these things, here you can see the name and the role are present here. Now after this div, create another div tag and let's close this div right here. And now give class name to this div, it will be styles dot divider decorative corner. Now after this, create another div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot pattern icon. Now inside this, let's give the icon, that is icon component, and size of this icon will be 2016 or 36. Now let's create our stats section. Now after this, let's type here div, give class name to this div, it will be styles dot tar stats container. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot stats grid. Then another div, give class name, it will be styles dot stats item. Now inside this, let's create another div tag, and here the class name, it will be styles dot stars value, and inside this type as styles dot stars color and dot value, and the value at the 0th place. And inside this div, let's pass here 10k plus. And now after this, create another div tag and give class name to this div, it will be styles dot stats label, and inside this label, let's pass here styles dot stats color dot label, and the label at 0th index will be passed here. Then type a happy customer. Now let's check here. So here after this, it is present here. Now let's just copy these divs and let me just paste it again here. Change this value to 1, 0 will convert to 1, change to 1. Then here it will change to 250 plus, and let's give another name. Here it will be luxury vehicles. Then after this div, paste another one time more and change it to 2. It will change to 2. Here it will change to 24 to 7, and type here support. Then after this, paste another again and just change it to 3. Now it will change to 10, 50 plus, and here the div will change to locations. Now as you can see, all the 4 things are present here. Now after this, let's go and let's create our CTA button, that is called to action button. Then give a div, give class name, it will be styles dot CTA container. Now a h2 tag, give class name, it will be styles dot CTA title. Now give a title to this, it will be ready for your premium experience. Now after this, h2, let's create a paragraph tag. Inside this, give class name. It will be styles dot car CTA text. Then type here join thousands of satisfied customers who have experienced our premium fleet and exceptional services. Now, after this paragraph tag, create an anchor tag. It will take us to /cars page. Give class name to this anchor tag. It will be styles.cta button. And now type here book dot your luxury ride. Now after this, create a div and let's close this div right here. And now give class name to this div. It will be styles dot bottom gradient. And now let's check it here. So now it is present here. After this, let's close this here. Now let me just close all this, and here inside home, let's create another component, that is footer.jsx. And here let's type here RAFCE. Now in your home, let's import our footer here. So now let's create our footer here. So first let's type here import. Now type here footer styles as styles from this. So here we are gonna use these styles for our footer component. So now after this, remove this div tag, and now let's create our footer tag. And inside this footer tag, give class name. It will be styles dot container. Then a div tag, give class name. It will be styles dot top elements. Then another div tag, and let's close this div right here and give class name to this div. It will be styles dot circle 1. Then after this, let's copy and paste it again here 2 times and change it to circle 2, and here it will be changed to circle, or just type here road line. Now it is present here. Then after this div, create another div tag, give class name. It will be styles dot inner container. Then after this, another div tag, give class name. It will be styles dot grid. Then after this, another div tag, give class name. It will be styles dot brand section. Now inside this, let's give a link tag, and here inside this link, let's give 2 property, and it will take us to /home page, and give class name. It will be flex item center. Now inside this link, create a div tag, and now inside this div, give class name. It will be styles dot logo container. Now let's create an image tag, and in src type a logo. So let's import this logo. So type a import logo from asset /logo car.png. Now we are gonna use this logo here. So now after this, it is present here. Now after this, in alternate, just type a logo, and let's give the class name to this icon image, that is height will be 1 em and width will be auto, and it will be block. And let's give the style here, display here, it will be block, and object fit, it will be contain. Now after this, create a span tag and just type here car zone, and let's give a class name to this span tag. It will be styles dot logo text. And now after this link tag, let's create a paragraph tag, give class name. It will be styles dot description. Now let's give the paragraph here. So it will be premium car rental services with the latest model and exceptional customer services. Type here drive your dream car today. Now after this paragraph, create a div tag, give class name. It will be styles dot social icon, or type here social icons. Now let's pass here the icons. So go to your GitHub again, and here in your footer, let's just copy this icons here and paste it here. So let's type here dot map here, and inside this type here icon comma I, that is index, and create an arrow function. Inside this let's create an anchor tag, and in href just type a hash, and key here it will be I, and give class name it will be styles dot social icon. Now inside this let's type here icon will be passed here. So let's import these icon here. So it will be imported from React router, React icons. So let's just import it. Now as you can see on your UI, these icons are present here. Now after this div, create our quick links section. So here let's create our div tag, and inside this h3 tag give class name it will be styles dot section title. Now let's type here quick links. Now after this h3 tag, create a span tag inside this and type here styles dot underline, and let's close this span tag here. Now then after this h3 tag, create a ul tag and give class name to this, it will be styles dot link list. Now inside this let's type here home, let's put a comma, type here cars comma contact us dot map function, and inside this type here link comma I, create an arrow function. And now let's create a li tag, give key property it will be index, give a anchor tag here, and it will take us to our link is equals to home. If it is home then it will take us to slash, else it will, if else the link here it will be equals to contact, then it will take us to our slash contact us or slash contact, else it will just take us to slash cars. Now give class name to this anchor tag, it is styles dot link item. Now inside this anchor tag just type here span tag, give class name to this span tag, it will be styles dot bullet. And now after this let's pass here the link here. So here the quick links are present here. Once click it will take us to that route. Now after this let's create our contact details. So here let's create our div tag, give class name to this div, it will be, or don't give class name to this div. Here let's create a h3 tag, give class name to this heading tag, it will be styles dot section title, and now type here contact us. So now here let's create a span tag here, and let's close this span tag right here. And now let's give a class name to this span tag, it will be styles dot underline. Now let's close this h3 tag outside this span tag. Now let's create our ul tag again, and now give class name, it will be styles dot contact list. Then after this create a li tag, give class name to this tag, it is styles dot contact item. Now inside this let's give a icon, that is fa map market alt, and give class name to this icon styles dot contact icon. Now create a span tag, and inside this just give the address here. Now let's copy this li tag here, and now let's paste it here. Now let's change this icon here to fa phone, and here let's change this address here to phone number. So let me give the phone number here. Now after this again let's paste it here again, and now change this icon again to fa envelope, and now here let's give the email here. So let me just type here info@hexagonservices.com. Now as you can see it is present here. Now after this create another div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot rs container. Now here h4 tag, give class name, it will be styles dot rs title. Now let's give our title, that is business hours. Now let's create a div tag here, give class name to this div, it will be styles.ourstext. Now let's go to your GitHub again and let me just copy this div here and let's paste it here. Now after this, let's create our newsletter section. So here let's type here div tag, here give a h3 tag, and inside this h3 tag give class name, it will be styles.section title. Now let's give the title here, that is newsletter. Now after this, a span tag inside this h3 and give class name, it will be styles.underline. So here the newsletter is present here. Now after this, let's go back here and now create a paragraph tag and give class name to this paragraph, it will be styles.newsletter text. And now let's give the paragraph, it is subscribe for special offers and updates. Then after this, let's create a form tag and inside this form, let's give a class name, space from y-axis will be 3, and let's create an input tag, and inside this input tag just type of this, it will be email. Placeholder will say that is enter your email, or just type here your email address here. Then after this, give class name to this input tag, it will be styles.input. Now after this, create a button tag here and inside this button tag just type of this button, it will be submit. Give class name to this button, it will be styles.subscribe button. Now after this, let's just give an icon, that is GI car key, and give class name to this, it will be margin right will be 2, text will be large, and for smaller screen text will be Excel. Then let's just type here subscribe now. Now as you can see, the button is also present here. Now after this div, create our section, that is bottom copyright section. So here let's scroll down and let me just type here a div tag, give class name here, it will be styles.copyright. Then after this, let's create a paragraph tag and inside this just give this icon here and now type here new date dot now. Okay, don't use now here, so just type here date and now give the function. Now inside this just type here dot get full year and now just type here car zone dot all right reserved full stop. Then after this, another paragraph tag, give class name, it will be margin top will be 3, for medium screen margin top will be 0. Then after this, let's give the paragraph, it will be designed by, create an anchor tag and inside this anchor tag, let me go and search for our website, that is Hexagon Digital Services. Let me just copy this link here and now let's paste it here. Now after this, type a target, it will be set to _blank so that it opens on the next page or next tab. Then type a rel will be no opener, non-referrer, and class name it will be styles.designer link. Now let's give the name here Hexagon Digital Services. Now after this, we have completed our footer. Let's check it here. So here it is present here. Now after completing this, let's go and create our login here. So in components in your app.js, now here type another route tag and give path here /login and element here it will be, let's create a component that is login.jsx and inside this let's type here RAFCE and now in your app let's import our login here. Now after this, let's create our login here. So let me just type a login and here on clicking this button it shows this error. Okay, to solve this error go to your footer and here let's create this as a function here. Now let's refresh it again. So there is no error, but it doesn't take us to that route. So let's go to our navbar here and here in navbar let's change this to link, not as a button, it will be a link tag. So now let's check again here. Let me refresh it. And so, okay, so it shows our login here. So let's create our login here. So let me just remove this login here. And now let's type here import. Now just type here login styles as styles from dummy styles. So we are gonna use this login styles CSS for this component. Now let's close this, and now here after this let's define some state, that is const. First we have to define this navigate is equals to use navigate hook. Then after this let's type here const location is equals to use location hook. Then after this just type here const create credentials comma set credentials is equals to a use state hook, and inside this let's define our credentials, that is we will be taking email. Now after this we will be taking as password, as this time it will be empty string. Then after this just type here const show password comma set show password is equals to another use state hook, and the initial value it will be false. Then after this just type here const is active comma set is active is equals to a use state hook, and here the value will be false. Now let's go to your GitHub here, and in your login page let's just copy this, and now inside this div first let's give this div a class name here. So inside this let's type here login styles. So let's not import it as a styles here. So just login styles here dot page container. Then after this paste it here. Now let's check. So we have this background present here. Now after this div let's create an anchor tag here, give slash and give class name to this anchor tag. It will be login styles dot back button, and now inside this just give an icon. It will be arrow left, and give class name. It will be text small, and for smaller screen text will be base. Now after this let's close this, and now let's type here a span tag, give class name, font will be medium, then text will be extra small. For smaller screen text will be small. Now let's type here back to home. Now after this let's see it is present here. Now once click it take us to back home. Now after this anchor tag let's create our login card. Now after this create a div tag here, give class name, it will be backtick. Now type here login styles dot login card dot container. Then after this let's type here is active. If it is active then it will scale 100 and opacity will be 100. In else case it will show scale will be 90 and the opacity will be 0. Now after this create a div tag here, give class name to this div. It will be login styles dot login, or just type here login card dot card. Then inside this just type here another div tag, and let's close this div right here. Then give class name. It will be login styles dot login card dot decor 1. And now let's copy this div here, and now let's paste it again and just change it to decor 2. Now after this let's create our header. Now let's create a div tag here, give class name, and now inside this just type a login styles dot login card dot header container. Then inside this another div tag, give class name. It will be login styles dot login card dot logo container. Then inside this another div tag, give class name. It will be again login styles dot login card dot logo text. Now inside this let's create our image tag, and in src just type a logo. In alt it will be logo, and now for class name it will be, now let's give our height as 1 em. And now after this let's type a width will be auto, it will be a block. Then after this styles, and inside this style display here it will be block. Now and object fit here it will be contain. Now let's define our, after this let's first create a span, then we will be defining our logo. So type here font bold and tracking wider, and let's give a title as a car zone. Now after this let's type here import logo from, so let's type here asset slash logo car.png. So now we are gonna use this logo here. So let's close this, and now let's check. Okay, it is not showing here. So for this, let's define a use effect hook and create an arrow function. And inside this, just type here set is active will be true, and it will be done on page refresh. So now, as you can see, the card is present here. Now, after this span, now after this div, let's create a h1 tag, give class name. It will be login styles dot login card dot title. Now let's give a title here, that is premium drive. Then after this a paragraph tag, give class name. Here it will be login styles dot login card dot subtitle. Now let's give a paragraph here, that is luxury mobility experience. So now it is present here on the UI. Now after this div, let's create our form. So here let's create our form tag, and inside this form tag let's give on submit here, it will be handle submit. Then give class name, it will be login styles dot form dot container. Now let's create a div tag here, give class name, it will be login styles dot form dot input container. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be login styles dot form dot input wrapper. Then inside this another div tag and give class name, it will be login styles dot form dot input icon. And now let's give a icon here, that is fa user, give class name, and or just close this icon here. And now after this create an input tag and type here, it will be email. Then name here, it will be email. Then the value here, it will be credentials and dot email. Now after this type here on change, and it will be handle change. Then the placeholder, it will say that enter your email. Now after this it will be a required field. Then give class name to this input tag, it will be login styles dot form dot input. Now after this let's define our first, where we will be defining our handle change. So type here const handle change is equals to event and create an arrow function. Type here set credentials, here it will be previous, and it will be a dot 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 previous comma, and here just type here e dot target dot value or name is will be storing the e dot target dot value. So now after this let's define our handle submit here. So type a const handle submit is equals to event will be passed here, and create an arrow function e dot prevent default, as it will stop the page from reloading. Now after this let's type here console.log, and it will show the login data or login details on our console here, and credentials will be passed here. Then type a local storage dot set item, so it will save our auth token here. So here it will save our auth token, and the auth token will be saved as your authenticated token here. Now after this let's go back to your GitHub, and let's just copy this toast success, and let me just paste it here. So we have to install this toast, so let's search here for React Toastify and click on this first link. Now copy this command here, and now let's go to your terminal and paste it here. Now after this let's close this here, and now let's again run it here, npm run dev, and let's refresh the page here. Now as you can see it is working fine. Now let's go back, and after this let's type here const toggle password visibility is equals to create an arrow function, and type here set show password, it will be previous, and it will be an arrow function and type here not previous here. So now after this, you can see this email is present here, the email input tag. Then after this, let's copy this div and now let's paste it here. Now here, let's just change this icon to FA lock. Type here, it will get changed here that it will check the show password. If it is showing, then it will be text. Else it will be our password. Now for the name, it will be changed to password. Now for value, it will be again changed to password. Then here placeholder will change to enter your password. Now input will change, input won't change. Then after this, create a div tag and type here on click, it will be toggle password visibility and give class name. It will be login styles dot form dot password toggle. Now inside this, just type a show password. If it is showing, then it will show you this icon that is FAI slash, else it will be FAI. Now after this, let's check it here. So let me just type here something. So it is working fine here. Now after this, let's create a button tag here and now give type of this button will be submit. Then give class name to this button. It will be login styles dot form dot submit button. Now inside this, let's create a span tag, give class name. It will be login styles dot form dot button text. And let's give a text that is access premium garage. Now after this, let's create a div tag and let's close this div right here and give class name to this div. It will be login styles dot form dot button hover. Now after this form, let's create another div tag here, give class name to this div. Let's type a login styles dot sign up section. Now inside this, create a paragraph tag, give class name. It will be login styles dot sign up text. Now inside this, just type I don't have an account. Then after this, create an anchor tag and it will be redirect us to slash sign up route. Give class name to this login styles dot sign up button. And now let's just type here. Let me just type here create account. Now after this, let's go and check. First we have to paste this toast container here. So let me just paste it here and let's import our toast container first. So let me just import the toast as well as the toast container here. So import toast comma toast container from React Toastify. Now after this, let's go back here and now let me just log in it here with this ID, some password and here. So it shows our toast here and it shows that we are logged in. Now after this, on your application in your local storage, here you have saved your auth token here. So it is working all fine here. Now let's log out here and once you are logged out, again here you see that there is no auth token present here. So now let's create our sign up here. So in components, let's create our signup.jsx file and create a RAFCE here. Now in your app, let's define this route. So type a route tag, just type here route and give path here. It will be slash sign up. Then element here, it will be sign up element. Let's close this here. And now after this, let's go to sign up and here let's first type here import. Now type here sign up styles from dummy styles. So we are gonna use these CSS property for this sign up component. So let's close this and now let's type here give class name to this div. It will be sign up styles dot page container. Then after this, let's go back here and for your sign up page, go to this GitHub and copy this animate background. Now paste it here. Now after this div, create an anchor tag, give slash and give class name to this anchor tag. It will be sign up styles dot back button. Now inside this, let's give an icon, that is FA arrow left, and give class name it is text will be extra small. For smaller screen, text will be small. Group hover, it will be minus tracking from x axis will be translate from x axis will be 1. Transition transform. Now inside this, let's create a span tag, give class name, font will be medium, and text will be extra small. For smaller screen, text will be small. Now let's type a back to home. Now here, let me just refresh it. So it shows an error, that is active is not defined. Okay, so first we have to define these states here. So type here const navigate is equals to use navigate hook, and after this let's type here const type here form data comma set form data is equals to use state hook, and the value here it will be name will be stored here. We will be taking name, we will be taking here email, then after this we will be taking a password here. Now after this, let's type here const type here show password comma set show password is equals to use state hook, and the value will be false. Then type here const accept term comma set accept term is equals to use state hook, and the initial value will be false. Then type here const is active comma set is active is equals to use state hook, and the initial value will be false. Now after this, create a use effect hook and create an arrow function, and just type here set is active will be true. Now just type here. Now let's check. So it shows the back to home button here. Now let's create it. So after this anchor tag, let's create a div tag, give class name it will be backtick, and let's type here sign up styles dot sign up card dot container. Then just type here is active. If it is, then it will be, then here the scale will be 100 and opacity will be 100, else the scale will become here 90 and opacity will become 0. Now after this, create a div tag, give class name, here it will be sign up styles dot sign up card dot card. Then after this, let's type a styles, and let's give the style here, that is the box shadow will be storing this color code here. Now after this, put a comma and type here border radius, it will be 16 or 24 pixel. Then a div tag, and let's close this div tag right here. Then the class name to this div, it will be sign up styles dot sign up card dot decor1. Let's copy this div tag here and let's paste it again and change decor1 to 2. Now a card is present here. Then after this, let's create a div tag here, give class name, it will be sign up styles dot sign up card dot header container. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be sign up styles dot sign up card dot logo container. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be sign up styles dot sign up card dot logo text. Now inside this, let's create an image tag, and inside this type here logo, then an alternate, it will be logo, give class name to this image tag, it will be height will be 1 1.2 em, and width will be auto, it will be block, and object will be contain. Then this in styles, let's just type a display, it will be block. And after this, let's create a span tag. Inside this, type a font will be bold, tracking wider, and text will be white. Margin top will be 1. Then let's type a car zone. Now after this, let's define our logo. So just type here import logo from, now type here assets slash logo dot logo car dot png. So here we are gonna use this logo here. So it is present here. Now after this div, create a h1 tag and give class name, it will be sign up styles dot sign up card dot title. Now let me give a title here, that is join premium drive. Then after this, a paragraph tag, give class name, it will be sign up styles dot sign up card dot subtitle. Now let's give a paragraph here, that is create your exclusive account. Now it is present here. Then after this, let's create our form here. So let's create a div, just create a form tag here, and here inside this form tag, let's give on submit property, and it will be handle submit. Now after this, give class name to this form tag. It will be signup styles dot form dot checkbox container. Then just give a div tag, give class name. It will be signup styles dot form dot input container. Then another div tag, give class name. It will be signup styles dot form dot input wrapper. Then inside this another div tag, give class name. It will be signup styles dot form dot input icon. Now inside this, let's give an icon, that is FA user. Then give class name to this icon, that is text will be small. For smaller screen, text will be base. Now let's close this icon here. And now after this, create a input tag, and here the type here, it will be text. Name here, it will be name. Then value here, it will be form data dot name. Then let's type here on change. Here it will be handle change. And for class name here, it will be signup styles dot form dot input. In placeholder, just type here your, or just type here full name, and now it will be a required field. Then inside this styles, just type here border radius, and it will be 16 pixel. Now after this, let's just copy. First let's define our handle change. So let's type here const and paste this here, then pass an event and create an arrow function. Type here const name comma value is equals to event dot target. Then after this, type here set form data, and inside this just type here previous and create an arrow function. Type here dot 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 previous comma, and let's just type here name will be value. Name will store this value. Then after this, let's type here const handle submit is equals to, again an event will be passed here, and create an arrow function, and type here e dot prevent default, as it will stop the page from reloading. Now after this, type here if not accept terms, if the accepted terms is not ticked, then it will show a toast dot error, and inside this the error here, it will be please accept terms and condition, and it will theme here, it will be dark. Now this toast is imported here. So now after this, let's go to your GitHub again, and here let me just copy this toast.success, and now let me just paste it here. So it will show you this toast, and it will redirect us to /login. Then type a const, again the toggle password visibility, and create an arrow function, and type here set show password will be not show password. Now after this, let's scroll down, and here let me just copy this div, and let's paste it again. Here let's just change this icon to FA envelope, and here the type here, it will be changed to email. Then here the name will be changed to email. Then the value will be changed to email. Then in placeholder, let's just type here email address. Now after this, let's again paste it here, and this time the icon here, it will be FA lock. Now after this, type here, the type will be changed to show password. If it is showing, then it will be text, else it will be password. Now inside this name, just type here password. Then for the value, it will be password. Then here placeholder will change to create password. Now after this, let's create another div tag, give class name. It will be signup styles dot form dot password toggle, and inside this, first let's give a property, that is on click, and it will be toggle password visibility. So type as show password. If it is showing, then it will show you this FAI / icon. Give class name, it is text small. For smaller screen, text will be base. And let's close this icon here. And in else case, it will show you FAI. FAI and give class name to this icon. It will be text will be small, and for smaller screen, text will be base. Let me just close this here. So here, let me just check it. Let me type here. So this is working fine here. Now, after this, let's create our terms and condition. So create a div tag, give class name flex, it will be flex, then item starts and margin top will be 2. For smaller screen, margin top will be 3, and for medium screen, it will be margin top will be 4. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be flex, item center, then height will be 5 and margin top will be 0.5, and for smaller screen, margin top will be 1. Then input tag, and the type here, it will be checkbox. Then give ID here, it will be terms. Then give name here, it will be terms. Then checked is equals to accept terms. Then give on change property, it will be an arrow function, and type here set accepted terms will be not accepted terms here. Then give class name to this input tag, it will be signup_styles.form.checkbox. Now let's type here style, and inside this style just type here border box shadow, it will be none. Now another div tag here, give class name, it will be margin from left will be 2, for smaller screen it will be 3. Then text will be extra small, for smaller screen text will be small. Now let's create a label tag, and here HTML will be for terms, and give class name, it will be signup_styles.form.checkbox label. Now inside this label just type here I agree to let's create a span tag, give class name signup_styles.form.checkbox link, and now just type here terms and conditions. Now after this div, let's create our button tag and give type here of this button, it will be submit. Now give a class name, and inside this type here signup_styles.form.submit button. Now after this, first we have to type a styles also here. So give the style to this button as border radius will be 16 pixel. Then after this type here box shadow, it will be this color code here. So after this, inside this button tag, let's type here span tag, give class name to this span, it will be signup_styles.form.button text. And now inside this give an icon, that is FA check, give class name, text will be white, text will be small, and for medium screen for smaller screen first, let's type here text will be base, and for medium screen text will be large. Let's close this here and type here create account. Now another div tag, and let's close this div here. And now inside this let's give a class name, it will be signup_styles.form.button hover, and let's close this here. So here a button is present here. Let me log in here. Okay, so first we have to define this, so a toast can come. So type a div and give class name to it, that is signup_styles.signin section. Then inside this give a style property, it will be border color, it will be this color code here. Then after inside this let's create a paragraph tag, give class name, it will be sign-in text, and just type as already have an account. So here it will show you this, and it will take you to /login from this anchor tag, and give class name to it, that is signup_styles.signup button. And now inside this give a style here, and it will be border radius will be 16 pixel. then put a comma and type here box shadow. It will be this color code. Now, after this, in your anchor tag, just type here login to your account. Now, after this, let's go to your GitHub and let's just copy these lines here, and after this div, let's paste it here. So now it will show you the toast now once you are logged in here. So import it here. It is imported here. So let me just check it here. Now it shows this toast here. Let me again create an account. Now create account. So it shows a toast here and it will redirect you to login page. Now after login, you can be shown as logged in here. So let's create our contact page. Now in your components, let's create our another component, that is contact.jsx, and type here RAFCE. Now inside this, just type here contact, and now in your app.jsx, let's create another route, that is the path will be contact, and element here it will show our contact here. So let me just import the correct contact here, and let's close this here. Now let's go and create our contact. So it shows this contact here. So now after this, let's first import our styles. So type here import contact page styles as styles from dummy styles. So here we are gonna use these CSS property for our this component. So let me close this, and here inside this div, give class name, and here it will be styles dot container. Then after this, another div tag, and inside this, give class name. It will be styles dot diamond pattern. Now another div tag, and let's go to our contact page in your GitHub, and let's just copy this div and let me just paste it here. Now after this, let's create our floating particles or the floating particles background here. So after this, let's go and let me create a div here, and inside this div, let's give a class name. The class name will be styles dot floating triangles. Then after this, inside this, let's go again to our Chrome and let's just copy this array and paste it here. Now here, after this, let me refresh it, and as you can see, the background is present here. Now after this, let's define some states. So type here const form data comma set form data is equals to an use states hook, and the value here, it will be name will be stored. We will be taking name, we will be taking email, then after this we will be taking phone number, then after this card type here, it will be empty, then after this the message will be taken here. Now after this, let's type a const active field comma set active field, and is equals to a use state hook, and here the initial value will be null. Now after this, type here const handle change is equals to, pass an event here and create an arrow function. Type here const name comma value is equals to event dot target. Now after this, let's type a set form data, and inside this, let's type a previous, create an arrow function, and now inside this, just type here dot 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 previous comma, and here just type a name will be storing the value here. Now after defining the handle change, let's type here const handle focus is equals to the field will be passed here and create an arrow function. Now just type here set active field will be field. Now after this, type here const handle blur is equals to create an arrow function, and inside this just type here set active field will be null. Now after this, let's go here. So here we will be creating our handle submit, which will have the WhatsApp web API. So let me just copy this handle submit function here and paste it here. Here it will have this WhatsApp web API and it will store this data here. So now after this, let's create our title. So let me just create a div tag here. Inside this, create a class name and give it will be styles.content. Then another div tag, give class name. It will be styles.title container. Then after this, a h1 tag, give class name. It will be styles.title. Then after this, type here contact us or type here contact our team. Now here it is present here, contact our team. Then after this, let's create another div tag and let's just close this div right here and give class name to this div. It will be styles.divider. Now after this, let's create a paragraph tag, give class name. It will be styles.subtitle. Then let's give a paragraph here. So type I have questions about our premium fleet. Our team is ready to assist with your car rental needs. Now after this div, create another div tag, give class name. Here it will be styles.card container. Then another div tag, give class name. It will be styles.infocard. Then another div tag and give class name to this div. It will be styles.infocard circle1. So let's copy this here and let's paste it again. Change it to 2. Now after this, another div tag, give class name. It will the position here, it will be relative. Then after this, z index will be 10. Then space from y axis will be 5. Then create a h2 tag, give class name. It will be styles.info title. Now let me give a icon here first, that is fa map market alt, and give class name to this icon, styles.info icon. Let me close this icon here and now type here r information. Now after this, create another div tag, give class name. It will be styles.info item container. Now let's go back to your GitHub and here let me just copy these 3 lines here and paste it here. Now after this, let's first import these icons here. So here the envelope and the clock will be imported from React icons. Now after this, type a .map function and inside this type a info and index and create an arrow function. Now create a div tag and inside this, give key will be index and give class name. It will be styles.info item. Now after this, create another div tag, give class name. Here it will be styles.in icon container and inside this, the icon will be passed here as info.color. Now let's pass here info.icon and give class name here. It will be icon is equals to 0. In that case, it will be, let me just correct it here, text green 400. Let me correct the brackets here. Let me just make it as curly braces and now let me just type here else. It will be text orange 400 and text will be large. And let me just add a text large here also. Text will be large here also. Now after this, create another div tag and a h3 tag and give class name to this heading tag, that is styles.info label. And now let's just pass here info.label here. Now after this, a paragraph tag, give class name. It will be styles.info value and let's pass here the info.value here. Now and after this, type here I is equals to 2 and let's create a span tag here and inside the span tag, give class name. It will be block text gray 500 and let's just close this span tag here and inside this just type a Sunday. It will be 10 a.m. and it will be 6 p.m. Now after this, let's go and check here. So now our information is present here Now after this, let's go back here and create another div tag, and here give class name, it will be styles dot offer container. Then another div tag and give class name flex item center. Then let's give an icon here, fa calendar alt, and give class name, it will be styles dot offer icon. And let's close this here and create a span tag. Inside this, give class name, it will be styles dot offer title. And here let's give the title as special offers. Now after this, a paragraph tag, give class name, it will be styles dot offer text. And let's give a paragraph here, that is book for 3+ days and get 10% discount. Now it is present here, the special offer. Then after this, let's go here, and after this div, let's create our form card. Now create a div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot form card. Then another div tag and give class name, it will be styles dot form circle 1. And now let's copy this div here and paste it here and change it 1 to 2. Now after this, another div tag, and now give class name here, it will be margin bottom will be 4. Then h2 tag, give class name to this heading tag, it will be styles dot form title. And let's give the title here. First give the icon here, io send, and let's import this icon first. So here let's just type here import. Inside this, just paste it here, and from React icons /io. Now let's go here, and now inside this icon, let's give a class name here, and let me just type a styles dot info icon. Just add a s here, and here just add a s here to this icon. So now after this, let's go and check here on your UI. This icon is present here. Now after this, let's type here send your inquiry. Now a paragraph tag, give class name, it will be styles dot form subtitle, and let's give a paragraph that is fill out the form, and we will get back to you promptly. Then after this div, let's create a form tag, and inside this form tag, just type here on submit, it will be a handle submit. Now give class name to this form, it will be styles dot form. Then now create a div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot form grid. Then inside this, let's go back to your GitHub, and let me just copy this here and paste it here. Now after this, let me just close this. Now after closing this, let's first import these icons here. So envelope is already imported, the phone, the car, and the user will be imported here. Now after importing these icons, let's go and check. So here it is working fine. Now after this, just type here return, and inside this return, create a div tag, give here key property, it will be field. Then give class name to this div, it will be styles dot input container. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot info card info item, or type here input icon. And inside this, just type here react dot create element, and inside this creation of element, it will create on icons with a particular field. So here we have these icons present. Now after this div, let's just type here field is not equals to car type. Then in that case, we will be typing here input tag, and the type of this input tag will be, let me just close it and type a field, and the field is equals to email. If it is equals to email, it will be email, else it will be field equals to phone number, then it will be phone number. Then in else case, it will be, let me just change it to tell. In else case, just type here text, and here let me just type here else, not question mark. Now give name property, and here it will be field. Now after this, the value here, it will be form data, and inside this type an array, that is field. Then on change, it will be handle change. Then after this, on focus, and now inside this create an arrow function here. Now after this, just type a handle focus, and it will be on that particular field. Then after this, on blur, it will be handle blur. Now after this, type here required, so these fields must be required here. And for placeholder, it will be placeholder, and inside this for the fields here. Now after this, give class name to this input tag, that is styles dot input, and inside this input just type a active field is equals to field. So now in else case, just type here our select tag, and in select tag, just let me just remove this, and inside this name just type here car type, and the value here, it will be form data, and inside this type here dot car type. Then after this, type here on change, it will be handle change. Then type here on focus, and just create another arrow function and type a handle focus, and for the particular field. Then after this, type here on blur, it will be handle blur. Then after this, it will be required, and give class name to the select tag, it will be styles dot select, and it will be selecting the active field is equals to field. Now here, as you can see, this is present here. So let's create our select tag here. So now inside this, just create an option tag, and here just type here select car type. Now after this, inside this, let's just type here, first go to your GitHub again, and let's just copy this, and here let's paste it here. Now after this, type a dot map function, and now inside this type an option and create an arrow function. Now after this, create a option tag, and here the value will be option. Then key here, it will be option. Then give class name, it will be background gray 800, and cursor pointer. Now after this, just pass here the option here. Now after this, as you can see, the options are present here. Now after this, let's create our another div tag and give class name to this div. The position will be relative. Then another div, give class name, it will be styles dot text area icon. And now let's give an icon here, fa commit, and let's close this icon here. Then after this, type a text area tag, and now inside this text area, let's remove this, and in name type a message. Then value here, it will be form data dot message, and here on change, it will be handle change again. Then after this, let's type here on focus, create an arrow function here, and it will be handle focus, and it will be done on our message field. Then after this, type here on blur, it will be handle blur. Then after this field is required also. Then the rows here, it will be 3 rows. Then after this, give placeholder here, it will be tell us about your rental needs. Now after this, give a class name to the text area tag, it will be styles dot text area, and inside this just type a active field is equals to message. So now after this, let's create a button tag here, and the type of this button, it will be submit type. Then give class name to this button tag, it will be styles dot submit button. Now inside this button, just type a send message, and give an icon here, that is fa WhatsApp, and give class name to this icon, it will be styles dot WhatsApp icon, and let's close this here. Now after this, let's check it here. first let's just copy this, and here it is present here. Then after this, let's paste it here. Now let me go back here, and now let me fill these details here. Select this type and send the message. So it will take us to the WhatsApp here with the message stored in it. Now let me close this, and here let's go back, and inside this home let's create our contact page.jsx, and inside this type here RAFCE, and inside this div let's import our navbar here. Then after this let's import our footer, and inside this let's import our contact page here. So type here contact will be imported here, and in your app.jsx just change this to contact page, and let's remove this, and now you can see the navbar is present here. So this is all working fine. Now it is responsive till now for the any devices. So now let's create our cars page. So for creating our cars page, let's create a route tag. Give path will be cars, and here the element here it will be. So in components, let's create our element that is cars.jsx and type here RAFCE. And now in your pages, let's create a page that is cars page.jsx and type here RAFCE. And here let's import our navbar again, and then import our footer, and insert middle import our cars page. Now after this let's go and let's import our car page here. Now after importing this, let's close this, and now let's create our cars. So just type a car, and the car is present here. So now let's create our car here. Now after this let's type here import. So we are gonna import our car page styles from dummy styles. So here we are gonna use these CSS property for this component. Now after this let's import our dummy data, that is car data. Cars data from it will be coming from assets/cars data, and here we are gonna use these dummy data. So now after this let's give a class name to this div. It will be car page styles dot page container. Then after this let's create our main content. So here let's create another div tag here, and now give class name to this div. It will be again car page styles dot content container. Then another div tag, give class name. It will be car page styles dot header container. Then after this another div tag, and give class name to this div. It will be car page styles dot header decoration. And now let me just close this div right here. Now after this let's create a h1 tag, give class name to this heading tag. It will be car page styles dot title. Then let's give the title here, that is premium car collections. Now after this let's create a paragraph tag, give class name. It will be car page styles dot subtitle. And now let's give a paragraph here, that is discover exclusive fleet of luxury vehicle. Each car is maintained and ready for your journey. Now on your UI, as you can see, it is present here. So after this let's create another div tag, and in this give class name. It will be car page styles dot grid container. Then after this let's pass here the cars data, and it will be dot map method, and inside this we will be mapping our car. Create an arrow function here, and now inside this another div tag, and give here key property. It will be car dot id. Then give class name to this div. It will be car page styles dot car card. Then after this another div tag, and let's close this div right here. Then give class name to this div. It will be car page styles dot glow effect, and let's close this here. Then after this another div tag here, give class name to this div. It will be car page styles dot image container. Then inside this another div tag, and let's close this div right here. And now after this inside this div give class name. It will be car let me just remove it and just type here the position will be absolute, insert 0 and z index will be 10. Now after this image tag, and in source it will be car dot image will be passed here, in alternate it will be car dot name here. Then give class name to this image tag, it will be car page styles dot car image. Now here as you can see the 12 cars images are present here. Now after this image tag, create another div tag and give class name to it. It will be car page styles dot price badge. Then after this let's type here car dot price and it will be per day. Then after this create another div tag. Here give class name, it will be car page styles dot car content, that is cart content. And now let me create another div tag, give class name, it will be car page styles dot header row. Then another div tag here and h3 tag, give class name to this heading tag, it will be car page styles dot car name. Now here let's pass here the car dot name here. Then after this a paragraph tag, give class name to this paragraph, it will be car page styles dot car type, and let's just pass here the car dot type here. Now after this create a div tag here, give class name to this div, it will be car page styles dot specification grid, and after this another div tag and give class name, it will be car page styles dot specification item, and after this another div tag, give class name, it will be car page styles dot specification icon container, and inside this let's give the icon here, that is this, and give class name to this icon, it will be text sky 400. Now let me just check here. So the icon is present here with the type here, so this is working fine here. Now after this let's create a span tag, give class name to this span, or don't give this class name, just type here cars.seat and type here seats, so it will pass the seats here. Let's just copy this and let's paste it here. Here let's change the seat will be changed to fuel and remove the seat from here. Now let's change this icon here, that is it will be FA gas pump, and change this color here, it will be Ember 400. Now after this div again paste it here and let's change this icon here, it will be this icon and it will be the color code here, it will be Emerald 400. Let me just remove it here and type here car dot mileage will be passed here. Make the Emerald spelling correct here. Now as you can see these details are coming here. Now after this again paste it here, and this time just change this to premium here, and this icon will be changed to FA shield alt, and the color here it will change to purple. Now this is present here for all the cars here. So now after this let me just here create a const navigate is equals to a use navigate hook, and now let me scroll down here and just after this div create a button tag here, and inside this button tag type here on click property, create an arrow function and type here navigate, and it will navigate us to backtick slash car slash, and it will take to our car.id, that is for that particular car it will open it. Then type here state, and state it will be car will be passed here. Now after this give class name to this button, it will be car page styles dot book button. Now inside this just to create a span tag, inside this span give class name, it will be car page styles dot book text, and now type here book now. Now after this book now let me just pass an icon here, that is FA arrow right, and give class name to this icon, it will be car page styles dot button icon. Let's just close it. So this book now button is present here. Now after this create another div tag, give class name, it will be car page styles dot decor1, and let's just copy this div and now paste it again here and change it to decor2. Now after this, so our car page is completed. So let's go back here, and in components let's create another component, that is car details dot JSS, and type here RFCE. Now after this, in pages, let's create a page, that is car detail page.jsx, and type here RFCE inside this also. And here let's import our car detail page here. So now in your app.jsx, first let's create our protected route, so that a user has to log in to access this URL or this route here. So type a const protected route and pass here the children and create an arrow function, and type here const location is equals to use location hook. Then after this, just type here const auth token is equals to local storage dot get item, so it will fetch the token from our local storage. Then after this, if the token is not found, in that case it will return us, so it will navigate us to, let me type a navigate, and it will navigate us to it will be take us to login page, and it will be replaced, and state here it will pass here the from, and it will pass the location dot path name. So wherever we are, it will navigate us to /login if we are not logged in, if we don't have this auth token, and it will return the children here. Now after creating this, let me just type here const show button comma set show button and is equals to a use state hook, and the here initial value will be false. Then type here const location is equals to again a use location hook. Then after this, type here a use effect hook and create an arrow function, and inside this just type here window dot scroll to, and here it will just give the property of top here it will be 0, then left here it will be 0, and here the behavior, let me correct this bracket here, okay, and here also we don't need this bracket, let me just close it outside it, and inside the behavior it will be smooth, so it will take us to on top each time we reload our page, and it will done on location dot path name. Then after this, let's create our show and hide, let me type a hide button on screen on scroll. So here a scroll button will be shown here, so create a use effect hook, and inside this type here const handle scroll is equals to an arrow function, and type here set show button, it will be window dot scroll from y-axis is greater than 300, then in that case it will be window dot add event listener, and it will add a scroll event listener for handle scroll, and it will return and create an arrow function, and type here window dot remove event listener, and it will remove scroll, and after this pass here the handle scroll here. Now after this, each time we reload our page here, then type here const scroll up is equals to create an arrow function, and inside this just type here window dot scroll to, and it will scroll us to top, here it will be 0 again, and now let me put a comma and type here behavior, it will be smooth. So now after this, let's create the route here, and the path here it will be car / id semicolon id, and inside this the element here it will be calling the car detail page here. And now let's wrap our car detail page into the protected route. So let me just type here protected route, and inside this just pass this car detail page. Now after this, let's show a button here. So here let's create a button tag here, and inside this button tag just type here on click, and now inside this just type here scroll up and give class name to this button, it will be fixed, then cursor pointer, then bottom here it will be 8, then right here it will be 8, then after this type here padding will be 3, rounded full, PG gradient to R from orange 600 to orange 700. Now after this, text will be white and shadow will be large, then transition colors, then focus, here the focus will be on, outline will be none. Then after this, just type here area label, it will be scroll up button or scroll to top button. So let me give the icon here, that is FA arrow up, and the size of this icon here, it will be 20. Let me close this icon here. Now on your UI here, our button is present here. Once I click on it, it will take us to top of this page. So this button is present for all the pages, that is for contact and cars here. So here in cars, now let's check the functionality for our book now button. So here, let me just log out here first. So we can access it until we are logged out. So let me log out here. So it will show you that you have to first log in here. So let me log in here, and after the login you can access this page here. So this functionality is also working fine. So let's create our car detail page here. Let me first close all these pages here, and now here let's import our this CSS class here. So type car details styles. So here we are gonna use these CSS for our this car detail component, and after this let's type here import. So we are gonna import the dummy data, that is cars data. So here we are gonna using these data for our car detail here. So now after this, now give class name to this div. It will be car details styles dot page container. And inside this, let's create our main content. Now after this, create a div tag here. Give class name. It will be again car details page styles dot content container. Then inside this, let's type here toast container. Then after this, create a button tag here. Give on click property. It will be an arrow function, and type here navigate, and it will navigate us to -1. So let's import this navigate here. So type here navigate, and from it will be from React router DOM. Then after this, let's type here const, or just type here first let's import our ID first. So it will be from use params. Then after this, type here const location, and in location just type here use location hook. Then after this, type here const navigate. So we are gonna use this navigate from use navigate hook. So let me just remove this navigate here from here, and this navigate will also change to small navigate. Now after this navigation, let's go back to your GitHub, and let me just copy this code given below, and let me paste it here. So now after this, just type here const form data comma set form data now is equals to a use state hook, and the value will be initial form. Now after this, here for this today's date, it will only be accessible, as the previous date won't be accessible. Only future date will be accessible. Now here we have this initial form. Now after this, just type here const active field comma set active field is equals to a use state hook, and the initial value here it will be null. Now after this, let's create our handle input change. So this function will be created here. So type here const handle change, handle input change is equals to pass an event here, create an arrow function, type here const name comma value is equals to event dot target. Now after this, type here set form data, and inside this type here fd, and create an arrow function, and type here dot 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 fd comma, and inside this just type here name, will have the value here. Now after this, let's create our another function, that is the calculation function. So it will calculate our total here. So type here const calculate total is equals to an arrow function, and type here const pickup date comma return date. These both details will be coming from the form data. Then after this, if pickup date and return date, if both are present, then in that case just type here const days is equals to math dot max function, and inside this just type here 1 comma, and type here again math dot seal and it will seal the value as the new date, and it will be return date minus new date, and inside this just type here the pickup date. So it will be and divided by, and it will give the value here, that is 1000 into 60 into 60 into 24. So now it will give you this days number, and the days will be returned, and it will multiply by the car dot price here. So and it will return the car dot price here. So here after this calculation it will show you the total price here. So now let me copy this handle submit function here, and let me just paste it here. Then after this let's go to your contact.jsx and copy these two functions here, and after this paste it here. Then after this, here inside this button tag, let's first import our toast here. So the toast has been also imported here. So now after this, inside this button tag just type here give class name property to this button. It will be car details styles dot back button. And now let me just give an icon here, that is FA arrow left, and give class name to this icon. It will be car details styles dot back button icon. Now here on this page, let me check. So it says use effect is not defined. Okay, we have to define this use effect here. So let's import this use effect. Now after this, let's check. So a back button is present here. Once click, it takes us back here. So now after this button, create a div tag here, give class name. It will be car details styles dot main layout. Then after this another div tag, give class name. It will be car details styles dot left column. Then after this another div tag, give class name. It will be again car details styles dot image image carousel. Then after this image tag, and in src it will be car images, and it will take the current image. Then after this in alt here it will be car dot name, and give class name to this image. It will be car details styles dot car images, or type a car image. So here the particular car has been shown here. Now after this just type a car images dot length is greater than 1, and let's create a div tag here, give class name. It will be car details styles dot carousel indicator. Then let's pass here the car images dot map function, and now we are gonna map underscore comma index and create an arrow function. Create a button tag here. Now inside this button tag, give key property. It will be index, and give on click property. It will be an arrow function. Just type here set current image. It will be index, and give class name to this. It will be car details styles dot carousel indicator, and it will be done on index is equals to current image. Now after this create a div tag here, give class name. It will be car details styles dot car name. Now inside this just type here car dot name will be passed here. Change this div to h1 tag. So let me just type a h1 here, and h1 will be closed here. Then a paragraph tag, give class name. It will be car details styles dot car price, and here let me just copy this rupees sign here and paste it here. Just type a car dot price here. Then it will be a span tag, give class name. It will be car details styles dot price per day, and type here per day. Now another div tag, give class name. It will be car details styles dot specification grid. Then let's just go, and again on your GitHub let me just copy these 4 lines here. Now after this let me paste it here. Then let's just import these icons here first. So these icons will be coming from the React icons here. Let me import this check circle also. Then after this type a dot map function and type a specification comma index and create an arrow function. And now inside this create a div tag here. Now Inside this, give key property, it will be index, give class name, it will be card details styles dot specification card. Then after this, type here specification dot icon and give class name to this icon, it will be backtick, and type here specification dot color and type here card details styles dot specification icon, and let's close this icon here. Then after this, let's create a paragraph tag, give class name, it will be card details styles dot special label. Then type here, let's pass here the specification dot label here. Then after this paragraph, create another paragraph tag, give class name, it will be card details styles dot specification lib value. Then let's pass the specification dot value. Now after this, let's create our about us section. So create a div tag, give class name, it will be card details styles dot about section. Then another h1 h2 tag and give class name, it will be card details styles dot about title, and let's give the title here, that is about this car. Then create a paragraph tag, give class name, it will be card details styles dot about text, and let me give a paragraph here, that is experience luxury in car in the car dot name with its transmission label, and let's pass here the car dot seat also. Then put a comma and type here every journey is exceptional. So here these things is present here. Now after this paragraph, let's create another paragraph tag and give class name to this paragraph, it will be car details styles dot about text. Then let's pass here the car dot description, or if the description is not present, it will show you this description here. So now as this description is present, it shows this, else it will show you this description. Then after this, let's create our right side of this. Let's create a div tag, give class name, it will be car details styles dot right column. Then after this another div tag, give class name, it will be car details styles dot booking card. Then after this create a h2 tag, give class name, it will be car details styles dot booking title. Now let's give the title here, that is reserve a span tag, give class name, it will be text will be transparent bg clip text, then bg gradient to right, and from orange 400 to orange 500. Now let me just give us inside this span, just type here your drive, and now after this create a paragraph tag, give class name, it will be car details styles dot booking subtitle, and let me give a paragraph, that is fast and mid dot, then secure. Then let's just copy this mid dot here and paste it here. Then after this type here easy. So now on UI these things are present on right side. Then after this paragraph, create a form tag, and inside this form tag just type here on submit property, it will be handle submit. Then give class name to this form tag, it will be car details styles dot form. Then let's create a div tag, give class name, it will be car details styles dot grid 2. Then another div tag, give class name, and it will be flex column. Then a label tag, and in HTML it will be for pickup date, give class name to this label, it will be car details styles dot form label, and inside this label just pass this pickup date here. And now after this create a div tag, give class name, it will be car details styles dot input container, and inside this just pass the active field is equals to pickup date. Now let me just create another div tag, give class name, it will be car details styles dot input icon, and let's give an icon here, that is FA calendar alt. And now after this create a input tag, and inside this input tag type of this tag will be date, then ID here it will be pickup date, Then in name it will be again the pickup date. Then for minimum it should be of today, as today will be. Then let me just give on change property outside this. So type here on change, it will be handle input change. Then after this type here on focus, it will be an arrow function, and type here handle focus. And now let's just focus on pickup date. Then on blur, type here handle blur will be passed here. It will be a required field. Give class name to this input tag. It will be car details styles dot input field. Now after this, let's go and check here. So our input field has been present here. Now let's just copy this div, and after this div, let's paste it again here. Change this pickup date to return date, and copy this return date and change it everywhere. Let me change this here also. Change name will be changed also, ID will be changed also. Then here let's type here return here. Then for minimum it should be form date dot pickup date. So it must be after this pickup date, not before that. Now after this, again let's copy this div, and after this div paste it here. Let me just remove this HTML for, and let me change it to pickup location, and now change this to our pickup location. Then this icon will be changed also to FA map market alt, and this type here it will be text. Now let me just copy this and paste it here in ID, and ID will be removed here, and name will be changed here, and here it will be changed too. Then for minimum it must be removed here, and give placeholder for this. It will be enter pickup location, and let me just type a value also here. It will be form data dot pickup location. Now change this class name to text input field. Now after this, let's copy this div, and now after this let me just paste it here. Here let me just change this pickup location to full name, and here this will be changed to full, it will be changed to name only. Then after this, let's change this icon to FA user. Then the name here will be changed to name. Then type here your full name for the placeholder. Value will be changed to name. Then on focus it will be again changed to name. Then after this, again paste it here, and this time again just type here email address here. Now after this, in type here email here, and change this icon to FA envelope, and type here it will convert to email. Name here it will be convert to email also. Let in placeholder just type here your email, and here the value will be changed to email again, and for on focus it will be email. Now let's check. So here these things are present here. Now after this, go back, and after this again let's paste it here, and here just change it to phone number. Now in phone number, let me just change it to phone. Now let's change the icon to FA phone. Then after this, type of this it will be tel. Then name here it changed to phone here. Placeholder it will be changed to your phone here, or phone number here. Then after this, for your value it will be changed to, let me change it to phone here. Then after this, on focus it will be changed to for phone here, for phone field. Then after this, let's go back and let's just copy this div here and paste it here. So here it will show you the rating here according to the date selected, and it will show you the pricing here. So now after pasting this div, let's just go and let's create our button tag here. Inside this type of this button it will be submit. Give class name to this button tag. It will be car details styles dot submit button. And now inside this, let's give an icon here. that is FA credit card. Give class name, margin will be right 2, group hover scale will be 110, then transition transform, and let's close this. Create a span tag and type here confirm booking. Now we have completed our car details page, so let me close this. We have completed our front end now, so let me just check it here. Let me type this and confirm booking, and as I click on confirm booking, it will be shown on console also, as well as a toast is seen here. Now let's check the responsiveness of this page. So it is responsive for all screen sizes. Now after this, let me go back here and let's check this for home page. It is responsive. For our contact page, it is responsive, and for this car, it is also responsive for any devices, that is mobile, laptop, or any smaller or bigger screen. So let me again fill this password here, and our toast is seen here, and now we can access here our car page. So here it take us to this route. Let me just change this location here, so it will only take us to slash. So let me again log out here and log in first, and after this toast is seen, it take us to our home page. So it is working fine. Now after this, we have completed our front end. Now let's create a folder for our backend here. Then in backend, let's create a file, that is our server.js file for our entry point. So here in your terminal, let's split this terminal here and type here the cd backend here. Then after this, let's type here npm init to initialize our backend here. So the package name will be same, the entry point will be same. Then type here yes and enter. Now our package.json file is created here. Now here let me just remove this test command here, and now here let's install the multiple dependencies here. So let's type here npm install bcrypt. Bcrypt is used for hashing the password and comparing them. Then comes the body parser that acts as a middleware for the incoming request. Then comes our CORS that enables cross origin platform sharing. Then comes our .env that helps in creating and loading the .env file. Then comes our Express, that is our web framework. Then comes our helmet, that is the security middleware. Then after this comes our JSON web token that helps in creating and generating and verifying the JWT token. Then comes our Mongoose that is an ODM library for the MongoDB. Then comes our Multer that acts as a middleware for uploading the images. Then comes our MERN that also a middleware for the login part. Then comes our Navbar that automatically restarts your server each time you make changes here. Then comes our Stripe that is a payment gateway. Then comes our validator that helps in validating whether it is an email or not. Now as you can see, these dependencies are present here. Now after this, let's type here type of this. It will be changed to module, as it will convert it to ES6 module, and start it will be node mon. Now in our here you can see this node modules package has been created here, and in server.js let's type here import express from our express package. Now type here import CORS from CORS package. Then after this, type here import .env from .env package. Then after this, let's type here const app is equals to express. Then after this, type here const port. So here we are gonna define our port. So our port will be 5000. So our server will be running on our localhost 5000. Then .env.config for our environment variable file. Then here we are gonna create our middlewares. Here we are gonna create our routes, and here our project will listen to this here. So in our middleware, let's type a app.use, type a CORS. So it will enable our cross sharing. Then after this type here app.use, type here express.json. Then after this type here app.use, and here we are gonna type here express.url encoded, and inside this let's pass here extended. Here it will become true. Then our app.get, so it will get on our slash, so we are gonna get our request comma response and create an arrow function and type here response.send, and it will show that API working on our Chrome browser for our port here. Then after this type here app.listen, so here our project will listen to our port, and now create an arrow function, and inside this type here console.log, and here let's log our backtick. Type here server started, then type here the URL, that is http://localhost : our port number. Now in our terminal type here npm start, and now it will show you this port here, that it is server started on localhost 5000. So let me click on this, so it shows that API working. Now after this let's create our folder structure. So let's create our models folder, then let's create our controller folder for writing the function here. Then let's create our config for our MongoDB, then our middleware folder. Then after this let's create our routes folder. Then let's create a .env file for as an environment variable file. So here in config let's create our db.js file here. Then type here import mongoose from mongoose package. Then let's type here export const connect db is equals to, it will be an async function, and now create an arrow function and type here await keyword mongoose.connect, and now let's go to our Chrome. Now here search for our MongoDB. Now click on this first link. Now here sign in with your Google here. So if you don't have the account, you can sign up using the Google. So now let me sign in here. Now after the sign is done, let me create a new project. So here click on new project. Let me give the name of the project. In my case it will be car rental. Now click on next. Now create project here. Now it will take some time here. Now after this click on create cluster, then here select free here, then after this click on create deployment. Now here we have to give the password. Don't use @ here, or never use @ here. So let's create our database and then choose a connection method drivers, and here let's copy this string here, and here let me paste it here. Then after the slash let me give the name as project car rental. Then after this here click on done. Then in our network access here click on edit and click on allow access from anywhere and confirm it. Now again it will take some time to show the status as active, so let's wait till then. Now after this let's go to our cluster and click on, let me first run this here. So let me type here .then method, and now inside this create an arrow function here and type here console.log, and here we are gonna log here the db connected. Now after this in our server.js let's call our connect db here. So type here connect db and make it a function here. Now make the import part correct, so it will show you that db connected and server started on localhost 5000. Now after this let's create our first model, that is the user model.js file. Now inside this let's type here import mongoose from mongoose package, then type here const user schema is equals to new schema, that is the mongoose.schema. So here we are gonna define our, we are gonna take name. So name, the type of the name, it will be string type. Then it will be required here, it will be true. Then after the name we are gonna take the email here. So for email, the type of the email here, it will be again true. It will be string. Then here the required, it will be true. It will also have a unique property so that a particular email can only be registered only a one time. Then we are gonna take the password here. The type of this password here, it will be again string. Then after this, it will be required as true. Now after this, we are gonna take a timestamp here. So let's type a timestamp, it will be true. Then after this, let's type a const user model is equals to mongoose dot model, and after this, let me give the name as user, or it will be mongoose dot model, and inside this, let's type a user and pass the user schema here. Now after this, let's type a export default our user model. Now after this, we have defined our user model. So let's go to our controller, and inside this, let's create our user controller.js file. Now inside this, let's type here import. So we are gonna import our mongoose from mongoose package, then import our user from our model slash user model.js file. Then after this, let's create our register function. So here we are gonna define our register function here. So let's type here export a async function, and the name of this function here, it will be register user. Then after this, or just type here register, then take request comma response, and now create a try catch block, and inside this try block, let's type here const name string, and here type request dot body. So this name will be coming from request dot body dot name, and name will be equals to our string request dot body dot name. So this name will be coming from our request dot body. Then after this, type here const email raw is equals to string, and here type here request dot body dot email. So this email raw will be coming from the request dot body again, and it will be a trim method here to cut this email. Then type here email is equals to, we are gonna use the validator dot normalize email. So let's define our validator here. So type here import validator from our validator package. So we are gonna import our validator from our validator package. Then we are gonna normalize our email raw here, or it will be email raw to lowercase here. Then type here const password is equals to, again it will be string, then it will be request dot body dot password, or it will be empty string dot. So now we have defined our all these four things here. Then after this, if the name is not found, or email is not found, or the password is not present, in that case it will return a response dot status, and the status here, it will be 400, that dot json method, and inside this, let me just type here the success here, it will become our false, and the message here, it will say that all fields are required. So here, if any of these fields are not filled or are empty, so it will show this error. Then if validator dot is email is not email, if the email is not the email, then again it will return response dot status, and the status, it will be 400 dot json method, and inside this again the success here, it will become false, and the message here, it will become that the invalid email. So the email must be a valid email. Then if the password dot length is less than 8, then it will return the response dot status, it will be 400 dot json method, and then here the success here, it will become again false, and the message here, it will say that that the password must be at least of 8 characters. So if the password length is less than 8, it will show you this error. So now after validating these all three things, then type here const exist. So if the user exists, then await. So we are gonna fetch that exist user using the find one, and we are gonna find it using this email, as our email is unique. Dot lean method here. Then after this type here if the user exists, then again it will return response dot status, and this time the status will be 409 dot json method, and inside this let's type a success here. It will become false, and the message here it will say user already exists. So if the user already exists, then we can't create the user, or we can't register that particular user. Then after this type here const new id is equals to new mongoose dot types dot object id, and inside this we are gonna create the new id. Then type here const hashed password is equals to await keyword bcrypt. So let's import this bcrypt here. So let me type here import bcrypt from our bcrypt.bcrypt.js package. Then after this await bcrypt.hash password. So we are gonna hash password by adding a salt of 10 digit. Then after this type here const user is equals to new user dot, and inside this new user will store the MongoDB ID, and it will be stored as the new ID here. Then after this it will store the name, it will store our email, and it will store our password, and password will store as the hash password. Now after this let's type here await keyword and type here user dot save method. So it will save it inside our MongoDB here. So now after this let's type here const token is equals to create token function. So inside this we are gonna pass the id here, that is the new id dot toString, and now after this return the response dot status. If the token is created, it will be 201 dot json method, and here the success here it will become true, and the message here it will say that is account created successfully. Now after this let's type here token will be passed here, the token, and after this there will be a user passing here. So the user will have the id which will be user.mongodb id, then name here, and it will contain the user.name here. Then after this it will have our email, and the email will contain our user.email. Now after creating this response, let's create our create token function here. So let's create our token function. So let's type here const token underscore expires in. So our token will expire in 24 hours. Then after this type here const jwt underscore secret is equals to, it will be our your underscore secret jwt secret here. Then after this type here const create token is equals to, we are gonna pass the user id here and create an arrow function, and now type here const secret is equals to jwt secret. Then after this if secret is not found, if the secret is not found, then it will throw a new error, and the error will say that is the jwt secret is not defined on the server. So if the jwt is not defined here, it will show you this error. Then let's import our jwt from JSON web token package. Now after this let's return our jwt.sign method, and here inside this we are gonna sign this user id will be stored in the id. Then it will have the secret mixed with it and the expires in also, that is it will store the token expires in. So now after creating our token here, let's go back here, and in case of any error, that is the error, so just type here console.error, and inside this let's pass the error as the register error and pass the error here. Then if the error dot code is equals to 11,000, then in that case it will return response dot status, and the status here it will be 409.json method, and inside this the success here it will become false here. Then put a comma and type here the message here, it will just say that is the user already exists. And then in else block it will just return response.status, it will be 500.json method, and inside this the success here again it will become false here, and the message it will say that is server error. So now we have completed our catch block also here. Now after this let's create our another function, that is our login function. So here let's type here export async function, and the name of the function here it will be login. We are gonna take request comma response, and now let's create our try catch block here. Now here inside our try block, let me type here, let me first copy these lines here and let me just paste it here. Now after this, here we are just getting this email and password, and here we don't need this name here, so we are gonna check for this email and password here. Then type here use const user is equals to await keyword, and we are gonna find one user. So if we are gonna find it using this email again, and if the user is not found, that if the user is not found here, then it will return response.status, and the status here it will be 400.json method, and inside this the success here it will become false, and the message here it will say that the user does not exist or the invalid email or password. If the user does not exist, it will show you this error. Then type here const is match is equals to await keyword, and here let's type here bcrypt dot compare. So here we are gonna compare the password with the user dot password, that the password entered by the user here. Now if is match is not happening, that is if the password is not matched, then it will again return a response.status, and this time the status will be 401.json method, and inside this the success here it will become false again, and the message here it will say that is invalid ID, email ID or the password here. Then after this let's type here const token is equals to jwt dot sign method, and inside this let's pass the ID as the user dot MongoDB ID mixed with our jwt underscore secret, and it will expire in our 24 hours. Now after this let's type here return, and now type here ers.status, that is response.status, it will be 200, and the success here it will become true, and the message here it will become that the login successful here. Now after this we are gonna pass the token here. Then for the user it will be ID, and it will store the user.mongodb ID. Then the name here it will store our user.name, that is the username. Then after that it will store the email as the user.email. Now after this, in case of catch block, let me just type here console.error. If the error is found here, it will catch it and pass the error, login error, and pass the error here. Then after this type here return response.status, and the status here it will be 500.json method, and let's type here the success here it will become false, and the message here it will say that is server error. Now after this we have created our this, so let's create our middleware, that is auth.js file. Then here let's type here import JWT from our JSON web token package. Then after this type here import user from our model/user model.js file. Then type here const. So let me just go to our user controller and copy this JWT secret line and paste it here, as it has to be similar for the both things. Then after this type here export default and async function. Now inside this, the name of the function here, it will be auth middleware. Then we are gonna take request comma response and next here. Then after this, let's type here const auth header is equals to, so this auth header will be getting from our request dot headers dot authorization. So it will be coming from there. Then if the auth header is not found, if the header is not found, or the auth header dot, it will starts with our bearer and a space, then in that case it will be a return response.status, and it will show you the status as 401.json method, and inside this the success here, it will become false. Then the message here, it will say that is not authorized or the token is missing. So we are gonna get this token from our auth header. Then after this, let's type here const token is equals to auth header dot split. So we are gonna split the token with a space. After this bearer, we are gonna pass this token. Let's create a try catch block, and now inside our try block type here const payload is equals to a JWT dot verify. So we are gonna verify our token with our JWT secret. Then after this type here const user is equals to await keyword user dot. So here we are gonna find it by ID. So we are gonna find the user by ID as the payload dot ID dot select. So we are gonna select the user by excluding the password here. Then after this, let's type here if the user is not found, in that case it will return again the response dot status. It will be 401.json method, and inside this pass here the success will be false, and the message here, it will say that user not found. So if the user is not found, it will show you this error. Then after this, let's type here request dot user is equals to user. Then type here next here. Then in case of the catch block, if in case of any error happens, then let's just type here console dot error, and here let me just type here the error as JWT verification failed. So the verification of JWT will be failed and the error will be passed here. Then it will return response dot status, and the status here, it will be 401.json method, and here the success will be false. Then the message here, it will say that the token missing or invalid or it is expired. So either the token is missing or it is expired here. Then after this, in routes folder, let's create our user routes here .js file, and let's type here import express from our express package. Then after this, let's type here import. So we are gonna import our login from our user controller.js file. Then after this, type here const user router is equals to our express.router. Then after this, let's type here user router dot post method as it will be a creation method. It will be done on our /login. Then the login function will be passed here. Then user router dot post method, again it will be our creation method done on /register route, and we are gonna call the register function here. Then after this, let's export default our user router. Now After defining this, let's go to our server.js, and here let's type a app.use, and we are gonna use this on /API/auth or on /user, and let me just change this user to auth as it will be a good thing, and pass the user router here. So it will be coming, it is exported here, imported here. Then after this, type a app.get method, and here we are gonna get this ping here on /API/ping, and here let me pass here the request comma response and create an arrow function and type a response.json, and inside this the OK here, it will be just true, and it will show you the time as date.now. So it will show you the status. If you get on this, it will be done on this. So here for this Thunder client, go to your extension and search for Thunder client and install this extension here, the Thunder client. So here let me go to Thunder client and click on new request. Here let me just remove this, and it will be a post method, and let me just type here the backend. Let me paste the backend URL here. Now let me paste it here. Then after this, it will be done on /API/auth, then on /register, as we are gonna first register the user. So now let me just type here, we are gonna take the name as, let me give the details here, that is hexa. Then email here, it will be hexa@gmail.com. Then after this, we are gonna take the password here. Then the password here, let me give this password and send the data. So it will show you this response, and it will show this success here, the message, the token will be here, and the user will have this three details here, the name, email, and the ID. Now let me log in it here. So for login, we don't need this name here. So let me again just send a wrong password here. So it says invalid email or password. Let me correct this password. So it says a server error, as the server was not running here. Okay, it shows ERS. Let me change it to response here. Then let me send it here. So now it shows this success here status, and in our MongoDB on our browse collection. Now here we have a car rental, and inside this the user, and we have registered a user. You can see it is visible here. So now let me close all this here, and now here in our models, let's create another model, that is our car model.js. Let me type here import mongoose from mongoose package. Then after this, type here const and type here schema is equals to mongoose. Then after this, now type here const car booking is sub schema is equals to new schema, and inside this we are gonna define our sub schema. So we are gonna take a booking ID, and the type of it, it will be schema dot types dot object ID dot, and the reference here, it will be coming from our booking. So we are gonna create the booking later, and it will be required true. So this booking ID will be coming from our booking model. Then after this, we are gonna create our pickup date, and the type of this pickup date, it will be our date. Then required here, it will be true. Then after this, the return date, it will be also mandatory for the return date. Then the date here, then type of this, it will be date, and required here, it will be true again. Then after this, let's type here, let's go to our Chrome and here search for our GitHub. Then click on this link. This link is already given in the description box. You can get this directly from the given link below. Now inside this, go to models in your car model.js, and let's copy this status here and here let me just paste it here. Now here we are gonna define our status. Then after this, let's type a ID here. It will be false. That is the MongoDB ID. Now after this, let's go, and here we are defining our car booking schema, sub schema. Then here we are gonna define our car schema. So let's copy and paste it from here, and this is our car schema. Here we are gonna take this make, then the model, the year, we are gonna take this color for that particular car, the category. If it is not, then it will be default will be sedan, the seat number, transmissions, fuel type, and the mileage, the daily rate of that car, the status, whether it is available, rented, or maintenance, then the created ad also, and the image also. Then the booking will have this booking sub schema. Now here let me just add a comment here that show the ID that has booked the car here. Then after this, let me just create a function that is the ranges overlap, and it will take a start, it will take a end, then b start and b end. Now after this, let's type here return, and inside this let's type here a start is less than equals to b end. If in and b start is less than or equal to a end, so it will return you this over ranges here. Then after this, let's type a car schema dot methods dot is available for range, then equals to a function, and inside this function let's type here range requested pickup comma requested return. Then after this, type here blocking status, and is equals to, it will be an empty array, and let me just copy this array here, and let me just paste it here so that it get filled here. So either the status will be pending, active, or incoming, upcoming. Then if the requested pickup is not found or the requested return is not found, then it will return false. Then after this, type here const start is equals to new date, and inside this let's type here the requested pickup. Then after this, type here const end is equals to new date, and it will be our requested return date. So it will start from the requested pickup date and it will end on the return date. If number is a number, then start dot get time, or it will be number dot is nan, and it will be end dot get time. So here we are gonna get this range from when to when it is booked. So type here return, it will be false. Then if the start is greater than end, it will return again false. If the start is greater than end, it will return this false here. Then after this, let's type here for const booking of this dot booking, then is, or it will be empty array, and let's type here if not book blocking status dot includes, so it will includes the b dot start status, and type here continue. Then type here const b dot start is equals to new date, and here we are gonna pass the b dot pickup date here. Then const b dot end is equals to new date, and here we are gonna pass the b dot return requested return date. Then after this, type here if the ranges overlap, and inside this we are gonna pass the start here, the end here, then we are gonna pass the b start and the b end here. Then it will return again the value as false. Now type here return true in else case. So if all the things are present, then it will return true, else it will return this multiple false for this errors. So let me just add a comment here. Here we are checking the availability of the car by pickup and return date. Now after this, let's go to our GitHub and let me just copy and paste this function here. So here we are gonna get this availability summary using this filter method. So let me just add a comment that is filter for booking that should block our availability of that car. So if the booking is being done, it will block the car there. Then car will be blocked if it is booked here. So if the car is booked, so it will be blocking our car there. Then after this function will be just, let me add another comment that is it will find the next booking date. So it will just find you for the next booking date, that when it will be available for the next booking of that particular car. And in else case it will return fully available, that is it is available to book. Then again let's copy this function that is compute availability for car, and here let me just again let me explain. This is for the availability coming of the car, that is it will be a filter. Then this will just see the status is booked or not. It is similar to the above, and here it will just show the next upcoming availability of that car, and here it will show that it is fully available. Then type here car schema dot index, and inside this index let's type here booking dot booking ID, and let me just make it this and type here 1. So for this the booking ID it will be 1. So each time a single car can be booked, then another car can be booked here. So type here const car is equals to mongoose.models.car, or it will be mongoose.model, and inside this let's give the name as car and pass the car schema here. Then after this export default our car. Now here we have completed our car model. So in controller let's create our car controller.js file. Now here let me type here import car from car model.js file. Then after this let's create our export const. Let me give the name of the function, that is the create car is equals to, it will be an async function, take request comma response comma next, and now create an arrow function. And here let me just type here, let's create our try catch block here, and inside this try block let's go to our GitHub again. In controllers, in car controller, let's copy this const here and paste it here. So here these things will be coming from our request.body. These all things are required in our car model, as we have just seen here. All the things are required, so it will be coming from our request.body. Then if the make is not found, or the model is not found, or the daily rate is not found of that particular car, then it will return response.status, and the status will be 400.json method. And here we are gonna type here pass the message, as it will say make, model and daily rate are required. Now after this, by checking these three things, it will show you this error. Then let's import our path from our path package and import fs, that is the file system, from our fs package. Then after this type here let image file name is equals to request.body. So this image file name will be coming from our request.body.image, or it will be empty string. Then if request.file, then if the request.file and inside this the image file name is equals to request.file.file name, then after this let's type here, let's first type here save to our DB, that is the database. So here it will just save it like this. So So let me copy and paste this car here. So here we are gonna save this car like this. It will have this make, model, year, and if in case of it is not defined, so it will be undefined. Then the color, category will be this. If not defined, it will be sedan. And same for the seats, the transmissions, then not defined, so it will be automatic. Then fuel type, the mileage here, the daily rate, it has to be available as we have just entered it. And the status will be this. The image has to be required, but if in not present, it will be empty string. Then the description also. Then after this, let's type a const saved is equals to await keyword and type a car.save method. Then after this, let's type a response.status and it will be 201.json method, and inside this it will just pass the saved here. Now after this, in case of just any error, just type a next and pass the error here. Now we have completed our create model, so let's create our get function to fetch the car. Now after this, let's type here export const get car, so is equals to an async function. Now take request comma response comma next, and now create an arrow function, and let's create our try catch block here. Now after this, inside our try block, let's go back to our GitHub and again let's copy these lines here and paste it here. So here we are just verifying our these 5 things that will be coming from our request.body, and here we are just searching for that particular car through the search query. Then if category, then it will be query.category is equals to category. Then if the status, then it will be again query.status is equals to our status. Now after this, let's type here const total is equals to an await keyword and it will be car.count documents. So here we are gonna count the number of query, so it will show the number of total cars present in our database. Then type here const car is equals to await keyword car.find, so we are gonna find this using this query here. Then after this, let's type here short function for the query to be for the cars to be shorted, so it will be done by created add -1, so it will show you the latest car on the above. Then dot skip, so here we are gonna skip our page by 1 into the limit, and the limit above is defined as 12. Then after this dot limit here, then inside this limit let me pass the limit here. Now after finding this car, let's type here const cars with availability is equals to cars dot map function, and map our car, create an arrow function and type here const plain is equals to c dot to object. Then inside this, if it is, then it will be c dot to object, else to object function, else it will be c, that is the car. Then type here plain dot availability is equals to c dot get availability summary, so it will show you the availability of the car summary here. Then it will return the plain here. Now here it will show you the availability of the car here. Then after this, let's pass the response.json, and inside this type here the page here. Then after this, it will be showing the pages as the math.ceil function. Then inside this, let's pass the total, and which will be divided by limit. Then after this, type here the total, and now we are gonna pass the data as the cars with availability. Now after this response, let in case of any error, let's just type here next and pass the ERR. Now after this, let's create our get function for the to get the car by ID. So for a particular ID car here. So type a export const get car by ID, and now inside this create an is equals to an async function. Take request comma response comma next and create an arrow function. Now create a try catch block, and now inside this our try block type a const car is equals to an await keyword. Type a car dot find by ID, and here we are gonna find this by the request dot params dot ID. Now we are gonna find this car by the ID. Then if the car is not founded, then in that case it will return response dot status, and the status here it will say 404.json method, and inside this pass the message as car not found. Then after this type here const plain is equals to again car dot to object function. Then plain dot availability is equals to car dot get availability summary, and inside this type here response dot json will be done here, and inside this pass the plain here. Then after this, in case of any error, let's just type here next and pass the error here. Then after this, let's type here export. So here we are gonna create our export const update car is equals to an async function. Now inside this take request comma response comma next, and now create an arrow function and create our try catch block. And now inside our try block, let's me just copy these two lines here. Here we are gonna find our car again using this params ID. Then if the request dot file, then if the car dot image, if the car dot image is here, then type a const old path is equals to path dot join. So here we are gonna join our path, that is the process dot cwd. Then it will be merging from our uploads folder. So for this we have to create our upload here. So we are gonna create our uploads folder here. So here we are gonna save our image here. Then we are gonna pass the car dot image here. Then fs unlink, so it will delete that but old path, that is the old image will be deleted from our uploads folder. And in case of any error, create an arrow function, type here if error. If the error happens, then console.warn, so it will give a alert here, that is failed to delete or failed to remove the old image. And then pass the error here. Now after this type here car dot image is equals to request dot file name. Then after this type here in else case, in else if, just type here request dot body dot, it will be an image is not equals to undefined. If the image is not equals to undefined, let me correct this here. Then after this type here if the request dot body is dot image is not found and car dot image is not found, that is then it will be const old path is equals to again path dot join. So here we are gonna again join that path, that is the process dot cwd with the uploads folder, and we are gonna pass the car dot image here. Then copy this fs unlink and paste it here. Then after this type here car dot image is equals to, it will become empty here. If it is undefined, it will be done here. Then after this let me just copy this field here, then paste it here. So here we have these multiple fields here. Then after this field, let me just type here fields dot for each field. So let me just create another arrow function and type here if request dot body, and for each array of field is not equals to undefined, then we are gonna pass this. Let me copy this here from GitHub and paste it here. Then dot include, so in that case it will include this for fields. Then car dot field is equals to number, and inside this number type here request dot body for each field. Now after this, let's type here else. In else case, just type here car for field is equals to request dot body of field. Now after this, let's type here const updated is equals to await car dot save method, and it will save it. Then it will give a response dot json, and inside this json it will pass the updated here. Then after this, in case of any error, just type a next and pass the error here. Then after this, let's create our delete method for the deletion of that particular car. So type here export const delete car is equals to an async function, and now take request comma response comma next, and now create an arrow function. Now create our try catch block, and now inside our try block, let's type here const. Let me just copy these lines here and let me just paste it here. So here we are gonna fetch the car, and if the image is present, then let me just cut it here for the image, and here we are gonna fetch this and delete it here. So we don't need to remove the image from here. So if we have to write that function here, so type here if the car dot image is present for that particular car, then type here const file path is equals to path dot join. It will be again process dot cwd and put a comma, and it will be done for the uploads folder. And now we are gonna fetch the car image here. Then after this, fs dot unlink. So here we are gonna unlink our file path here. Then in case of any error, again let me just pass here the if the error happens, then console dot warn. So we are gonna get the warning as the failed to delete image, and pass the error here. Now after this, let's type here response.json, and now here let's type the message here, and the message will just say that is car deleted successfully. Now after this, in case of error, let's just type a next and pass the error here. Now we have completed our car controller. So let's go to our server.js, and before this, let me just type here the import. So we are gonna import the path from our path package. Then we are gonna import our helmet from our helmet package. Then after this, let's import our file URL to path from URL. Then after this, type here const file double underscore file name is equals to, so it will be our file URL to path, then import dot meta dot URL. Then after this, type here const double underscore dir, that is the dir name, that is the directory name. Then it will be equals to our path dot dir name, and here we are gonna pass the file name here. Then type here app dot use. So here we are gonna use this helmet middleware for the authentication. So let me just type here helmet, and cross origin resource policy, it will be our policy, and the policy will contains the cross origin here. Now after this, after defining this helmet, let me just type here the app dot use function, and here let me just done on slash uploads, and here let me just pass the response request comma response comma next, and now create an arrow function, and inside this just type a response dot set headers, and here in headers we are gonna just type a access control allow origins, and it will allow all the origin, that is it can be done from the front end or either the backend or either the admin panel route here. Then express.status, it will be static the path.join, and it will join the process.cwd with the uploads folder here. Then after creating this, let's go to our auth middleware, and in our middlewares, and let's create our uploads.js middleware. So let's type here import multer from our multer package. So here we are going to set up the multer here. So type here path from path package. So we are going to import the path from our path package, then import fs from our fs package. Then after this, let's create our multer setup here. So type here const upload dir is equals to path dot join, and here it will be process dot cwd, put a comma, and it will be done joining the uploads also. Then if not found the fs dot exist sync, and inside this pass the upload dir, then in that case it will be fs dot make dir, that is make directory upload dir. So if the directory upload dir is not found, then it will create it for our project. Then type here const storage is equals to multer dot disk storage, and inside the destination here it will be have our request comma file comma cb, create an arrow function and type here cb and pass the value as null comma upload dir. Then after this, let me type here file name, and inside this file name let's type here request dot file comma cb, and now create an arrow function and type here const extent is equals to path dot extent name, and here pass the file dot original name here. Then after this, type here const base is equals to path dot base name, and here let's pass the file dot original name here. Then put a comma and pass the extended name also dot replace it, and here we are gonna replace it with a this here. Then after this cb, and in cb it will be null comma and backtick, and type here the base, and it will be getting the file name as the base, then the date dot now will be and will the extended also. Then type here const file filter is equals to request comma file comma cb. Now create an arrow function and type here if the file dot mine type dot starts with, if it starts with our image slash, then in that case just type here cb, it will be null, then it will become true here. For the filter of that file, it will be done using the image here. Then in else case it will throw a new error, and it will be for the only images file are allowed here. So here the only images file are allowed here, and it will pass the value as null here. Then type here export const uploads is equals to multer, and inside this multer storage here it will be pass here, then the limits here it will be file size, and the file size will be our, let's make the file size as for the 5 megapixels. So let me just type here 5 into 1024 into 1024. So it will be just up to 5 MB. Then after this, type here file filter will be passed here. Now we have completed our setup for the uploads. So now let's create our routes, that is the car routes.js file. Now here let's import Express from our Express package. Then after this, let's type here const car router is equals to our express dot router. Now after this, type here car router dot, so it will be our get method for the fetching. It will be done on slash, and we are gonna call the function as get cars, which will be coming from car controller.js file. Then after this, let's type here car router dot, again a get method. It will be done on id, as it will be calling our get car by id function. Then after this, car router dot post method, so it will be our post method. It will be done on slash, then put a comma and type here uploads dot single, and inside the single pass the image here, then pass the function as create car here. So it will create the car by taking the image here. Then car router dot put method, so update it. So we are gonna update on the id and call the, and we are gonna take the upload dot single for the update also for the image, and here we are gonna call the function as update car. Then car router dot delete method, again it will be done on the id here for the deletion, and we are gonna call the delete car function. Then we are gonna export our default car router. Now we have completed our car routes, so go to our server.js, and here let's type a app.use, and we are gonna use our /API/cars and put a comment, pass the car router here. It is imported here. Then after this, let's copy this here, and in our Thunder client here, let me just paste the backend URL and let me just change it here. And here it will be a post method. Now let's go to our GitHub again, and in dummy data test, let's just copy this data here, and let me just paste it here and click on send button. So it shows an error. Okay, we have to just add a slash also, and car.save is not a function. So here the car must be a small car, as we have used the car as C as small here. So now let me just send it again. So it's getting sent here. In bookings, as we haven't make any order here for this ID, so it shows this. Now let me refresh it on MongoDB. Now cars is present here. Let me open this car here, and here as you can see, this is present here. The booking here, it shows an empty array. So now let's get this function. So it shows that we have one car, one page, and one total here. Now after this, copy this ID and paste it here, send it. So it will show you this particular ID here, and it says the state is fully available here. Then after this, let me just change it to put method, and here let me just change the seat number to 6 and send it. So it's getting updated here. So this functionality is also working fine. So let me just delete this car here. So it shows no car is present here, and the image has been unlinked here, as it is giving an error. So this is all working fine. Let me close all this, and here let's create another model, that is the booking model.js file. Then here let's type here import mongoose from mongoose package. Now type import car from car model.js file. Then after this, type a const schema is equals to mongoose. Then now after this, let's go to our GitHub again, and in our models, the booking model.js, and let's copy this address schema here, and now after this, paste it here. So here we are gonna take this street, city, state, and zip code for our address, and the MongoDB ID here, it will be default false here. Then after this, the car summary schema will be copied and pasted here. So here we are gonna take this ID, which will be coming from our car model.js. So it will be a particular car for that thing. So here let me just show you this thing. So here we are getting this from our this car schema. Then after this, we are getting these details from that particular car only. that we have just taken there. So after this, let me copy and paste this booking schema here, and let me paste it here. So here for this user, again this user is coming from our user model, that is it is coming from our users. So a particular user can book that car, so it will show you that user's ID, and rest we have taken these details as the some personal details of these and returning status and the Stripe addresses here. So here let me just add a comment here, that is the customer details and shipping address with the payment status also. So now let me add a comment here for this also, that is car details. Now after this, let's type a booking schema dot pre, and inside this we have to validate. So we are gonna validate the an async function, create type next, and now inside this type here if, and if this dot car dot id is not found, then it will return, and it will return next, and then type here const make, then put a comma, type here model, then after this type here daily rate, and these three things will be coming from this dot car. Then after this, if the make and or model or daily rate, if all these things are present, then it will return again next, and we will validate these three things here. Then let's create a try catch block, and now inside this try block, let's type a const car doc is equals to await keyword, and now type a car dot find by id, and here we are gonna find this by id. So we are gonna find this by this car dot id dot lean method. Now after this type here if car doc, if the car doc is present, then in that case let's go and copy this and paste it here from our GitHub, and here this is how we are gonna check each thing that it is present or not. If the car document is present here, then and the car document will be found using the ID, then it will be giving the next. So here we have validated it. In case of error, just pass the error in the next here. Now after this, let's type here const blocking statuses is equals to, again let me just type a pending, then it will be active or it can be upcoming. Then type a booking schema dot post method, and it will be on for the save here. So async function, now create an, now here let's pass the document and a next, and now type create a try catch block inside this. Now inside this try block, let's type here if not found the doc dot car, that is the car document is not found using this ID, then again it will return the next. Then after this type here const car id is equals to document dot car dot id. Then after this, let me go back and let me just copy this booking entry here and paste it here. Then after creating this, here we are gonna take this booking ID, the pickup date and the return date with the status of that particular entry. Then after this type here if the blocking status dot it includes, if the status includes the document dot status, then in that case we are gonna type await keyword, type here car dot find by id and update. So we are gonna update it using this car id. Then we are gonna type here dollar pull, so we are gonna pull the changes as the bookings, and in bookings here it will be booking id, and in the booking id we are gonna store the document dot underscore id, that is the MongoDB id. Then put a comma and type here new, and inside this new it will be true. Now after this type here dot xe, then type here in else case it will be again a await keyword, then car dot find by id, and update. So here again we are gonna update our car ID, and here let me just copy this line here, and let me just paste it inside it. Then after this put a comma here, and now just type a new, it will be again true. Now after this type here dot exit, and it will be done here. Now let me type here await keyword also in case of car dot find by ID and update, and it will be update again on the car ID, and it will be our pull again, and here it will be done for the bookings, and in bookings it will be our booking entry. So it will be getting this pull here, then the new here it will be true. Now after this type here dot exit, and it will be done this. Now we have completed this. Now after this, in case of any, first type the next for this to save it, and in case of any error just type here next and pass the error here. Then after this let's create our booking schema dot post method, and it will be for our remove. So it will remove our async function, and inside this function let me just pass the document comma next. And now after this let me just create a try catch block, and here in try block let me just copy this line and paste it here. Then after this let me just copy this await keyword and paste it here for the remove, as it will again pull the changes, and here it will be done by the document.car.id. Now after this let me remove this new here, and now after this just pass the next for the next, as it is removed here. In case of any error let me type a next and pass the error here. Then after this type here export default, and in default it will be mongoose dot models dot, let me give the name as booking, or it will be mongoose dot model, and in this model let me give the name as booking, then put a comma and type here booking schema will be passed here. Then after this we have completed our booking model, so let me close this, and here in our controllers let's create our first controller, that is payment controller.js. Now here we are gonna create our payment here. So first type here import booking from, so we are gonna import it from our models / booking model.js file. Then after this type here import Stripe from Stripe. Then after this import .env from our .env package. Now after this let's type here .env and type here .config. Now after this let me type here const client underscore URL. So here it will store our front-end URL. So let me just copy this front-end URL and paste it here. So this is our front-end URL. Let me close this again, and now here in our controller, in our payment controller, let me just copy this Stripe version here, so paste it here. Then after this let me just open a tab and search for Stripe, and here let me just open this link. Now click on sign in. Now in sign in click on, you can create your account if you want, or you can just directly sign in using your Google account, or you can sign up using Google account and click continue here. Now it will redirect you to Stripe dashboard page. Now let me refresh it again, and here on your dashboard Stripe page you can get your secret key here. Copy this secret key, and here in your .env file let me just type here stripe underscore secret underscore key is equals to, and paste this key here. Then after this, just type a frontend underscore URL is equals to, and again let me just go to our payment controller and copy this frontend URL and now paste it here. Then after this, let me just close this env file, and now after this, let's create our first function, that is to get stripe from .env. So here let's type here get const get stripe is equals to, now create an arrow function and type here const key is equals to, now type here process.env dot, and let me just copy this name here as it has to be same. So now after this, or it will be empty string. Then type here dot trim method. Then after this, type here if the key is not present. If it is not present, then it will throw a new error, and the error will just say that is missing the stripe secret key. Now after this, it will return the new stripe, and here inside this it will return the key, and the API version will be our stripe API version. Now we have created this function to get this key from the env file. Then let's create a booking payment, or create a booking payment to open the stripe here. So let's type here export const create checkout session is equals to an async function. Now take request comma response and create an arrow function, and now let's create a try catch block. And now inside this try block, let me just type here if not found the request dot body, then it will return the response dot status, and the status here it will be 400.json method, and inside this the success here it will say that it is false, and the message here it will just show the message as missing the request dot body, that is the request key here it will be missing. So if the request is not done for the checkout session, it will show you this here. Then let's copy this const here from the GitHub and paste it here. So here we are gonna get these details from our request dot body. Then after this, let me just type here, let me just create a minimum validation for each of them. So let's go back here and let me just copy this and paste it here. So here we are gonna validate the total here, then we are gonna validate our email, then it will say if not present it will say email required, then the pickup and return date will be required. Both will be stored here in the PD and RD. Then it will show the invalid dates if it is in a wrong time. Then if the return date is greater than PD, it will show you this error. Then let car field is equals to car. Then after this, type here if type of car is equals to string, then in that case create a try block and type here car field is equals to JSON dot parse method, and we are gonna parse the car here. Now after this, let's create a catch block here, and here let me just type a car field is equals to name, and name will store the car here. Now after this, let me just go to our GitHub again and let's just copy this create booking. If the status is pending, as the it will just create the booking. If it is pending, that is the payment status is pending, so it will create the booking. Then now here we are gonna take this, and the currency here will be INR, that is Indian. Then type a let stripe. Now type a try block, and inside this let's type a stripe is equals to get stripe, and after this type here a catch block in case of any error. Now inside this let's type here await keyword, and type here booking dot, and we are gonna find by ID and delete it the booking, and it will be done on the MongoDB ID. Then in catch block, let's create an arrow function. Now after this, it will be return response.status, and the status here it will be 500.json, and inside this the success here it will say it is false, and the message here it will say that is the payment not completed or the payment not configured, and the error will be passed here as the error dot message. Now we have completed this. Now after this, let session, then after this create a try catch block, and now inside this our try block, let's type here session is equals to await keyword, and now type here stripe dot checkout dot session dot create. So it will create our checkout session there, that the page where it will show the payment here. Then type here payment method type will be card here. Then after this type here the mode here it will be payment. Then after this type here the customer email will be our email, or it will be undefined. Then after this line item, and in line item let's go back to our GitHub, and let me just copy this line item, and now let me just paste it here. So here in our line item we have this currency and the quantity of that car here, that is 1. Now we will be taking the product data, as it will have the return date and the pickup date also, and the title. Then we don't need this image here for the checkout here, so let me remove it. If you want the image, you can keep it here. Now also the output will come for the true or false here. Then after this, let me just type here the success URL, and for the success URL it will be backtick, and type here the client URL / success, and on success it will be finding the session ID is equals to the checkout session ID, and here type here the payment will be underscore status, it will say that it is success. Now put a comma and type here the cancel URL, and for the cancel URL it will be backtick, and it will be done on again the client URL, and it will be done on / cancel, and for the cancel the payment will be payment status is equals to cancel. Then after this type here the metadata, and inside this metadata let me just go back to our GitHub again, and let's just copy these data here and paste it here. So we are gonna get this metadata here that will have the ID, booking ID, the user ID, the car ID, and the pickup and return date. Now after completing this, let's go and let's type here the catch here, and in catch block just type here the stripe error, and in case of the stripe error just await booking dot find by ID and delete, and it will be done on the booking dot underscore ID, that is our MongoDB ID dot catch method, and it will return empty. Then after this let's type here the return, it will return the response dot status, and the status here it will be 500.json method, and here the success here it will be false, and the message here it will say that is the failed to create the stripe checkout session. Now in case of the error, it will just store the stripe error dot message, or it will store the stripe, and inside this just type here the stripe error. Now after this just type here the booking dot session ID, it's equals to session dot ID. So it will store it here. Then type here booking dot stripe session is equals to our, let me just type here ID, and ID will store the session dot ID. Then after this the URL will store the session dot URL, or it will store null. Then after this, let's close this and type here await keyword and type here booking dot save. So we are gonna save this booking here. Then return will be response.json, and inside this we are gonna show the success as true, and here we are gonna save is at the ID will be storing the session ID. Then the URL will store the session dot URL. Then after this it will store the booking ID, and inside this booking ID we are gonna store the booking dot MongoDB ID, that is the underscore ID. Now after this we have completed our response here. Now in case of just any error, that is the catch blocks, just type here console.error, and inside this error let me just pass it as the checkout session error, and the error will be passed here. Then after this type here return, and the return will be response.status. It will be 500.json method, and inside this again the success here, it will become false here. Then the message, it will say that the error dot message will be passed here, or it will just say that is the server error. So we have created our catch block also. So now let me just close this catch block, or just let me just cut these lines from this catch block and paste it here. Now let me remove this catch here. So now it is working fine. Let me just close this one time more here. Now we have created our catch block here. So our create checkout session has been created. Now for the verification of the payment, let's just create a successful payment verification. So here let's create this function, that is export const confirm payment is equals to an async function. Now take request comma response and create an arrow function. Now inside this create a try catch block, and now inside this try block let's type here const and type here session underscore ID is equals to request dot query. So this session ID will be fetched from the request dot query. Then if the session ID is not found, then it will return response dot status, and the status it will be 400.json method, and inside this the success here it will become false, and the message here it will say that session ID is required. So the session ID is required, which will be coming from our request.query, that is the URL. Then after this let stripe, then after this create a try catch block, and now inside this, or just create our try block, and inside this type a stripe is equal to get stripe. Then after this type here catch, and inside this catch type here error, and now type here return response dot status, it will be 500.json method, and here the success here it will say it is false, and the message here it will say that is the payment not completed or payment not configured. Then in case of the error will be passed here as error dot message. Now after creating this, let's type here const session is equals to await keyword, and now let's type here stripe dot checkout dot session dot retrieve. So here we are gonna retrieve the session ID here. So let me type here this. Then after this type here if the session is not happening, then it will return response dot status, and the status it will be 404.json method, and inside this the success here it will again be false, and the message here it will say that the session not found, that the checkout session has been not been created. Then if the session dot payment status is not equals to, let me just type here paid. If the session is not equals to paid, then it will return response dot status. It will be 409 dot or 400 dot json method, and inside this let me just type here the success here it will become false, and the message here it will say that is the backtick, and it will say that the payment not completed. Now let me just type here the status is equals to the session dot payment status. Now after this let me just type a session, and the session will be passed here. Then type a const booking id is equals to session dot metadata dot booking id. Then after this type a let order is equals to null. Then if booking id is founded, then in that case order is equals to await keyword booking dot find one and update, and inside, or just type here find by id and update, and we are gonna update it by the booking id, and we are gonna pass the payment status. It will be as paid, it will change it to paid itself. Then the status here it will be active. Then after this the payment intent id will be our session dot payment status payment intent, or it will be empty string. Then the payment details will be our amount, and the amount here it will be amount underscore total will be our session dot amount total, or it will be null. Then after this let me just type here currency, and currency it will be session dot currency, or it will be null. Now after creating this let me just type here new, and in new it will become true here. For each order it will become new here. Then after this if the order is not found, in that case just type here order is equals to await keyword, and here type here booking dot find one and update. So we are gonna find it using this session id, and in session id it will be storing the session underscore id, that is the MongoDB id, or the URL id, that is the id. Then the payment status it will show it as the paid. Then the status here it will be as active. Then the payment intent id it will be again our session dot payment intent, or it will be empty string. Then after this let's just copy these lines here as it is similar to this. Then let me just paste it here. Now after this let's create our if the order is not found again, then it will return response dot status, and this time the status will be 404.json method, and here the success here it will say that it is false, and the message here it will say that is the booking not found for this session. Now after this let's type a session will be passed here. Now after this type here return response.json, and inside this let's store our success, and the success here it will become true this time, and the order will be passed here. Now in case of any error let me just type here console.error, and inside this error let me just type here confirm payment error, and now let's pass the error. Then after this type here return response.status, and the status here it will be 500. Then let me just copy this catch block here, and here let me just paste it here. Now we have completed our payment controller. Now let's go and let's create our another controller, that is booking controller dot js. Now here let's type here import mongoose from mongoose package, then import booking from, now here type here /model/booking model.js file. Now after this type here import car from, now let me just type here models again, and it will be coming from car model.js file. Then type here import path from path package. Then after this import fs from the fs package. Now after this type here const uploads dir is equals to path dot join. So we are gonna join the path here, that is the process dot cwd, and it will be joining with the uploads folder. Let me type here the uploads. Then now here on GitHub in our booking controller, let's copy this booking status and paste it after this. Then after this type here const try parse JSON is equals to v and create an arrow function. Now type here if type of v is not equals to string, then in that case it will be returning, it will return v. Then after this in try block it will be returning the return JSON dot parse method, and we are gonna parse the v, and in case of any error it will be catching here. So in catch block let's just type here return v. Now we have created our parse JSON. Now after this type here const build car summary is equals to, now we are gonna take the src as empty array, and now inside this is create an arrow function, and now type here const id is equals to src dot underscore id, then dot to string, and now after this, or it will be, let me type here the src dot id, or it will be null. Now after this let's type here return. Now inside this return let me go to GitHub again, and let's copy this return here, and let me just paste this return here. So here we are gonna take this as the return here. Then this is our car summary, it will have these many details here. Then after this type here const delete local file if present. So we are gonna pass the file path and create an arrow function here. So type here if not found the file path, then it will return nothing. Then type here const file name is equals to file path dot, now here let me just type here replace. So we are gonna replace it with the uploads folder, then with the empty string. Then type here const full is equals to path dot join method, and again we are gonna join. So we are gonna join the upload dir with the file name. Now after this fs dot unlink, so we are gonna unlink that full. So we are gonna unlink the full image, and in case of any error we are gonna type here if error, then type here console dot, let me just type here console dot warn. So we are get the warning here, it will say that is failed to delete image or the file here, and pass the file that is the full here and with the error also. Now after this we are gonna create a function for the create booking here. So let's type a export const create booking is equals to an async function, take request comma response comma or just response and create an arrow function, type a const session is equals to await keyword and type a mongoose dot start session, and now the session has been started. Then in session dot start transaction will be start, then create a try catch block. Now inside this try block, let's type here, let's go to our GitHub again and let me just copy this let block and paste it here. So we are gonna fetch these details from our request.body. Then after this type here if the customer is not found or the email is not present or the car is not present or the pickup date is not present or the return date is not present, then if any of these are not present, then it will show this that the await session dot abort transaction. Then type here session dot end session, so it will abort the transaction and it will end the session there. Then after this return response dot status, and this time the status will be 400.json method, and here let me just type here the success here, it will become false, and the message here it will say that is missing required fields. Now type const and type here the pickup is equals to new date, and inside this let's pass the pickup date here. Then after this type here const return, that is ret, is equals to new date and just pass the return date here. Then after this type here if number dot is nan and pass the pickup dot get full time, and now or it will be number dot is nan and here just pass the return, that is the ret dot get full get time, or it will be pickup is greater than ret. Then in that case let's type here await, then type here session dot abort transaction, so we are gonna abort the transaction, and session dot end session will happen here. Then it will return response dot status, and the status will be 400 and then .json method, and the success here it will say that it is false, and the message here we are gonna show the message as the invalid pickup and return date. Now after this let's go to our GitHub again and let me just copy this car summary here. So here we are gonna get this resolve car summary. Now here if the type of car is string, then we are gonna find the car document by the car here. Then after this we are gonna abort the transaction if the car document is not found, and the session will end here and the message will be shown as the car not found, and we are gonna build the car summary as the build car summary. Then after this in else case we are gonna parse the car here, then if the car summary again will be storing the parsed here, and if it is not present then it will show about transaction and end the session, and it will show the message as invalid car. Then if the car already exists, then in that case it will again abort the session and end the about the transaction and end the session, and the car not found here. Then after this let me just copy these lines here and paste it here. Then the car ID will store the car summary of that particular ID, and overcount will be done here. Then after this if overlapping count is greater than 0, then in that case it will be await session dot, now type here about transaction, then type here session dot end session. So if the overlapping count is greater than 0, then it will end the session there. Then it will return a response dot status, and the status here, it will say that is, it will be 404.json method, and inside this, the success here, it will be false. Then the message here, it will say that is the car already booked. Now after this, let me just type here const booking data is equals to, let me just go back and let's just copy this block here and let me just paste it here. So here we are gonna store the booking data here, which will have the user ID, the customer car, and pickup date, return date, and details for the payment. So it is done for the particular user here, so it will have this user ID, then these details and the amount and the transaction address. Then after this, type here const created array is equals to await keyword and type here booking dot create. Now inside this, we are gonna create the booking as an array. Then type here booking data will be passed here and booking data. Then after this, type here the session here will be passed here. Then type here const created booking is equals to create array, and inside this just pass the array as 0. Then type here const booking entry is equals to, let me just type here the booking, and it will be done on ID. Then type here created, and inside created booking will be storing the underscore ID. So booking ID will be getting the created booking ID. Then after this, pickup date will be getting the created booking dot pickup date. Then the return date will be getting the created booking dot return date. Then after this, the status will contain the created booking, the create booking dot status. Then after this, once it is done, now type here await keyword, type here car dot find by ID and update. So we are gonna update by the car ID, and let's just type here the push, and the push here, it will be done on the bookings, and the booking will store the booking entry. Now after this, let's type here the session will be passed here. Now after this, type here await keyword and type here session dot commit transaction. So it will commit the transaction that it will be done successfully, and then the session will end the session here. Then type here const saved is equals to await keyword the booking dot find by ID, and this time we are gonna find it by the create booking dot underscore ID. Now dot lean method. Now after this, let's type here return, and return, it will return the response dot status, and the status here, it will be 201.json method, and inside this, let me just pass the success here, it will be true, and the message here, or first we are gonna pass the booking, and the booking will store the saved here. Now after this, in case of any error, let me just type here await session dot abort session, abort transaction, so it will abort the ongoing function, and then in case of catch, it will be returning this. Then after this, type here session dot end session, so it will end our session there. Then after this, type here console dot error, and in error, let me just type here create booking error. Now let me just pass the error here. Then after this, let me just type here the return, and return will be response dot status, and the status will be 500.json, and in JSON just type here the success here, it will be false, and the message here, it will say that is the error dot message will be passed here. Now after this, let's create our another function, that is get function. So for this get function, let me just type here export const get bookings is equals to an async function. Now take request comma response comma next, and now create an arrow function. Now inside this, let's create our try catch block. And now inside our try block, let's go to our GitHub again. Let's just copy these lines here and paste it here. So here we have this lines, then type here if status, then it will be, if the status is present, then it will be query dot status is equals to status. It is similar to the payment where we have just it is similar to the car controller where we have just defined the limit, the search, the status, and it will be getting the booking from to date also. Then there will be our search query for the searching. Then after this, let's go back here and type here, copy this if car filter and paste it here. So here we are gonna get this filtering done on the car model. So now after this, let's type here if from is or to, if both of them are present, then query dot pickup date is equals to, let me just type here empty array, empty. Then after this, type here if from query dot pickup date dot, let me just type here gte is equals to from, then if to, then it will be done for the query dot pickup date dot, let me just type here ilte is equals to 2. Now after this, let's go and search for the, and then let's type here const total is equals to await booking dot count documents. So here we are gonna count the number of bookings here using this function. So let me just type here query pass here, then after this type here const booking is equals to await keyword and the booking dot. So here we are gonna get this booking from the find, and we are gonna find it using this query. Then after this, let me type here dot sort method. So we are gonna sort this by the booking data, which will be sorting using this as -1. So it will show you the latest booking on the top. Then dot skip, in the skip we are gonna skip the page by -1 into the limit, and then we are gonna pass the dot limit here, which will store the limit here. Then after this, type here dot lean method. Now after this, let's type here response.json, and inside this we are gonna type here page. Then after this, the pages will contain the math.seal, and in this seal we are gonna type here the total slash limit. Then after this, let's type here the total here, and the total will be pass here. Then the data will contain our bookings. Then in case of any error in the catch block, let's just type here next and pass the error here, that is the error. Now after this, so we are gonna create our get booking for a particular user function. So type here export const get my bookings is equals to an async function, type request comma response comma next, and create an arrow function. Now create a try catch block here. Now inside our try block, let's type here if the request dot user is not found, or the request dot user dot id is not present, and the request dot user dot underscore id, that is the MongoDB id, is not present, then in that case it will give a return, and return response dot status. The status will be 401.json method, and it will, the success here it will be false, and the message here it will be unauthorized. Now after this, let's type here const. So here if the user is not found using this id, then it will show the message unauthorized. Then type here const user id will be saving our user underscore id or the user id. Then after this, type here the const bookings is equals to an await keyword. Type here bookings dot find, and we are gonna find this user ID. Then after this, type here dot short method, and here we are gonna short this by the booking data, and it will be done for the -1, that is, it will show you the latest booking date. Let me just correct it at the booking date here, not booking data. Then dot lean method, so it will be fetching as the latest entry will be on the top. Then type a response.json, it will be bookings. Now in case of any error, let me just type here next and pass the error, that is err here. Then after this, let's create our update function to update our booking. So type here export const update bookings is equals to an async function. Now take request comma response comma next, and now create an arrow function, create a try catch block, and now inside our try block, let's type here const bookings, booking is equals to await keyword, and now type here booking dot, now type here find by ID, and inside this we are gonna find it by the request dot params dot ID. Then after this, if the booking is not found, then it will return response dot status, so it will return you this status as 404.json method, and inside this the message here, it will store the message as the booking not found. Now after this, let's type here, let's create our image handling function here. So here let's go to our GitHub and let's just copy this image handling, so paste it here. So here we are gonna handle the image, that is, it will be present in our uploads folder. Then if it is present and we are gonna update it to a new, it will delete the old image here. Then after this, now after this else block, let me just go and let's just copy this const updatable and paste it here. So in this we are gonna update these details here. For each updatable thing we are gonna get this update here. So now for each we are gonna update the booking here. Then after this, let's type here const updated is equals to an await keyword. Type here booking dot save method, so we are gonna save this updated here. Then response.json, it will be calling the updated here. Then after this, in case of any error, let me just type here the next and pass the error, that is err here. Then after this, let's create another function, that is our update status of booking order. So let me just type here export const update booking status is equals to an async function. Take request comma response comma next, and now create an arrow function, create a try catch block, and now here let me in try block, let's type here const status is equals to, so this status will be coming from request.body. Then if the status is not found, then it will return a response dot, let me type the response dot status, and this time the status, it will be 400.json method, and inside this the message here, it will say that is the status not found or the status is required. Then type here const booking is equals to an await keyword, and here type here booking dot find by ID, and here we are gonna find the booking by the request dot params dot ID. Then after this, if the booking is not found, if in that case it will return, let's just copy this return statement here and let's just paste it here. Just change the error to 404, and this will be booking not found or booking is required. Let me just type this that booking is not found. Now after this, type here booking dot status is equals to status. Then type here const updated is equals to await keyword, and type here booking dot save method. So we are gonna save this in the updated, and then response.json, and here we are gonna pass the updated here. Now in case of any error, let's just type here next and pass the error here. Now after this, let's create our delete function to delete our booking here. So type here export const delete booking is equals to an async function. Now take request comma response comma next and create an arrow function. Now create a try catch block, and now inside this try block, let's just type here first, let's just copy these two lines here for the bookings, and here after this function, let's create our if the booking dot car id or the car image and the booking dot car image dot starts with, so if the image starts with our uploads folder, then in that case we are gonna delete the local file if present. So if the local in the uploads folder, if it is the present the car image, it will get deleted automatically. Now after this function, let's type here await and type here booking dot remove. So we are gonna remove this booking here. Then in response.json, just pass here the message as the booking deleted successfully. Now after this, let's go in catch block. In case of any error, just pass here next and pass the error here. Now we have completed our booking controller also. So in routes, let's create our payment routes.js file, and inside this let's type here import express from express package. Then after this, type here const payment router is equals to express dot router. Then after this, type here payment router dot post method, as it will be a creation method, so it will be done on /create checkout session. Then pass the create checkout session, which will be imported from payment controller .js file. Now after this, let's type here payment router dot, again it will be a get method here, and it will be done on /confirm route, so it will fetch the detail for the confirm payment. Then after this, let's export our payment router. So export default the payment router here. Then we have completed this payment router here. Now in routes, let's create another route, that is booking routes.js file. Now here let's type here import express from express package. Then let's type here const booking router is equals to express dot router. Now after this, type here booking router dot post method. So it will be a post method done on / we have to call the auth middleware to make it authenticated. So let me copy this auth middleware and paste it here. Then it will be coming from auth.js file. Then after this, put a comma and pass here the uploads. Let me correct this as upload.single. So we are gonna upload this single image of the car. Then put a comma and type here the create booking. Now it will be imported from the booking controller.js file. Now after this, type here booking router.get method, and it will be done on /. Then let's type here get booking will be imported here. Then after this, booking router.get method again for that particular ID. So it will be done on my booking route, and it will fetch for the auth middleware for that particular ID. So it will be a protected route and call the get my booking. Then booking router.put method for the updation done on the ID and call the upload single. So here we are gonna update the car image if you want, then pass the update booking function. Then after this, type here booking router dot patch method. So it will just patch the updated status here. So it will be done on the ID and slash status route, and we are gonna pass this update booking status. Then the booking router dot delete method, it will be again done on this slash ID, that is the ID for this deletion, and we are gonna call the delete booking function here. Then after this, type a export default booking router. Now after this, we have completed our booking routes here also. So now let's go to our server.js, and now after this, let's type here app.use. So we are gonna use this slash API slash bookings. Then we are gonna call this booking router here. Then after this, we are gonna use this app.use, and here we are gonna call this slash API slash payment. Then we are gonna call this payment router here. Now after calling these lines, let's check. There is an error. It says upload is not defined. Okay, in our booking routes, let's just correct it. So we are gonna import our upload. So it's uploads from our this file. So let's make it upload. Let me just go here, and okay, it is uploads. So we are gonna change it to uploads. So let me just add S here, also this S here, and this is S here. Now our backend is working fine. It shows server started on localhost and DB connected. Now we have completed our backend here. Now before creating our admin panel, let's make changes in our booking controller. So here the response.status will change to 409, and after this, here it is created booking, and we are using create booking. So add created booking to each. Then after this, here you have to add D also. Then after this, in your payment controller.js, here you have to change here, that is the stripe, not, it will be string, not stripe here for the error message. Then after this string, let's go, and here we have to pass the ERR, not error, as we are passing the ERR. Then after this, in our booking model.js, here inside this panel, we have to just type here push, and we don't have to pull here. Then after this, let's close all this, and now after this, let's create our admin panel. So create an admin folder, and inside this terminal, type here cd admin. Now let's go to our Chrome, and here search for again for write React, and click on this first link, scroll down and copy this command here. Now paste it in your terminal. Now after this, give project name as same. The framework will be React and variant JavaScript. Let's install the node packages here. Now after this, let's install our Tailwind CSS. So search for tailwind.com, then click on get started, select using white, and copy this install statement, and now paste it here in your terminal. Then after this, let's copy this import statement here, and now in your admin panel, go to your first, in your src, don't need the app.css, remove it, and in your white.config.js, paste it here. Then after this, copy this plugin here. Now put a comma here and paste it. Okay, we haven't copied it here, so let me copy it and paste it here. Now after this, let's close this. In your index.css, remove all this, and now just copy this import statement and paste it here. Then after this, copy this h1 tag here, and in your app.jsx, remove this and type here RAFCE, and inside your div, paste it here. Change class to class name. Now run your admin through npm run dev and type O and enter to open it on your Chrome. So the Tailwind CSS is working fine here. Let me close this here. Then after this, let's go to our index.html and remove this title and give a title here, that is car zone admin panel. Now after this, in your main, remove the strict mode, and here let's go and search for React Router DOM in your Chrome, and click on this first link, copy this install statement, and now in your terminal paste it here. Then after this, close this here, then again npm run dev, and now let's wrap our app component into browser router. So type here browser router and cut this app from here and paste it here. Now let's import our browser router. So type here import browser router from React Router DOM. Now after this, you can get these dummy styles from the given link below. We are gonna use these CSS for our this admin panel. Now let me close all this, and in src let's create our folder, that is components folder. Then inside this component, let's create our first component, that is navbar.jsx, and type here RAFCE. Now inside your app.jsx, remove this, and now let's import our navbar here. Now after this, now inside your navbar, let's first import our navbar styles as style or as s from assets/dummy style. So here we are gonna use these CSS property for our navbar component. So here inside your div, let's give a class name property to this div. It will be s.navbar, and inside this let's type here scrolled. Then after this, first we have to type here this scroll, define here. So type here const is open comma set is open is equals to, and use state hook, and the value here initial will be false. Then after this, type here const scrolled comma set scrolled is equals to, use state hook, and the initial value will be false. Now after this, let's type here another div tag here, give class name to this div. It will be s.navInner. Then inside this another div tag, give class name. It will be s.navCenter. Then another div tag, and inside this give class name. It will be s.navBackground, and inside this type here scrolled. Then after this another div tag, give class name. Here it will be s.contentContainer. Then inside this, let's create a link tag. Let's import our link first. So type here import link from, it will be coming from React Router DOM package. Now after this, inside this link tag, let me just give a to property. It will be slash, give class name to this link tag. It will be logo link. Then inside this, create a div tag, give class name to this div. It will be s.logoContainer. Then inside this, type a image tag, and in src it will be our logo, and in alternate it will be logo. Give class name to this image tag. It will be s.logoImage, and the styles here, it will be object position or object fit. Here it will be contain. Now after this, let's import our logo. So type here import logo from, and it will be coming from our assets/logocar.png. So here we are gonna use this logo of this car. So now let's check. So as you can see, the navbar is present with the logo. Now after this, let me go to our GitHub, and in your admin src, this link is given in the description box. In your navbar.jsx, let me just copy this and paste this nav links here. Now let's import this icon. So for this, let me search here for the Lucid React, and here click on this first link, select npm and copy this command, and now in your terminal paste it here. So now after this, go to your icons, and in your icon Now here open this and expand this here and select for our React and copy this statement. Now paste it here. Then after this, let's import our car here, then our plus circle here. Now after importing these here, let me scroll down here. After this, let me run our server again, and here let me just, so it is working fine here. So now after this link tag, after this div, create a span tag, give class name to this, it will be s dot logo text, and let me give a text here that is admin here. Then after this link tag, let's create our div tag, give class name to this div, it will be s dot desktop nav. Then another div tag here, give class name, it will be s dot nav links container. Then inside this type a nav links dot map function, and we are gonna map our link with index and create an arrow function. Now after this, type a const icon is equals to link dot icon. Then after this, let's type a return statement, and inside this type a react dot fragment, and now inside this react dot fragment give key. So the key here, it will be link dot path. Then after this, create a link tag inside this, and in link give two property, it will be link dot path again. Then give class name to this link tag, it will be s dot nav link. Then inside this, let's pass the icon here, give class name to this, it will be width will be 4, height will be 4. And now after this, a span tag, give class name to this, or don't give this class name, just type a link dot text or link dot label will be passed here. So now as you can see, the links with labels are present here. Once we click, it takes us to that particular page. So now after this link, create our if I is less than nav links dot length -1 and in that case, it will just create a div tag, give class name to this div, it will be s dot nav divider. Now let me close this div right here. Now after this div, create another div tag here, give class name, it will be s dot mobile menu button. Then create a button tag here, and now let me just type here const menu reference is equals to, it will be using the use ref hook, and the initial value here it will be null. Then const button ref is equals to use ref again, and initial value here it will be null. Now after this, inside this button tag, let me give the reference here, it will be button ref. Then after this on click here, create an arrow function, and now type here set is open will be v, and it will not visible. So give class name to this button, it will be s dot menu button. Area label here, it will be toggle menu, and area expanded is equals to, and it will be is open here. So now inside this button, just type here is open. If it is open, then it will show the cross icon, that is X, and give class name to this icon, height will be 5, width will be 5. And now in else case, it will show you this icon, that is menu icon, and give class name, height will be 5 and width will be 5. Let me close this. So let me check this toggling here. So for the smaller screen, it is getting toggle here, so it is working fine. Now after these divs, let's create is open, and if it is open, then it will show you the reference here, it will be first menu reference, and give class name to this div tag, it will be s dot menu mobile menu. Now another div tag here, give class name to this div, it will be s dot mobile menu container. Then after this, just type a nav links dot map function, and here we are gonna map our link, create an arrow function, and now inside this type again const icon is equals to link dot icon. Now after this, type return, and inside this return create a link tag here, and now inside this link tag give key property here, it will be link dot path, then to property it will be link dot path again, and give class name to this link tag, it will be s dot mobile menu nav link. Then after this on click property it will be an arrow function, and type as set is open will become false when it is open. Then pass the icon here, and class name of it will be width will be 5, height will be 5, and a span tag. Now in span just pass the link dot label here. Now after this let me go and check, so it is working fine here. Now after this let me just check it is responsive for any devices. So now after this let me just define some use state hook. So use effect hook and create an arrow function, and inside this just type a const on scroll is equals to create an arrow function, type a set is scrolled with the window dot scroll from y-axis is greater than 10. Then after this type here window dot add event listener, so it will add a event listener that is scroll, and on scroll will be pass here. Then after this in return statement create an arrow function and type a window dot remove event listener, so it will remove the event listener that is scroll, and on scroll will be pass again here. It will be done each time we reload our page here. So now after this let's go to our GitHub again, and let me just copy this use effect hook and now paste it here. So for this it will be like if we click on outside the box it will close our container. So let me check it here. So for our smallest devices, once I click on this it will close our navbar, and once I click outside the box it is closing the navbar here. So this is working fine. Let me close this, and now in our components let's create another component that is add car.jsx. Now type here RAFCE, and now in your app.jsx cut this nav here, and inside this paste it here. Then after this let's create our route stack, and inside this route stack create a route here, and the path here it will be slash, and give element here it will be add car here. Now after this let's go to our GitHub, and in your add car here first let's go here in your add car.jsx, and now in your Chrome let me just search for our React.js here. So here click on this first link, copy this install statement, and now in your terminal just paste it here. Then after this let me close this here, and now let's copy this initial form data, and now inside this paste it here. Then after this let me run our server again, and now after this let's import our first we have to import our styles, that is add car page styles from dummy styles and toast styles also. So here for this add we are gonna use these CSS classes here now, and for our toast styles we are gonna use these toast style for success or error. So now after this let me type here const base URL is equals to, so here let me go back here and copy this backend URL and now paste it here. Then after this let's type here const API is equals to Axios. So for Axios we have to install this, so type here in your terminal type here npm I Axios. Now again run our server. Then for Axios let's import our Axios, so type here import Axios from Axios package. Now type here Axios dot create, and it will create our base URL here. after this type here const data comma set data is equals to use state hook, and the value here it will be initial form data. So data will be set using this here, and const file ref is equals to use ref hook, and the value here it will be null. Now after this, inside this return div, give class name that is add car page styles dot page container. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be add car page styles dot fixed background. Now another div tag, give class name to this div, it will be add car page styles dot gradient ball. Then let me copy this line here and paste it 2 times. Now here let me give it 2, and here it will change to 3. Now after this div, create another div tag, give class name, it will be add car page styles dot header container. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be add car page styles dot header divider. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be add car page styles dot header divider line. And now after this, create a h1 tag, give class name to this heading tag, it will be add car page styles dot title. Then a span tag, give class name, it will be add car page styles dot title gradient, and give the title as add your car here. Now as you can see, it is present here with the background. So now after this, create a paragraph tag, give class name, it will be add car page styles dot subtitle. Now let me give some paragraph here, that is share your vehicle with the world and start earning today. Now after this div, create another div tag here, give class name, it will be add car page styles dot form container. Then a form tag here, and inside this form tag, give on submit property, it will be handle submit. Then give class name to this, it will be add car page styles dot form. And now create a div tag here, give class name, it will be add car page styles dot form div. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot form container, or type here form column. Now after this, let's create our const, and here type here handle change. So first we have to define it. So it will be a use callback hook, pass the event, create an arrow function, and type here const name comma value. These both thing will be is equals to event dot target. So these both things will be coming from the event. Then type a set data, and now inside this type here the previous data, create an arrow function, and now inside this type here dot 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 previous, and name will be changed with value. Now after this, let me just done it each time the page is reloaded. Then after this, let's type here for image handling. So for image handling, let's go to our GitHub, and here let me just copy this handle image change function and paste it here. So here we are gonna handle our image, which will be coming from our add. Now after this, let's me just type here const reset form, so is equals to again I use callback hook and create an arrow function, and type here set data, it will be initial form data. So here for when the form is reset, it will set the data as initial form data. If file reference dot current, then it will show the file reference dot current dot value, else it will show empty. That don't show, else it will be equals to empty. Now after this, pass the initial form data each time we reset the form here. Now after this, let me copy this toast here. So if the toast is for the success, it will show you this success on the top right, and for the success it will auto close in 3000 seconds, that is 3 seconds, and in else case it will close it for in 4 seconds. Then after this, let's type here our handle submit function. So again go to our GitHub and now copy this handle submit and now paste it here. So here we are gonna handle our submission, that is to create our car here. So here we are gonna take these input fields here, we are gonna map these fields, and for each field we are gonna have the key and value. So it will be done on this route. So this route is coming from our backend, and in our server.js, that is /API/cars, and in our car router, here we are gonna see the router, that is the create car will be done on / method, and it will be a post method. So it is a post method. Now after this, as you can see, it's a post method. So now after this, it will reset the form once the data is submitted. Now after this, let me just show the error. If in case of any error, it will show you this error response. Then after this, let's type here const render input field is equals to pass the field here, create an arrow function, and inside this create a div tag here, give key property, it will be field dot name. Then after this, create a label tag here, and inside this label give class name, it will be field, then field dot icon. If it is field dot icon, that add car page styles dot label with icon, else it will be add car page styles dot label. Then after this, inside this label tag, pass the field dot icon here. Then after this, pass the field dot name here. Now after this, create a input tag, and inside this just type here the, it will be required as, for the each field it will be required. Then after this, the name here, it will be field dot name here. Then after this, for the value, it will be again data, and inside this data, let's pass the field dot name here. Then after this, on change, it will be handle change. Then type here, for the type of this input field, it will be field dot type, else it will be text for each field. So now after this, give class name to this input field, it will be field dot prefix. If it is, then it will be add car page styles dot input with prefix, else it will be add car page styles dot input. Now after creating this, let's give a placeholder. In placeholder, it will be field dot placeholder. Then after this, for minimum, it will be field dot minimum, and for the maximum, it will be field dot maximum. Now after creating this, type here dot 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 field dot props will be passed here. Now after this, let's create another const and render select field. So it will render the selected field. It will be done on field, and create an arrow function and create a div tag here, give key value, it will be field dot name. Then inside this, let me just give a label tag here, and inside this label give class name property, it will be again add car page styles dot label, and inside this give the label as field dot label will be passed here. Then after this label tag, let me create our select tag, and for the select tag, it will be required will be field dot required, as the select tag will be required. Then name here, it will store our field dot name. Then the value here, it will be field dot data, and inside this pass the field dot name as value here. Then on change, it will be handle change. Then give class name to this input select tag, it will be add car page styles dot select. Then pass the field let me pass the field dot option here dot map, and we are gonna map the option here and create an arrow function. And now type of, so the type of option is equals to object. Then in that case, let me just create a option tag here. Now the value here for this, first we have to define the key for this. It will be option dot value, then value here it will be option dot value. And now inside this option, let me just pass the option dot label here. In else case, let me type the option again, and it will be the value here, it will be option, and key here it will be option, and we are gonna pass the option here. Now after this div, after this function, let me just copy this left column and also copy this right column and paste it here. So here in our right column we have these things, and for our left column we have these multiple fields. Now after this, let's go here inside this form and now type a left column field dot map function, and we are gonna map the field here, and now create an arrow function. Now inside this, create if field dot type is equals to input. If the type of field is equals to input, then it will return, and it's gonna return a div tag, and give key property here, it will be field dot config dot name. And now inside this, let me create a label tag, and in label let's give a class name. It will be add car page styles dot label, and inside this pass the label dot config dot label. Then another div tag here, give class name to this div. It will be, let me give it the position here, it will be relative. Then let me pass the field dot config dot prefix. Then after this, let me create an input tag here, and inside this input tag, the field here it will be required. So for each field it will be field dot config dot required. Then the name here, it will say that field dot config dot name will be passed here. Then for the value, it will be data, and inside this data type here field dot config dot name will be passed here. Then after this on change, and it will be handle change. Then type here of this input tag, it will be field dot config dot type, else it will be text for each field. Then give class name to this input tag, it will be backtick, and here let me just type here add car page styles dot input. Also let me just type here field dot config dot props, and if it is dot class name, else it will be empty. Give placeholder property, it will be field dot config dot placeholder. Then for minimum, it will be field dot config dot minimum value, and for maximum it will be field dot config dot maximum will be passed here. So now after this, in else case, in else if, it will be field dot type is equals to, if it is select tag, then it will show, that is it will return the render select input field function, that it will store the field dot config, and it will return null in else case. Now after this, create another div tag here, and inside this create a label tag and give class name to this label. It will be add car page styles dot label, and now let me give a label here, that is transmission. Then after this, create a div tag here, give class name to this div. It will be add car page styles dot radio container. Then let me just pass here the options, that is automatic or manual. and dot map function. We are gonna map these two things, that is t, and create an arrow function. So create a label tag here, and inside this label give t key property, it will be t, and give class name, it will be add car page styles dot radio label, and we are gonna share here the data dot transmission is equals to t. And here let me close this label tag and create an input tag, and inside this input tag, type of this, it will be radio, name here it will be transmission, value here it will be t, data transmission, and checked if it is, then it will be data dot transmission is equals to t. Then on change, it will be handle change here, then give class name here, it will be add car page styles dot radio input. Now after this, create a span tag, give class name, it will be add car page styles dot radio text, and let me type the text here, that is t will be passed here. So now on your UI, as you can see, the left side is present here, which will have these input field ready here. Then after this, let me create another div tag and give class name property, it will be add car page styles dot form column. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be add car page styles dot form grid inner. Then let me just pass here the right column dot map function, and here we are gonna map the field here and create an arrow function, and inside this let me type here if field dot type is equals to input. If the field dot type is equals to input, then it will return render input field, and we are gonna map this field dot config, and it will return else. In else case, it will return null. Then after this, create another div tag here, give class name property, it will be add car page styles dot label. Now after this, let me cut this class name here, as we don't need to give class name to this div. Create a label tag and paste it here. Then inside this, let me type here car image. Now after this, create a div tag here, and inside this give class name, it will be add car page styles dot image upload container. Then inside this, create a label tag and give class name to this label, it will be add car page styles dot image upload label. Now inside this, let me type here data dot image preview. If it is showing the preview, then create a div tag, give class name, width will be full, height will be full, then rotate rounded axle, then overflow will be hidden. Now inside this, image tag, and now type here data dot image preview will be passed here, and in alt it will be preview. Give class name to this image tag, it will be width will be full, and height here it will be full, object cover. Now in else case, here let me type another div tag here, give class name, it will be add car page styles dot image upload placeholder. Now after this, let me copy this svg tag from our GitHub link and paste it here. So now after this, create a paragraph tag, give class name, it will be add car page styles dot input upload text, and create a span tag, give class name, it will be add car page styles dot image upload text semi-bold. Then type the paragraph, that is click to upload. Now a br tag, that is a break tag, or type here or drag and drop. Then after this, another paragraph tag, give class name, it will be add car page styles dot image upload subtext, and type here the png comma jpg up to 5 megabyte, as we have already declared it in our backend. Then input tag, type of this input tag, it will be file. Reference here, it will be coming from the file reference. Then the name here, it will be image. on change it will be handle image change. Then after this give class name to this input tag, it will be hidden. Then accept, it will only accept the images here. So as you can see it is present here. Now after this div, create another div tag here, give label tag, it will be give class name, it will be add car page styles dot label, and let me give a label that is description. Now after this create a text area tag, and let me close this text area tag here, and inside this tag give required, it will be required name here, it will be description, then value here it will be data dot description. Then after this on change property it will be handle change, then it will be the rows here, it will be 4. Then let me close this here. Then after this give class name to this text area, it will be add car page styles dot text area. Then give plugin here placeholder, and the placeholder it will be describe feature condition special details. Cut this placeholder and place it outside this class name. So now after defining this text area, as you can see the description is present here. Then after this div, create another div tag here, give class name, it will be margin top will be 12, flex justify center. Then a button tag here, give type of this button, it will be submit, give class name to this button tag, it will be add car page styles dot submit button. And now create a span tag here, give class name to this button, to this span it will be add car page styles dot button text, and type a list your car. Now after this let me copy this SVG again and paste it here. Now after this div, let me go and copy this toast container and paste it here. Let me import this toast container. Okay, so we have to manually import it. So let me, after this let me type here import. So type here toast comma toast container, which will be coming from our React Toastify. Now after this let me go and check it here. So let me fill some details here. Let me fill this detail as car 1. The price of this car will be this. Select seat, select fuel type here, select the mileage here, and select the category for this. Define the year of the car and the model of this car. Then give an image here. So let me give this image for that car here, and give description to that car. Then once I click on it, it will show you a toast on the right side. And then on your MongoDB, let me refresh it. And here, as you can see in your car, a booking entry has been made here. So it is working fine here. And in your uploads, you can see this image is stored here. Now after this, we have created our ad here. So let me close this ad here, and now in your app.jsx let me define another route here, and the path here it will be /manage car. Then give element here, it will be, let me create a component here that is manage car.jsx, and type here RAFCE. And in your app.jsx let's import the manage car here. Now after this, here let me just import our styles, that is styles from our dummy styles. So here we are gonna use these CSS property for our manage car. So let's create our manage car component. Type import Axios from Axios package. Now after this, let's type here const base is equals to, let me go to add, and here let me copy this backend URL and let me paste it here. Then after this, let me type here const API is equals to axios.create, and it will create it as base URL. It will store the base here. Then in headers we are gonna send it as it will accept our application slash JSON. Then after this, inside this div, let's give class name. It will be min height screen, then background gray 950, padding will be 4, and for smaller screen it will be 6. Then another div tag, give class name, position will be relative, margin bottom will be 8, padding from top will be 16, text center. Then another div tag, give class name, position will be absolute, it will be insert from x-axis will be 0, top will be 0, flex, justify center. Now another div tag, give class name to this div, it will be height will be 1, width will be 20, then PG gradient to R, that is from right side, from orange 500 to amber 600, then round it full, make it 500 to this. And now after this, let me go to manage. Okay, we have defined the wrong route here. So in your app.jsx, let me add s here for this routes. So as you can see, a black background is present here. Now after this div, let's create our h1 tag and give class name to this h1 tag. It will be text will be 4XL, font will be extra bold, padding from y-axis will be 4, text will be white, for smaller screen text will be 5XL, then margin bottom will be 3, tracking white. Now inside this, create a span tag, give class name to the span, it will be text will be transparent, bg clip text, then bg gradient to right, then from orange 400 to amber 400. Now let me give the title as fleet management. Now after this, create a paragraph tag, give class name to this paragraph, it will be text gray 400, margin max width will be 2XL, margin from x-axis will be auto. Then let me give a paragraph here, that is manage your entire fleet, track bookings and monitor vehicle status in real time. Now as you can see, it is present here. Now after this, in your GitHub, now let me just copy these utility functions and let me just paste it after this. Now in this, we are creating the image URL here, that it will be coming from our /uploads folder, and here we are gonna sanitize our image for the backend, that is it will be coming from our uploads folder, and it will slice the length of that URL. Then let's type here the store in DB, that is the way we are gonna store it. So here let me paste this function build save car here. So here we are gonna store this using this ID. We are gonna have this ID, we are gonna have this make, model, year, category, seats, and if the category is not present, it will take sedan as initial, seat will be 4, and etc. Details will be taken. If it is present, it will that, else it will be like the second details we have mentioned. Then let's define our subcomponents, that is type a const stat card is equals to, we are gonna take title, we are gonna take value and icon will store a icon here. Then after this, give class name here, and it will be equals to, let me create an arrow function first, and here first let me type here equal to. Now after this, let's create a div tag here. Now inside this div, give class name, it will be backtick, and type here styles dot gradient orange. Then after this, let's type here styles dot rounded 2XL, then type here styles dot stats card, then type here styles dot border gray. Then after this, type here styles dot border hover orange. Now let me give class name here. Then after the inside this div, let's create another div tag and give class name to this div. It will be flex. Then item start, justify between. Now another div tag here, give h3 tag, give class name to this heading tag. It will be backtick and it will be styles dot text gray. Then let's type here text will be small, font will be medium, for margin bottom will be 2. Then let's pass the title here. Then create a paragraph tag, give class name to this paragraph. It will be text will be 2 pixel, font will be bold, text white, and now let's give the paragraph as the value will be passed here inside this paragraph tag. Then a div, give class name, padding will be 3, rounded large, then background gray 800, opacity will be 30. Then let's pass the icon, give class name to this icon. It will be backtick and let's type here styles dot text orange, and after this text will be Excel. Then let's close this icon. Now here we have completed our stats card. Now let's go and let's copy this car card and paste it here. So here we are gonna store our status of that car, but it is available, rented or maintained. Then let's return a div, give class name to that is backtick and type as styles dot gradient gray. Then after this type as styles dot rounded 2 pixel. Then after this type as styles dot car card. Then after this let me type as styles dot border gray. Then styles dot border hover orange. Now inside this div another div tag and give class name to this div. It will be position will be absolute, or change this position. Let me type here position, here it will be relative. Then create an image tag and in src just type here car dot image will be passed here. In alternate type here backtick, type here car dot make, and car dot model will be passed here. Then give class name to this image tag. It will be styles dot car image. Now after this create another div tag, give class name to this div. Position will be absolute, top will be 4, right will be 4. Then a span tag, here give class name to this span. It will be backtick. Now type here styles dot stat patch. Then after this type here get status styles and pass here the car dot status here. Now after this let's pass this car dot status here. Dot char at, so the character at 0 place will be passed here. Dot to uppercase, and here it will add with the car dot status dot slice method, and it will slice at first. So now after this let me close this tag here. So now the return is inside this car card. Now after this div let's create another div tag, give class name to this div. Padding will be 5. Now another div tag, give class name. It will be flex, justify between, item start, then margin bottom will be 4. Then another div tag and a h3 tag, give class name to this heading tag. It will be text will be large, or text will be Excel. Then font will be semi bold, text will be white. Then let's pass here the car dot make here with car dot model here. Now after this a paragraph tag, give class name to this paragraph. It will be styles dot text gray. Now let's pass here the car dot year here. Now after this another div tag, give class name to this div. It will be text will be 2 pixel, font will be bold, text will be orange 500. Now let me just pass here the car.daily rate. Now a span tag, and inside the span type here, give class name, it will be text will be small, text gray 400, font will be normal, and let me just pass here, type here per day. So now it is working here. Then let me just after this let me just type here another div tag, give class name, it will be grid calls 2, then after gap of 4, then margin bottom will be 5, then another div tag, give class name, it will be flex item center, text will be small. Then after this let me just pass the icon here, that is FA gas pump. To get this icon, let's install our React icon here. So let me search React icon on our Chrome, click on this link, copy this command and paste it in your terminal. Now after this let's go back, and in this let me search here the gas pump. So here let me click on this first, copy this import statement, and now here paste it here. Then after this let me run again the terminal server and let's refresh it. Now after this give class name to this icon, that is it will be backtick, and type here the styles dot text orange, then margin right will be 2. Let's close this and create a span tag, give class name, it will be again styles dot text gray 300, and let me paste it here as car dot fuel type will be passed here. Then let me just copy this and paste it 3 times, and here let me change this icon to FA tachometer, then this car dot will be changed to car dot mileage, else it will be 0, if it is found, else it will be 0, to local string, and type here mi. Then after this remove this icon and type here the user icon here and import it here, then type here car dot seats, and type here seats will be here, and here FA as the user will show the seats here, and FA cog, and here we are gonna pass the transmission here. Then another div tag here, give class name to this div, it will be flex justify between, and border T, then border gray 800 from top, and padding will be 4 from the top. Then button tag, give on click property, create an arrow function, and type here on edit, and inside this type here car, and give class name to this, it will be backtick, it will be flex item center, and type here styles dot text orange, then hover text will be text orange 300, then transition colors. Now inside this let's give an icon, that is FA edit, give class name to this icon, it will be margin right will be 1, then type here edit. Let's copy this button tag here and let me paste it again here. Now here it will change to on delete. Then after this it will be done for using the car.id, that is the MongoDB ID. If it is, then it will be car.id. Then the styles will be changed to text red, hover it will be changed to red, and this icon will be changed to thrash, and this will be changed to delete. Now on your GitHub let me copy this edit model here and paste it here. So here we are gonna use this edit model, and it will map this editing to our backend. Let me close this edit model here. So here let me close this, and now inside this let me type here const handle submit is equals to, now inside this pass an event and create an arrow function, type here e.prevent default, as it will stop the page from reloading. Then after this if the car is not present, that is car.make is not present, or car.make car.model is not present, in that case it will return that a toast, and the toast is imported from our React Toastify here. So here let me type a return toast dot error. Then if the make and model is not present, it will show that the both things are required here. Then after this, on submit, here type here make map to backend and type here car will be passed here. So on submit, handle submit, it will just make the changes here and submit it to the backend here using this map to backend function. Then type here const handle input change, pass an event and create an arrow function, type here const name comma value is equals to event dot target. Then after this type here on change, and inside this on change type here car comma and type a name. It will store the value, that is the year and delivery daily rate mileage seats, and dot it will includes name here. Then it will be value is equals to empty. If it is, it will be empty, else it will be number, and inside this the number, the value will be passed here, else it will be simple value. Now after creating this handle input change, let me create another function. First let's just copy this const handle input field and paste it here. So here we are gonna handle these input field, that is these field, that is we have this option, we have this input tag here, we have this input field that we are gonna have to make the changes. So using this field, it will only make us help in changes. So here we are gonna type, that is the map input field to edit and send it the updated version on backend. So it will send the updated field to our server and it will make the changes in our backend and also on the MongoDB. So here type here const no cars view. If there no car is showing, then pass here the on reset filter and create an arrow function, create a div tag here, give class name to this div, it will be backtick, and type here styles dot gradient gray, then another styles dot no cars container, then another div tag here, give class name to this div, margin from x-axis will be auto. Let me correct this const here. So now after this, let's type here width will be 24, height will be 24, rounded full, PG gradient to bottom right, from orange 900, opacity will be 50, make it 30, to amber 900, opacity will be 30, then it will be flex item center, justify center, then margin bottom will be 6, then another div tag, give class name, it will be BG gradient to bottom right, then from orange 700 to amber 700, width will be 16, height will be 16, it will be flex rounded full, then justify center item center. Now inside this, let's give an icon, that is FA car, give class name to this icon, height will be 8, width will be 8, and text orange 300. Let me close this. Now if there is no car, it will show a heading, that is margin top, that will have the class name as margin top will be 4, text will be Excel, font will be medium, text white. It will show that no cars found. So after showing this heading, create a paragraph tag, give class name to this paragraph, margin top will be 2, text gray 400. Now let me give a paragraph, that is try adjusting your filter criteria. So if there is no car, it will show you this here. Then create a button tag here, on click, and here it will on reset filter will be pass here. Give class name here. It will be backtick and type as styles dot button primary, and here margin top will be 4. Now after this, type here show all cars. This button will be created here. Then after this, let's create our filter. So let me go back and copy this filter select function and paste it here. So it will filter our category using the category. Now after this, let me type here const, and here let's first import our icon, that is filter icon. And now here let me just type here cars comma set cars is equals to a use state hook, and the initial value will be empty array. Then type here const category filter comma set category filter is equals to another use state hook, and the value will be all. As this initial, it will show all the cars. Then type here const editing car comma set editing car is equals to a use state hook, and the initial value it will be null. Then type here const show edit model comma set show edit model is equals to use state hook, and the value here it will be false for the initial. Now after defining these things, let me create a div tag here. Give class name to this div, background gray 900, opacity will be 50, backdrop blur will be small. Then after this, rounded will be 2xl, then padding will be 5, and margin bottom will be 6. Then border gray 800. Now after this, another div tag, give class name to this div, it will be flex column, then for medium screen flex row, and item will be center, then justify between, then gap will be 6. Then let's pass here the stat card here. Pass the title as like total cars will be pass here. Then the value for this, it will be passing the cars dot length as the value, and then icon it will just pass the FA car icon. Now after this, let's pass here the inside this filter select, let's pass the value as category filter. Then on change, here it will be set category filter. Then in categories it will see our categories here. So now let me check it here. So it shows that categories is not defined. Okay, let me define it. So here after this, let's type here const fetch cars is equals to, first we have to fetch the car. It will be a use callback hook, and it will be an async function, create an arrow function and create a try catch block. And now inside this try block, let me type here const response is equals to await keyword and API dot get method, and it will be getting from our slash API slash cars, and inside this the limit here it will be 100. Then let me just type here const raw is equals to array dot is array, and inside this let's pass here the response dot data. If it is, then it will be response dot data, else it will be response dot data, or it will be empty array. Now after this route, it is coming from our slash API slash routes, and for this get method, let me show you, it is coming from our slash get here, and the limit it will be getting from our limit here. So now after this, let me just go back here, and here let me copy this set cars here function and paste it here. So here it will make this set car here using this image, and in case of any error, just type here console.error, and here let me just pass the ERR, and a toast.error will be shown here, that it will show that failed to load cars, and it will be done for the each time we reload our page here. Now after this, create a use effect hook and create an arrow function, and inside this type a fetch cars and pass it the fetch cars here. When each time we reload the page, it will refetch the cars here. Then type a const categories is equals to a use memo hook, and inside this create an arrow function, and now inside this just type here all. If it is showing all the categories, then it will be array dot from, so it will be new set, so it will be setting the car dot map function, and it will set the car as c dot category, then else, or it will be sedan in initial. If this category is present here, then it will be that category, else it will be sedan category, and the cars will be passed here. Then after this type here const filtered car is equals to a use memo hook again, and inside this create an arrow function and type here cars dot filter, and here let me just type here car is create an arrow function and type here category filter is equals to all. If it is all, it can be all, else it will be car dot selected category is equals to car category filter. So the car category will be the category filter, else it will be show all the car, or it will show the selected car, and pass the car comma category filter will be passed here. Then type a const handle delete is equals to an async function. Now inside this pass the identifier, that is the id, and create an arrow function. Now inside this let me go back here, and here let me just copy these 3 lines here and paste it here. So here we are gonna find the car using this id. If the car is not found, it will show you this toast, and if you want to delete, it will show you a window.confirm, and it will ask you this function. Then create a try catch block. If car dot underscore id, that is the MongoDB id, is not present, then it will set the car as previous and create an arrow function. Type a previous dot filter, and inside this we are gonna again create an arrow function and type a p dot id is not equals to car dot id, that is the previous id is not equals to this id. Then it will show your toast dot success at as the car removed successfully or from the locally. So it will remove the car from our local, then it will return this response. Now after this let's create await keyword and type a api.delete method, and it will delete it using the slash api slash cars slash, and it will be done on car dot underscore id, that is the MongoDB id. So it will be done on this id. Using this id it will delete the car. Then type here toast dot success, and it will show you car deleted. Then it will again refresh the page as the fetch car will be called again. Then for the catch function, it will just type here console dot error, and the error just pass here the err. Then it will again show the toast dot error, and inside this error it will show that is the error dot response dot data dot message, else it will just show you the response that failed to delete the car. Now we have created our handle delete. So for this route it is coming from slash api slash cars, and for the id to delete it will be done on using this id function. So it is present here. Now after this let's go back here and let's copy this. Let me copy this on edit model here. So let me paste it here. Here you can edit your model. Also the images will be edited here. So let me type here on edit submit is equals to an async function. Using the payload it will be submit the data. So create a try catch block, and now inside this try block let me type here if editing car dot underscore id is not found, then it will await and type here api dot post method. It will be slash api slash cars, and let me pass the payload here. Then after this type here toast dot success, and it will show you the toast as car added. Then in else case, it will just type here await keyword API dot put method that it will update the car. Then it will be slash API slash car slash, let me make this a backtick first so that can work here. And here let me type here editing car dot underscore ID. Then after this put a comma and pass the payload here. Then after this type here toast dot success, and inside this the success here it will show car updated. Now we are for this route it is coming from slash API slash cars, and for our first the post it will be on slash, and for our update that is the put method it will be done on ID. Now let me close this here, and in your managed cars let me just type here set show edit model will become false when it's get edited, and set editing car will become null here. Now it will again refetch the cars here. Then after this in case of error just type a console.error, and it will be error will be passed here, and toast.error it will show the toast as let me copy this toast here toast.error and paste it here. Just change to delete to update car or to save car. Now after this as you can see it will show you that it has one car, that we have only one entry in our MongoDB, and the category of that car is this SUV. So as SUV is the category we have chosen for that car. Then after this div create another div tag, give class name, it will be grid, then grid calls 1, then for medium screen grid calls 2, then for larger screen grid calls 3, then gap will be of 6. Then after this let's pass the filter cars dot map function, pass car and create an arrow function, and inside this type a car card and pass the key here that is the car.id. Then car will have the car, and on edit it will be our open edit, and on delete it will be our handle delete function. Let me close this car card here, and now after this let me just type a filter car dot length is equals to 0 if it is if the length of this filter car is 0, then it will show that no cars view will be called here, and it will create an arrow function and set category filter as all, as it will show you all the car. And let me close this no cars view, and now let me type here show edit model and editing car, and inside this we will be showing the edit model here, and car will be editing car, and on close it will be an arrow function. And now create an arrow function and type here set show edit model will become false here, and set editing car will become null here. Let me remove this and let me close this show edit model here. First type here on submit here, and it will be handle edit submit, and on change it will become our handle, or just type here set editing car here. Now after this let's type here toast container, and theme here it will be dark. Let me close this toast container here. So after this we have completed our managed car. Let me check it here. So it shows an error that is okay, mileage error, and let me just go there, and here let me change it to locally, that is we have to add a e here. So here it is working fine, the car has been shown here. Once I click on edit it shows another error, that is f8 times is not defined. Okay, copy this f8 times, and here let me just paste it here. Now as you can see it is working fine here. Let me click another edit here. These details are getting fetched from the server automatically, and on change is not a function. Okay, let me define this on change here in the handle input change. Now let me change this to sports or let me refresh it, and now let me change it to sports and change the year, and the mileage will be changed to this. Type change and save it, so it shows that car updated. And here, once previously it is showing this, let me refresh it here. After re-login, as you can see, it's get updated here. Now this is working fine here, so let me close this here, and once I delete it, it will show you that no cars are not found, and here the toast is seen here. So let's create our booking page first now. So let me create our component first, that is booking.jsx. Here let me type a RAFCE, and now in your app.jsx let me define a route here, and inside this, the path here, it will be /bookings. In element it will be equals to, let me type here the booking here, and after this let me close this route tag. Now let's go to our booking, and here let's import. So we are gonna import our booking page styles and status config from our dummy styles. So here we are gonna use this CSS for our booking JSX component, and for status config we are gonna use this CSS. Now after this, let me type import Axios from Axios package, and here let me go to add cars, and let me copy these two lines here and paste it here. Now after this, put a comma here and type a headers, and in headers it will accept our application /JSON. Now let's go to our GitHub again, and here for the booking page, and let me copy this utils functions here, and now let me paste it here. So here for our formal date, that is the format date function, so here we are gonna get this date here. This function make image URL will make our image URL, that is how we are gonna store this, and for our normalized data details, it will store our details here. Let's copy this extra car info also and paste it here. So here it will get this car info. So let me just explain this, that is it will get this snap of that car, that is the image from our booking car, and that is coming from the front end. And if the car is present, then it will get these details from our front end too, and here it will get the images for the vehicle. Then after this, let's create our const panel is equals to, now inside this we will be taking the title, we will be taking icon, and we are taking the children, and create an arrow function here. And now inside this function, create a div tag, give class name to this div, it will be booking page styles dot panel. Now a h3 tag, give class name to this heading, it will be booking page styles dot page title, panel title. Then inside this, let's type here icon will be passed here. Then after this, a span tag, and give class name to the span tag, it will be booking page styles dot panel icon, and let's pass the title here. Then after this, create a div tag, give class name, it will be space from y-axis will be 3, and let's pass the children here. Now after this, let's create another component, that is details, and detail will have the icon, it will have the label here, and it will have the value, and create an arrow function. Now create a div tag, give class name to this, it will be booking page styles dot detail container. Then after this, another div tag, give class name, it will be booking page styles dot detail icon, and let's pass the icon here. Then after this, another div tag, and here give class name to this div tag, it will be flex1, and now here after this, give class name to this div, it will be booking page styles dot detail label, and now let's pass the label here. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be booking page styles dot detail value, and let's pass the value. If it is, then it will be empty. Either it will be value, it will be empty. Then type here const specification or specs is equals to, now pass the icon, now pass label and the value here, and create an arrow function. And now create a div tag, give class name, it will be booking page styles dot specs container. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be booking page styles dot specs icon, and let's pass the icon here. Then after this div, create a paragraph tag, give class name, it will be booking page styles dot specs label, and let's pass the label here. Then after this, another paragraph tag, give class name, it will be booking page styles dot specs value, and let's pass the value here. If it is value, else it will be empty string. Now after this, let's type here const status indicator, and let's pass here the status comma is editing comma new status, and after this we are gonna pass on status change and create an arrow function here. And now inside this, type here return is editing. If it is editing, then it will show a select tag, and inside the select tag, let me just type here value here, it will be new status, and on change it will be on status change. Then type here give class name to the select tag, it will be pg gray 800, opacity will be 50, then text will be small, then padding from x-axis will be 2, padding from y-axis will be 1, and rounded will be, and focus here it will be outline will be none, and focus here ring will be 1. Then after this, type here focus ring orange 500. Now inside the select tag, let's pass here the object dot keys, and in keys let me give the value as status config dot filter, and we are gonna filter it by using k, and k is not equals to default, so it will show you this indicator dot map function, and type here option and create an arrow function, and inside this pass here create an option tag, and in value pass here the option, in key pass the option here, and in options let me just pass the option here, that is dot to char at, that is the character at 0 place, to uppercase, and it will add also the option dot slice method at the value of 1. Now after this, in else case we are creating a span tag, give class name to the span, it will be booking page styles dot status indicator. Inside this pass the status here. Then after this, our div tag here, and let me close this div right here, give class name to this div, it will be booking page styles dot status icon, and pass here the status here. Let me close this. Now after this, let me create a string and pass the status. If it is, else it will be unknown dot char at 0 and to uppercase, and after this it will add with the string, and inside this type a status, or it will be unknown here dot slice method, and it will be at place 1. Now after creating this, let me create our const booking cart header is equals to, let me import the booking comma on toggle details is expanded, and create an arrow function. Now create a div tag, give class name, it will be booking page styles dot booking card header. Then another div tag, give class name booking page styles dot booking icon container. Then after this, let me give an icon, that is FA calendar alt, and give class name to this icon, it will be booking page styles dot booking icon. Now after this div, create another div tag. Inside this another div tag and give class name to this div. It will be booking page styles dot booking customer. Then let me type here booking dot customer will be passed here, or it will be empty. Then another div tag, give class name here. It will be booking page styles dot booking email, and let me pass here the booking dot email will be passed here, and or it will be empty. Now after this div, create another div tag, give class name. It will be booking page styles dot booking expand icon. Now let me give another icon here, that is FA chevron down, and give class name. It will be booking backtick, and transition transform duration will be 300. Now here let me type here is expanded. If it is, then it will rotate to 180 degree, else it will be empty. Now let me close this icon here and create a span tag, give class name to this icon, to this span. It will be margin left 2, text small, and here type here is expanded. If it is, then again it will type here hide details. In else case it will be show details. So after this, let's go and let me copy this booking card info as how our booking will show, as it will store the car here, pickup date, amount of that car, and status of that thing. Now after this, let's type here const booking card action is equals to, let me call here the is editing, type here on edit status, let me call on save status, and on cancel edit, and on toggle details will be called here is expanded also, and create an arrow function here. Now inside this, create a div tag, give class name to this div. It will be booking page styles dot booking action. Then another div tag, give class name. It will be item center, text orange 400. Then after this it will be hidden. Then for medium screen it will be flex. Then let me call this icon as FA check double or FA chevron down, and give class name to this icon. It will be backtick, transition transform, duration will be 300. Then inside this type here is edit is expanded, then it will rotate to 180 degree, else it will be empty. Then let me close this icon here. Then after this, create a span tag, and again give class name to this span. Margin left will be 2, text will be small, and let me type here is expanded. If it is, then it will be, let me just copy this span tag, and here let me just paste it here in this span tag. Now after this, create another div tag, give class name. It will be flex, space from x-axis will be 3, margin left will be auto. Then let me type here is editing. If it is, then in that case let me type here a button tag, and inside this button tag let me type here on click, and on click will have on status safe, and then give class name to this button tag, and class name it will have the booking page styles dot booking action button, and let's pass here the green color. Then inside this button let me just type here save. Let me copy this button tag and paste it again here. This time change this to on cancel edit, and the color will be changed from green to gray, and here it will become cancel. Now after this, in else case let me create another button tag, and here inside this button tag let me type here on click property, and it will be on edit status, and give class name to this button tag. It will be booking page styles dot booking edit button. Then give title here, it will be edit status. Now after this, let me pass the icon here, that is FA edit, and give class name to this icon. it will be inline, then margin right will be 1, and let's close this and type here edit. Now after this, let's go back to our GitHub and let me copy this booking card detail and now paste it here. Now after pasting it, here we have to import this icon also, and here we are gonna take the booking detail that is coming from our front end, that it will have the customer name, email, phone number. It will have the booking details as the pickup date, also the returning date. It will have our amount, that is the total amount paid. It will have the shipping address as the street, city, state, zip code, and it will have the image of that particular car also, that it will be saved here, that is FA car icon also. And after this, it will have the seats, it will have the fuel of that car, it will have the mileage what is will be coming from the front end. So let me import this FA check circle also. Now after this panel, let me type here const booking card is equals to, and now inside this we will be taking our booking comma is expanded comma is editing, then we will be taking our new status, then we are gonna take on toggle details, then on edit status, then on status change, and now on save status and on cancel edit. Now after this, create an arrow function here, and now inside this create a div tag, give here class name to this div. It will be booking page styles dot booking card. Then inside this another div tag, give class name, padding will be 5, cursor pointer, then here on click property, and inside this let me just type here on toggle details. Now after this, let me create another div tag, give class name, it will be flex column. For medium screen it will be flex row. Then after this, just justify between item start, for medium screen item center. Then let me just pass here the booking card header and type here booking, it will store the booking. Then on toggle detail, it will pass the on toggle details, and is expanded will be is expanded. Let me close this booking card header. Now after this, let me create our booking card info, and inside this info we are gonna pass the booking as booking is editing will store the is editing, and new status will store the new status, and on status change it will be on status change. Let me close this here. Then after this, we are gonna create our booking card action, and here is editing will take the is editing, then we are gonna take the is edit status as on edit status, then on save status it will be on save status, and on cancel edit it will be on cancel edit. On toggle details it will take the on toggle details here. Then after this, is expanded will take the is expanded. Then we are gonna close this booking card action. Then type here is expanded and let me type here booking card details, and we are gonna take the booking as booking, and let close this here. Now after this, let's go and let's copy this search filter, and now let me paste it here. So here we are gonna search using this filter. We are gonna filter this search, and here let me open this div again here. Now let's create our function, that is const new booking view. So if there is no booking, we are gonna use this function, we are gonna call this function, and it will have this on reset filter also. So create a div tag, give class name, it will be booking page styles dot no booking container. Then after this another div tag, give class name, it will be booking page styles dot no booking icon container. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be booking page styles dot no booking icon. Now after this, let's give the icon fa search and give class name to this icon. It will be booking page styles dot booking no booking icon svg. Now after this, create a h3 tag and give class name to this heading tag. It will be booking page styles dot no booking title, and let's give the heading as no booking found. Now after this a paragraph tag, give class name to this paragraph. It will be booking page styles dot no booking text, and let me give the paragraph as try adjusting your search or filter criteria. Now after this, create a button tag here, and on click it will call the on reset filter. Then give class name to this button. It will be booking page styles dot no booking button. Now let me call this icon here fa sync and give class name to this icon. Margin from right will be 2 and type here reset filter. Now after this, type here const background gradient is equals to create an arrow function, and inside this let me create a div tag here. Give class name to this div. It will be booking page styles dot fixed background. Then after this our div tag, give class name, it will be booking page styles dot gradient ball 1. Let me copy this and paste it 2 times here, change it to 2, and here it will change to 3. Now after this, type here const page headers is equals to create an arrow function, and now create a div tag here. Give class name, it will be booking page styles dot header container. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be booking page styles dot header divider. Then after this another div tag, give class name to this div. It will be booking page styles dot header divider line. Now after this div, create a h1 tag, give class name to this tag. It will be booking page styles dot title, and inside this let's give a span tag, give class name to this span. It will be booking page styles dot title gradient, and let me type here the booking dashboard. Then a paragraph tag, give class name to this paragraph. It will be booking page styles dot subtitle, and let me give a paragraph here that is manage all bookings with details, information and status updates. Now after this, let's go and let me just copy these multiple use states hook and let me paste it here. So here we are gonna import this use state here, and here we are gonna store this booking here. Here it will get the search term here. Here it will get the status filter. Here it will get the expanded booking, and the editing and the new status will be shown here. Now after this, let me copy this fetch booking function, and now let me paste it here. So here we are gonna fetch the booking from our server side, that is coming from the front end, and it will get it stored in MongoDB, and then it will show it on our admin panel. So here we are gonna use this /booking/API/booking. For this, it is coming from our /API/booking route, and this for limit here it is coming from our first it is coming from our get booking function. So here let me show you this, it is coming from our limit get booking function. So let me close all this, and here in our booking.jsx, it is a get method, so it will fetch you that details. Then after this, create a use effect hook and create an arrow function, and inside this let me type here fetch booking, and it will be called each time we reload our page for the fetch booking. Now after this, it shows an error. Okay, let me fix this error here. So here we have to put a equal to here. Now there is another error, that is use callback is not defined. Okay, so we are gonna define it here, put a comma here and type a use callback. Now after this, so it's working fine here. So now let's design our UI here. So inside this div, give class name, it will be booking page styles dot page container. Then another, let's call here the background gradient, and after this let's call here the page header. So now as you can see, the both things are present here for the UI. Now after this, let's call our search filter bar, and inside this let me just pass here the search term will be storing the search term, and on search change it will store our, and event will be passed here, and event will store our search term as e.target.value. Now after this, it will store our search status filter, as the status filter will be passed here also, and on status change create an arrow function, and event will be passed here, and set status filter will be event.target.value. Then it will show you the total number of bookings, as the total booking will be bookings.length here. So create another div tag here and give class name to this div, as space from y-axis will be 4. Then let's pass here the filter booking dot so let me define this filter booking here first. So let me type a const filtered booking is equals to, so type a use memo hook and create an arrow function, and type here const q is equals to search term, or it will be empty dot to lowercase, and type here dot to trim method. Now after this, type here const string for search is equals to, pass here v and create an arrow function. If v is equals to null, or v is equals to unknown or undefined, then in that case it will be empty, else it will be string v dot to lowercase function. Then after this, type here return, and in return type here bookings dot filter, and it will filter using this booking, and create an arrow function. Type here const matches search is equals to not booking, or it will be, let me copy these lines here, and now let me paste it here. Now after this, let me type here const matched status is equals to status filter is equals to all, or it will be b dot, that is the booking dot status is equals to status filter. Now type return, so we are gonna return our matches search, and we are gonna return our matches status. Now after this, each time we are changing the bookings search term, or we are changing the status filter, it will reload it again. Now after this, let's create our update function, that is the update status function. So type here const updated status is equals to an async function. Now inside this, pass the id, as it will be update using the id function. Create a try catch block, and inside this try block, let me type here const booking is equals to bookings dot find. So we are gonna find the booking using this booking dot id function. So it will be finded using this id, or it will be using the MongoDB id, it will be find there. If the booking if booking is not found, or if not found the booking dot underscore id, that is the MongoDB id, if both of them are not present, then set editing status will be null. Set new status, it will set the new status as empty, and it will return this. Then if new status is not found, in that case, if the new status is not present, then it will show a window.alert that please select a status before saving. Then it will return this status here. Then after this, await keyword and type here api.patch, as it will patch the updated status with the previous status. It will be done on /API/booking, and it will be done on the booking dot underscore id, that is the MongoDB id, and it will be /status. Now put a comma and pass here the status, and inside the status it will have the new status inside it. Now after this, type here set bookings will be previous and create an arrow function, and type here previous dot map function, and it will map our booking, create an arrow function, and type here booking dot id is equals to id. If it is, then it will be booking, and new status will contain the new status. Now in case of else, it will be only booking here. Now in case after this, type as set editing status, it will be null, and here set new status, it will be empty. In case of any error, let me type here console.error, and inside this we are gonna pass the error, that is failed to update status, and here we are gonna pass this error here. Now it will show a window.alert message, as it will show this error.response.data.message, or it will show you the alert as failed to update booking status. Now after this, let me go back, and here let me just scroll down and let me copy this function here, that is the toggling functions, resetting filter, and the cancel filter, that is the cancel edit filter function. Then after this, type here dot filtered bookings dot map function, and here we are gonna map the booking, create an arrow function, and inside this let's type here booking card, and here give key value. Here it will be booking dot underscore id, that is the MongoDB id, or don't use this. We are gonna use this as booking. It will have this booking, and is expanded will store the expanded booking is equals to booking dot id. Then after this, is editing will be done on that particular id of that booking, that is editing status is equals to booking dot id, and new status will contain the new status. And on toggle details, it will just create an arrow function here, and type here set handle toggle details will be booking dot id. Then on edit status, it will be done on event, create an arrow function, type here e dot stop propagation, and after this type here handle edit status, it will be booking dot id, or it will be booking, also it will be booking dot status will be passed here. Type here on status change, it will be again done on event, and create an arrow function, type here set new status will be event dot target dot value. Then after this, type here on save status, it will be done on event, create an arrow function, type as event dot stop propagation, and now after this just type here handle cancel edit, it will be called here. This function will be called here. Let me close this booking card here. Then after this, let me just type here filter booking dot length is equals to 0. In that case, if the booking is not present here, then it will just show no booking view, and on reset filter, it will just show here the handle reset filter function will be passed here. Now after this, we have completed our booking.jsx component. Let me check it So let me refresh it. It shows an error that is FA filter is not defined. Okay, let me copy this here from here, and after this let me paste it here. Now after this our dashboard is working fine. So here we are getting the status. There is no booking, so we are gonna get this booking from our front end. So let me create our front end first. Now our admin part is completed, so we are gonna test this booking from our front end. So in our split terminal, let me type here cd front end here, and inside this let's run it first. So we always run our front end first, then we run our admin panel. So type here npm run dev in our admin terminal and type O to open it in our Chrome. So our admin panel is working fine here. So let me add a single car here for the testing. Let me fill these details here, the mileage here, the category, and let me give this year, select the image, and now after selecting this image, some description and add it. Now on manage cars, the car is present here. So now on our front end here, so this is our front end, so it is working fine. So let's merge our login and sign up first. So in our app.jsx, first let's define this, that is we have to define if it is rendering. So let me type here const our redirect if authenticated, so it will redirect us if we are authenticated. So let's pass the children and create an arrow function. Type here const auth token is equals to, it will get the token from our local storage, so the token will be token. Then after this type here if auth token is present, then in that case it will return. So it will return, that is it will navigate us to our home page, and it will replace will be, let me close this navigate tag here. Then after this, in else case, it will return our children. So now after this, in our components, let's create our one component, that is my bookings.jsx, and type here RAFCE. Now in your app.jsx, let's define that route here. So here let's create our route tag, and the path here it will be /bookings. Then type here give element here, it will be first it have to be a protected route so that a user once login can access it. And let's close this route tag here. So now it is present here. Then let's cut these login and sign up here, and after this paste it here. So in this, let me just cut this login here, and let me just type here the redirect if authenticated, and inside this let's pass the login here. Same we are gonna do this for our sign up also, that is if it is authenticated, then it will redirect us to home page. Now after defining these two routes, let's define the route for our payment. So in our payment controller.js, here we have created these two routes, that is for the success and the cancel. So let's define these two routes here. So in pages, let's create a page, that is verify payment page.jsx component, and type here RFCE. And in app.jsx, let's define the route here. So the path here, it will be our success path. In case of that success, it will call the element as the verify payment page. And let me just close this tag here. Then if in case for the path to be cancelled, then again it will call the verify payment page, and there we will be defining our logic for success or cancel URL. Then a universal path, and the element here, it will be just navigate it to our home page. Then after this, here type here replace, and let's close this navigate and route tag here. So we have defined our app.js. So let's make changes first in our sign up. So for this sign up, let me go to our signup.jsx, and here here let's go to our GitHub again, and in our merge src, here you have this dummy styles. So copy this styles from here, and now update our dummy styles that is already given you before. Then let me close this, and in your signup.jsx, type here const loading comma set loading is equals to a use state hook, and the value will be false. Then after this, in our handle submit, just type as set loading. Here it will, for the beginning it will be true. Then let's create our try catch block, and inside our first, let me just import Axios for the front end. So type a npm install Axios in our terminal, and again type an npm run dev. Now let me refresh it. So now after this, in our try block, let's type a const base is equals to, so let me just copy this backend URL from our Chrome and paste it here. Then after this, put a comma and type here const URL is equals to backtick, type here base, then it will be done on /API/auth/register. So for this route, that is /API/auth, it is coming from our server.js/API/auth, and here for register we are calling this route here. So now after this, let's type here const response is equals to await keyword Axios. So let's import our Axios first. So type here import Axios from Axios package. Then after this, type here Axios dot post method, as it will be our creation method. So it will be done on URL, and we are gonna pass the form data here. Then inside this, in headers, it will just content type. The content type here, it will be our application JSON. So now for this error to be solved, just make this function as an async function so that it will wait here for the response. So type a if response dot status is greater than or equals to 200, and response dot again status is less than 300. In that case, type a const token or user is equals to, so these both details will be coming from our response dot data, or it will be empty. Then if our token is present, then type a local storage dot set item. So it will set our token in our local storage, and the token will be passed here. Also, if our user is also present, as the token will be getting, so it will set the user in our local storage, and we are gonna pass the JSON.stringify method, and we will stringify the user here. Then after this, let's me copy this toast here and let me paste it here. Now after this, just add one property, that is auto close. So it will auto close in 1.2 seconds, that is 1200. Now after this, just type a set loading. Here it will become false once the user is registered, and it will return it. Then it will, in else case, it will return a toast.error, and it will say unexpected server response during registration. And here we are gonna type here theme of this toast will be dark. Now in case of error, let me type here err, and let's go to our GitHub, and here in our components folder, in our sign up, let me open this, and here let's just copy this error block here, and let me just paste it here. Now after pasting this error block here, after this, let's create our finally block. In finally, just set the loading as false here. So after this, we have completed our handle submit here. So let's change this button also, so that once it's getting submitting, it will just not accept any more entries. So let's cut this first. Let's type a disable here, so it will be disable on loading. Then let's cut this create account here and type here if loading, then it will show creating ... In else case, it will just show create account. So if it will loading, it will show you creating account, else it will show create account. So let me fill these details here on our login, on our sign up page, and click on this and sign up. So it will say that password must be at least 8 characters. So after giving this, it will say it will redirect you to home page. So it doesn't get changed. But in our MongoDB, we have created a new user. Let me show you this. Okay, it is present here, the new user. So let's go to our login here. Let's fix first our login, then we are gonna fix the navbar. So type here const loading, comma, set loading is equals to and use state hook, and the value initial it will be false. Then after this, let me remove this console statements, and let's just copy these 6 lines here and paste it here. Then after this, just change this URL to login. Now for this login, it is coming from our /API/auth, and we are gonna use this login as it's a post method, so we will be using this post method here. So after this, let's import our Axios first. So import Axios from Axios. Then after this here, let me just change it to credentials, as we have used this credentials here, and we are gonna pass message also, that is coming from the response.data. So in case of toast.success, it will show you this, and auto close here, it will say it will auto close in 1 second, that is 1000. And let's close this here. Then in else case, let's type here toast.error, and the error here, it will be again unexpected response from server, and theme of this error, it will be colored. Now after this, let's make this function also a async for the await keyword to work. Then after this, in case of error, so we are gonna catch that error. So type here catch block and type here ERR, and now again go to our GitHub, and here in our login page, let's just copy this catch block here, and here let me paste it here. Then after pasting, let's close this here and type here finally. In finally block, just set loading will be become here false. So for becoming this false, we have to activate the set loading here. So let me type here set loading here, it will become true here. So at initial, it will start the loading, and it will be done on in our try block. Now let me close this here. Now we have completed our handle submit here. So now let's again change this button also. So here in our button tag, let me just type here disable is equals to, it will be disabled when we are loading it, and let me just cut it here, and let's type here loading. If it is loading, then it will show you signing in, else it will show you this button. So let me just log in here. So this login is not working. Okay, so we have to fix our navbar first. So in our navbar.js, remove all the code, and in our navbar, let me just open this navbar and copy this navbar from here and paste it here. Now after pasting it, let's fix the path of the image. So let me remove this and also from the logo also. Then here it is working fine. So let's go and check here. So now it shows logout. Once click, it will show login here. So here we can log in here. So let me log in here. As you can see, in local storage we don't have any token or user. So once I log in here with the correct email and password, it will show you the user and token both here. Now in our Navbar.js, let's go back to our GitHub again, and here in our navbar, let's copy this navbar here, and let me just paste this navbar here. Copy and paste this navbar code here, and let's correct the import here, import path, and let's check. So it is working fine. So my bookings is not opening, contacts and cars are working fine. So let's go and let's copy and paste our car details page first. So here let me copy this car detail page, and in our car detail page let me copy and paste it here. Here we have to change this as car detail, as the name has to be same. Now let's go and see. First let's copy and paste our car page also. So let's copy and paste everything first. So let me just change this as cars, and here it will be changed to our cars also. Now after this, let's go to our page and refresh it. So now here is only one entry, that is the car coming from our backend. So here to fix this issue, let's fix this to get the token from here, so that it is to be a protected route. So now it is working fine for our bookings, and here in our cars page, once I click on book, so it is working fine here. So now here you will get to see this updated page here. So now here in our home cars, let me just copy this home cars page also, and here let me copy and paste this in our home cars page here. Now let me just check it. So we have to correct the import path here also. So let's correct this. Now as you can see here, it also shows a single car, and this is our car page here. So now we have completed our fetching here. So let me explain you the code. So for our car details page, now as you can see, this is our imports here, this is our backend URL, and here we are creating and accepting the application JSON. This will convert to our Indian standard time, so it will get the time from our Indian standard time zone. Then after this, here for our build image src, and here for our handle image error, here we are building image and storing in our uploads folder. So it will fetch the image from our uploads folder here. Then for our image error, it will show you the placeholder if it is not present here. Then for the calculation of days, it will calculate the number of days taken from the from and getting from to here. Then here we are using these use states hook, and here this is our form data that we are gonna fill to book our card. So we are getting this car from our /API/car. So we are getting this from this route, and it is coming from our ID. So we are getting it from our ID. So let me just close all these pages here. Now it is done on ID. So this is for our get ID car by ID function. We will be calling this here. Now after getting this, now here it will fetch it for that particular ID. Now it will show you if the car is not found, or if the loading is ongoing, it will show you loading car. So it will get the car by ID as a particular car to book or to fetch. So it will show you a particular car image and its details here. Now this will be our handle submit. So here for the handle submit, here we are gonna submit our form, and once the form is submitted, it will take you to our API/payment. So it is coming from the /API/payment and our create checkout session. So now, and we are gonna pass our headers and payload will be passed here. So it will need a token for the authorization. So it will take this here. Then after this, once the booking is done, it will navigate to our /bookings page. Now after this, inside this return statement, it is just the below here is the UI part. So below this is our UI part. So here these all things is for our UI part. As you can see, this is free cancellation. These things are seen here. Let me show you this. It is coming for these 4 things which will be here. Then after this, the paragraph is this paragraph here about this car, and for this the boxes here, it will show you these 4 details that is coming from the boxes here. Then above this, let me just show you, this is our image that it will be fetching from our server side. Then after this, here we have this right side column, that is our reserve your drive, and the form which we have to fill to book our, let me write a comment here for the right column here. So this is our right column, that is the right side column. When we fill our full form, here we are gonna take the pickup date, here we take the return date, here the pickup location, the name and the details we require for our page for the checkout here. So it will take the state, city, zip code, and here we will be seeing our price calculation according to the rate and per day. So now and here we will be seeing our submit button, that is the confirm booking. So this is this page here. Then let's go back here, and now for our home cars, let me explain this to you. So here we are gonna get the days, number of days for the car if it is booked. So it will get this here. So let me type it here. From where till it is booked here. And then after this, here we have defined our URL of the server. Then after this is our use effect hook. It will just show you the animation of the card, that is the hover effect. Then for the fetching of that car, here we are gonna get this car. So it is getting from /API/car, and it is for this car here, that is it will get you all the car. Then after this, let me add a comment here, that is fetch the car from server side and return it on UI. So it will show you on UI. Here for again it is the build image src and handle image. So here we are gonna get the image coming from our backend. Also, if it is not present, it will show you a placeholder of a image. Now after this, in this format date, it will just get you the date here. Then after this, here for the compute availability, it will get you the availability of that car if it is present or not. So let me add a comment also for this thing. So get from when or till when it is booked. So it will show you the detail from when until then it is booked here, or when it will be gonna be available, it will be show from this function. Then after this, if it is disabled, then it will show you that it is booked. So once the car is booked by a user, then it will be booked for all the user that are registered. So here from this return, it is just the part of our UI. So here we are gonna get the UI here. So this is the premium fleet selection, that is this, and this paragraph and heading tag. Then after this, here we are gonna get this images. Then in this return we are gonna get whether all the details of this or also the availability of this car. Then after this we are gonna get this button here. So now the same thing is for our cars also. So here it is similar to our home cars. So here just it will increase the number of cell to 12, as here we can show 12 number of cars, and again it will be coming from the our /API/cars. So it is coming from this route /API/cars and get cars function. Now let me close this and open cars here. Then after this, again this is for the images, the handle image here, it is similar to our home cars. Then here the format here, then let me add a comment here, that is it is similar to home cars.jsx component. Now after this, again if it is booked, it will be not available for any other user. So all the functionality is similar to our home cars page. Then here it is part of our UI. So here for this premium car collection, it is coming from this, that is the heading and the paragraph. Then this grid, that is this car grid, that is the card grid. Then after this, here we are gonna get the image src, the number of seats, the fuels. Then here we are gonna get this, let me add a comment here and let me type here image here. Then after this, let me add another comment here, that is the car details here. So here we are gonna get the car detail, that is these 4 things which will be coming from here. Then after this, a button here and these 2 background decoration here. So let me type here the button here, button for book, it is present here. Then after this, let me book this car. So let's go to our admin panel and let me add another car also. So let me fill these details here again, and once it's get filled, we are gonna enter a new car. Let me enter year, the model, and select the image of that car and some description and list your second car here. So here as you can see, both the car are present here. So let me refresh it. Now here, once I change the status, that is we can edit it from here. So once I change the status to rented, it will show you rented on our admin panel, but here you can see it is available, but we can't access or we can't book this as we have disabled, as we have already rented from our admin panel. And if it is under maintenance, then again it will show that it is not available from our admin panel. So let me change this status here. So let me, for our booking here, there is no booking, so let me just change this to available here. And now let's book this car. So here we are gonna book this from today till the returning date, and let me confirm this booking here. So a Stripe payment gateway is open here. Let me fill this dummy card. So this card here, test card. So for this, just search for Stripe test card and click on this first link, then scroll down, and from card by country, just search for India. Then here let me copy this card here and paste it here. So let me click on pay button, and now once the payment is done, it is not taking us to slash bookings, but it is making our booking to our admin panel. So let's create our booking page. So let me copy this code from our GitHub for our my bookings, and let me just paste it here. Then after this, now let me correct this path here. So let me correct this path. Then after this, let me just see. Now as you can see, our my bookings are present here. You can see your bookings here. The payment is done and the transaction ID, and here it will place our order. Then on our admin panel, you can see your order is placed here. Now after this, let me just change this status here first. So it is not getting changed. Okay, we will be fixing this issue later. So let me just first, let's create our UI for our this. So we have to add our navbar and footer also. So let's create our mybooking.jsx in our page, and here let's import our navbar here. Then after this, we gonna import our footer. Then after this, my bookings will be imported here. Then in our app.jsx, let's correct this from our my booking. Then the booking for this path will be removed here. Now you can see the navbar and footer is added here. So now again, to fix this, let's go to our verify payment for the redirecting here. So type here import Axios from Axios package. Then after this, let's type here const, type here status message comma set status message is equals to a use state hook, and the initial value here it will be verifying payment. So initially it will show you this verify payment. Then after this, let's type here const navigate is equals to a use navigate hook, and after this type here const location is equals to use location hook. Then after this, let's type here const search is equals to location dot search, or it will be empty. Then after this, create a use effect hook and create an arrow function here. Then inside this use effect, let's type here let cancelled is equals to false. So we are not gonna cancel the payment here. So type here const verify payment is equals to an async function, create an arrow function and type here const params is equals to new URL search params, and inside this just pass the search here. Then type here const raw sessions is equals to params dot get So we are gonna get the session ID, that is the underscore ID that we have just seen there. Then after this, type a const underscore session underscore ID is equals to raw session. If it is, then it will be raw session dot trim, else it will be null. So either it will be present or it will be null. Then type a const payment status is equals to params dot get payment status. Then type here const token is equals to local storage dot get item. So we are gonna fetch this token from our local storage. Then after this, if the payment status is equals to cancel, so if the payment status is equals to cancel, then it will navigate us to our slash checkout, that is the page for our bookings, and it will replace here, it will become true. Then it will return this here. Then if the session ID, that is the session underscore ID, is not present, then in that case it will set the status message as it will say no session ID provided, or the session ID is not founded in the payment or in the URL. Then after this, it will return the response here. Then after this, let's create a try catch block. And now inside this try block, let's type here set status message. Here it will be confirming payment with server. Then after this, type here const API underscore base is equals to, so again let me just copy this backend URL here, and now let me paste it here. Then after this, put a colon and type here semicolon and type here const response is equals to await keyword and type here axios dot get method, and it will be done on our API base slash API slash payment slash confirm. So let's make it a backtick here. Let me remove this here. Then after this, put a comma and pass here the params. Here it will store our session ID here. Then put a comma and type here headers. It will store our token. If the token is present, then it will authorize it. That will be authorizing using this bearer, a space and token. Then after this, in else case, it will be empty. Then type here timeout here. The timeout here, it will be of 1500, that is 1.5 seconds. Then type here if cancelled, then it will return nothing. Then type here if response dot data dot success, if the response dot data dot success, if it's happened, then it will set the status dot message. It will be, let me type here the payment confirm, and it will redirecting. It will show you the status and it will navigate us to our slash bookings. Then after this, let's type here replace. Here it will become true. Then let's return this response here. Then after this, else if or else, in else case, it will just fetch the error, that is the const message is equals to response dot data dot message, or it will be payment not completed, that is the payment will be failed here. Then it will set the status message as the message. Then after this, in catch block, just type a console dot error. In case of this error, just type a verification failed. Then let's pass this error here. Let me just put a comma here, and now type a const status is equals to error dot response dot status. Then after this, type a const server message is equals to error dot response dot data dot message. Then after this, if the status is equals to 404, in case of that, it will set the status message as the server message, or it will just show you that is payment session not found, that the payment session is not created. It will show you this error. In else if case, it will just show you that status is equals to 400. Then it will set status message as server message, or it will just show you the status as the message as the payment not completed, that the payment is not completed if the error is 400. And now in else case, it will just set status message as the server message will be passed here, or it will be there was an error, that is there was an unexpected error. Then let's call the verify payment here, then type here return, and now create an arrow function, and inside this type here cancelled is equals to true. Then let's call our search and navigate. Now after this, in case of this, in this return, we are just gonna return our div tag, create a div and give class name min height screen, and it will be flex, item center, justify center, text will be white, padding will be 4x. Then after this, another div tag, inside this div tag give class name, it will be text will be center, max width will be large. Then a paragraph tag, give class name, it will be margin bottom will be 2, and let's pass here the status message. Now after this, create another paragraph tag, give class name, it will be text will be small, opacity will. Then after this, let's type if this page shows this error, so this will be our paragraph. So we are gonna text this session ID from our backend. So let's go and let's check it. So let me open a new browser, and here let me just log in it using a different ID. So let me log in it, let me create a new ID here. So let's type here, let me fill this details here, that is test@gmail.com, give a password here. Then after this, create the account here. Now token and user are present here, and on our bookings page there is no booking to be found here. So let's go and let me just book. As you can see, this is unavailable for our this ID also. So let me book it for tomorrow, and let me give a pickup location. Then after this, a full name, a email address, then the phone number, then our city, then state, then a zip code. Then click on confirm payment. So after this, a Stripe payment page is open here. So let me just copy and paste that the dummy card here, and now let me give this CVV here, then a full name on this card, it will be test here, and let me just pay it here. Save this card for future payments. Now it is not redirecting us to that page. So here in our app.jsx, let me check it. Okay, here we have used the /API/payments in our server, and here we are just using this /payment. So now it is fixed here. So now let's go, and so now it automatically redirect us to bookings page with the our booking as placed. So here let me go to our admin panel, and here let me refresh it. So as you can see, there are 2 bookings here. So in this booking here, you can see this details here. Now after this, let me edit this status again. So it is not changing here. So let's me cancel this booking here. So once I cancel it from our front end, it's get updated here. So it is not updated, getting update from our admin panel. So let me fix this issue here. So let's go to our admin panel in our src, in our components, in our booking.jsx. Let's go to our booking card here, and here let me just remove this line here and type here. First we have to type here update status, and here it will be booking dot, let me just type here booking dot underscore booking dot id, not underscore id. Then we are gonna type here on cancel edit, it will be again an event, and pass create an arrow function and type here e dot stop propagation, and after this just type a handle cancel edit. Here it will be called here. Then now let me just update this status as completed, so it's get updated here. And here for our second Chrome, let me show it is getting completed here. Now once it's get completed, you can again book this car here. Either you cancelled this or update it here. You can see this car here. You can book it again. So let me book this car here and show you the functionality for our redirecting. So let me fill this detail again, and the card also. Then now after this it take us to our slash bookings once the payment is successfully done. Now as you can see, it is unavailable for both the IDs here. So this functionality is also working fine. Here on my bookings, here you can see this filter is also working fine. We have 2 bookings and 1 upcoming trip here. Now here on edit, you can update it here, and once you get updated here, the 1 completed booking, no upcoming bookings, and total 2 bookings here. So our this functionality is also working fine. This site is fully responsive for any devices, either it is laptop or it is mobile. Or it is tablet view. All the pages are responsive. So this is all. Stay tuned for more, and thanks for watching.